Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, everybody, and welcome, y'all. We are, what a day, right? What a day. You guys, we are super lucky because we have a squirrel crew, boots on the ground. Denise, I will just, for anyone who didn't hear us talking about this yesterday, and wasn't seeing what was going on in the Discord, Denise is a defense attorney from California who flew to Idaho for the hearing today and arrived, I believe, yesterday in Boise and was at the courthouse all day, and was hoping to be able to be let in. But my understanding is that for the portions that were open to were live streamed, there was a separate overflow room where she was able to watch. But y'all, she's got so much to share with us. And one thing that is extremely interesting, and I can't wait to hear what she's going to say, she spent hours with the Goncalves family and learned a lot of new information. I can't wait to bring her on. So we are so lucky to have this perspective from Denise. And she actually just flew back to California. So I'm sure it's been a whirlwind experience, but she's back home and ready to go. So let me do this. Let me share. Let me do this layout here. And let's bring on Denise. And by the way, this is the first time I've ever had anybody on here. So hopefully we are squirrels using technology right now. So hopefully this will work. And let's see if this, are you there?
Yeah. Yes. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Awesome. Yeah.
All right. Hello.
Thank you for being here. Let me see here why. Okay. Let's see if I can I'm just fooling around with this layout here. So, wow. Where to begin? Again, first of all, thank you so much. This is freaking amazing. Are you exhausted?
I am. I'm a little brain dead, but it's okay. I'm here.
Okay. I know it was a lot today, wasn't it?
Yeah, just what we heard in those hearings. I went in there completely thinking he's 100% innocent. Talked to them. I thought, I don't know, maybe he is guilty. And then watched the hearings and I was like, oh no, they've been lied to. They don't know any more than we do, really. It's amazing.
Yeah. So why don't you, because this is we're so fortunate to have your perspective. So before we jump into, there's so much, I have so much going on that I've got ready to pull up and all these different things and exhibits and there was a lot, right? But first of all, let's go through, why don't you walk us through your day, starting with this morning you got to the courthouse, what happened?
Okay, so I got there around 8:30 and I was the first one there and everybody was so nice. It was easy to get up there. I just looked, saw where Hippler was, went to the 5th floor and thought, this is too easy. And then I get there and there's these two security guys, one Ada County Sheriff guy and the other one a marshal blocking the door. And they're really nice. And I went up to them and I was like, hey, so are you not allowing us in? And they said, are you a witness? And I said, no. And then they were like, no, but you can go in after they finish the first part. So immediately they made me believe I could go in. That's why I sat there all day. And then I was like, oh, this is cool. It was worth flying out here. I'm going to get to go in after all. And so I sat there and I sat right in front of the door. And then Ann Taylor came out right away and she was exactly like she is on the camera. Just bubbly, smiley, and sweet, just exactly the same, had a haircut,
Oh
and
yeah, her hair looked flawless, didn't it, today?
yeah, she had a really nice haircut, and
Yeah.
she was just very, very polite to everybody. And then she went to I was standing right there, like 2 feet away and listening to everything. So she went to the guys
Always.
and she was like, oh, there goes the echo. And then she said, I have 2 witnesses. They're going to be a little late. Just let them in when they get here. And so about 5 minutes later, Mowery and Payne were there checking in with those two, the marshal and the sheriff's deputy. And the guy, Payne is like, I don't even think he's 5 foot. And Mowery's just a normal, like you said, lolly looking dude.
Right.
And he's very like, he looks like everybody. I would never see him again and recognize him, but Payne is so tiny
Wow.
that I was just shocked that he was a cop. But anyway, the guy goes, "Oh, you must be Payne," right away because he was so little. And then Mowery, he said, "Who are you?" And I go, "Mowery." And so then they went in, but Payne looked very, very, very nervous, and Mowery looked like he did not want to be there.
Uh-huh.
And then I saw Bicka Barlow and Leah Larkin. And
Yep.
then I saw, I didn't know who this woman was. And I saw in Lana's post on Truth and Transparency, she thought Mowery and Payne had lawyers, but they didn't. Those people were Raylene something from the forensics.
Well, I don't
She
even
did.
know when. Yeah.
She took the DNA off of the button snap, I guess. And
Uh-huh.
then the other guy was just in a suit. He was forensics. They were very confident, very um not worried. They didn't act worried at all. They acted very like they were going to tell the truth, kind of. And then so there was those 6 witnesses, and then the later when I was talking to the Goncalves family, they said they saw Hunter go in as a witness. Now, I never saw him in the courtroom. I never saw
Okay.
the kid. I did see a young man. I didn't know what Hunter looked like, so I didn't even know anything. There were 2 blonde girls about, Kaylee and Maddie's age out in the waiting out in the hall. And I
Oh,
thought they were going to be witnesses, but it wasn't Bethany or Dylan. I didn't know who they were. They ended up being 2 law school or criminal justice majors.
okay.
So they actually left in a couple hours, but they were really sweet. And then Kristi and Steve came, and a bunch of other people with them. And they looked at me and they just kind of was like, who is this? And then I was sitting right there. They wanted to be sitting there. So they sat way down the hall. And then later, about 5, 10 minutes, they came over and they were like, can we sit over here close to the door? Because we want to go right in whenever we get to go in. Because they came and said, we're the Goncalveses, we're the victims, parents, and they said, yeah, you guys can go in after this part of the hearing. So they told them the same thing they told me, that we were
Yeah.
going to get to go in. And then they were down the hall, and then the girl, it was Kristi's sister who sat right next to me, and we talked forever. She came
Wow.
up and said, can we sit closer to the door? And she was very, very outgoing and very nice. And they said, yeah, you can just sit over here. And so they sat on the benches farther from the door because I was there. And I said, you can sit here if you want. So she sat next to me, and her husband, I believe, sat next to her. And then finally, I told her who I was because they just acted weird. Like who is this person? Because they were wondering who the girls were, and they found out, and Kristi came over and said, "Oh, those two girls are criminal justice majors." And then I finally said, um, I'm just an attorney from California. I'm just curious to see what the hell is going on here.
Yeah.
So I have no interest in the case. I'm not related to anybody. And then later, after then she just opened up and like just nonstop. And so,
And Denise, whereabouts in California are you located? And hopefully you're safe from the fires as well.
yeah, for now. There's another one, I guess, right by, it's right by one of the prisons, but it's also right by the Six Flags Magic Mountain, or
Oh,
not Magic Mountain, but Six Flags. So I don't know. But anyway, and then she yells over to Kristi, "Kristi, this is just Denise, an attorney."
how funny.
And so then Kristi comes over there, and she's actually really nice. And I felt really bad because it's just like anything else, the media and
Yeah. Yeah.
YouTubers and
Yeah.
say all honestly, I'm very good with energy and vibes
Yeah.
and all that. And that's why I wanted to see Bryan to see what kind of vibes came off him. And they
Uh-huh.
were really nice, and they're actually like very in love. They treat each other so well. They're not like, I did not get any fake, any bad vibes. And then Steve was like, she introduced me to them, and the sister did. And then I said, "Oh, I know who you guys are. Everybody knows who you guys are." And then Steve goes, "Yeah, I need to stop. I talk too much. I just can't help it. I just talk too much." And he was very humble. He was
Wow.
zero arrogance at all. And they're very small. They're tiny, skinny, short, very small. Like,
Okay.
they don't look like they do on TV. She has lost a lot of weight, and super nice. And then so I'm trying to think. So their story, this is what they believe happened.
Okay.
And it was really interesting to me because they were tying everything together, but they really don't know anything other than they've been told from
Right. Right.
law enforcement. And they meet with law enforcement and Bill Taylor or Bill Thompson, I'm sorry,
Santa.
Sienna. They believe that he was watching them because he said even though he didn't go to the house with his car and park there, he was running or jogging or walking, and he'd sit there and he'd watch them through the windows. They believe he came to the slider door and found out that it doesn't work. And they don't have any basis for this, but this is what they truly believe this.
So as far as
Um,
the part about him running or being or having been there from running or whatever, did this come from like Kaylee like saying that she saw somebody, or did this come from law enforcement?
Law enforcement.
Okay. Okay.
And they said they believe Maddie was the one and only target. Because she was killed first. And I've heard that before, but they do know that. They do know she was killed first. And then they said Kaylee was not in the bed with Maddie when it happened. She was in her room with Murphy,
Okay.
and that they
Wow.
didn't know the doors weren't shut either.
Right.
I heard their story and I thought they really knew this stuff. And then I started getting doubts like maybe he did it. And then I heard the hearing and then I was like, oh my God, they don't know anything either. But they said that's why Kaylee put Murphy in the bedroom because she heard what was going on. So she went into Maddie's room because she heard something in there. She went in there, and that's when she yelled down, "Hey, somebody's here. You need to get up
Okay.
here. We need help." And so she said that she fought with him a lot, and that's why she had all the, injuries she did. And then Xana had actually got the DoorDash, and it was her. She did order it.
Mhm.
Nobody ordered it for her. She really ordered it herself. But then what I thought was weird is she said, I don't even think she got to eat it because you saw in the pictures that her bag was still sitting in the kitchen. Now,
Oh,
to me, that bag looked old. So I don't know what the truth is. That's what she said. And then she said that Xana had headphones on, listening to TikTok. Ethan had fallen asleep, and that she went down to get the DoorDash, and she came up, and then he was already um in Maddie's room, and he came down and ran into Xana, and then got her and Ethan, which to me, I thought, I didn't know. I thought it didn't make sense. But so basically they believe he saw Maddie at the vegan restaurant, and he had a thing for her, and he would look at her in the windows during the day, and he was out there and he saw when her light went off. And then this is interesting. They said when the DoorDash came, the DoorDash has a camera and caught
oh
the
boy.
car on the camera. And the DoorDash, she said it was a male. I've always heard it was female. She said the DoorDash guy was coming in. He dropped off the DoorDash, but when he was coming in, um, said that he saw the car do that 3-point turn
Uh-huh.
thing.
Yep. Yep.
And he said the car was going to go there, but when it saw the
Oh,
DoorDash, the car
yep.
got spooked and it
Yep.
went over.
Yep.
And then he said he didn't see the picture, the person, but he saw the car and he saw that it did not have a front license plate
Yeah.
and that he had a camera. Now, they told me this, and then you heard the hearing, no mention of a DoorDash camera right there seeing
Yeah.
the. So I don't think that's true. I think they lied to the
Huh.
G's. I
Okay.
mean, I don't know. I'm just telling you what I heard.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
have no freaking idea, but
Yeah. I mean, well, obviously, it does. It just it's common sense, right? That if that were the case, that would have come up. That would be a huge piece of evidence for the state, right? If they like, if you've got it on camera, that you've got the
right.
white, even if you can't see the driver, at least like that's at least more than what they have that we know of right now, right? Like that they've got the car on camera and it doesn't have that front license plate, and it's like right at the house, right? Like that's huge.
And so
Um,
I asked her, I said, so is the DoorDash driver going to testify then? And they said, well, if he saved his whatever was on his camera. So I'm thinking,
oh
in
dear.
my head, I'm thinking, you don't know this? Like, I really don't think they're telling these guys anything really, which is
Yeah.
I would be so, if that happened to my child, oh my
Yeah.
God, I would
Yeah.
be. So then so they said that, and then they said, yeah, that's how, oh, and the clothes that they thought he had, the the change of clothes, that he had planned it. And oh, and she did say the reason he dropped the sheath is because Kaylee came in, because he already had killed Maddie. Kaylee came in, he was gonna go, and then it dropped when they were fighting. And then they said that's what they think. I mean, this
Right.
is their theory. And then kind of
I
makes sense.
I I
Like,
have a, I have a question about this too, because so Kaylee had moved out, and so I always thought that like her room would not have had any furniture in it, right?
no, I had the bed. She still had her bed.
Okay.
And they said that her and Maddie would like watch movies together, but they said I don't know how they know this or if they just think this. but she was in her own room with Murphy.
Right. So now, right. Thank you for reiterating that, because this is what they had been told from law enforcement, right? Right. Okay. Because I still think, I mean, could it have been possible that she was in the same room with Maddie? Right. I mean, I guess we don't, we don't
Anything's possible. Yeah.
right. Because that's one of the things I was thinking too, is like, that she would have been in Maddie's room because she didn't have a bed, if she moved out. But
Yeah. I do know the bed was in there for sure. That's all I know.
okay.
I don't know where she was, but they think she was in her room with Murphy. They think that Maddie was asleep, and that makes me believe that, because Maddie's the only person that we know that was asleep, or we've heard that was asleep, and that she was the first one. And that makes me think the thing about Dylan saying the victim was running up and down the stairs, and Anne saying we know that's not true because she was asleep. So I don't know. That's weird.
Right. And yeah, and
Yeah.
we're gonna go through all that. I mean, there's a lot. There's just a lot. And so yeah. Okay.
And then they think he drove to the river with the knife and his shower curtain, whatever. And because they never found the knife, the Dickies, and whatever was in that receipt. They never found whatever was on that Walmart receipt, the Dickies. So they think he threw all the clothes in the river, and that's why he's pinging. That's their theory. And sorry.
That's okay.
Right. And then I've been talking all day.
Right.
Um, okay, and then this is the weirdest thing, and I disagree 100 on this, but this is what they believe, and I don't know why. They believe his parents knew. His parents were covering for him. Um, his mom sent this is all not even speculation. This is just made up stuff.
Okay.
But this is what they believe, that the mom sent Brian's dad out here to get him, and that they pulled their car out, put his car out, let him clean it thoroughly clean it, and they were trying to cover for him. I absolutely do not believe that, but that's what they believe.
Right.
And they're really, because I said I feel so bad for Brian's parents.
Right.
And the sister was saying, I do not feel bad for them at all. They are partially to blame for this because they let their sick son come out here knowing how he is and not be watching over him. So they really believe that incel
Interesting.
psychopath theory.
Interesting.
And then they were really happy because they're not giving him vegan food, and so that's why he's lost all this weight. And he looks horrible.
Yeah, I noticed that. Actually, I was going to comment on
Mm.
that. He looked really skinny today in the hearing.
But they think it's funny. And I mean, obviously they're coming from a position thinking this guy murdered their child.
Of course. Yeah.
So I would hate any person who murdered my children too, but I don't think he did, but they do. They really do.
Now, I know you said that, like, even at the beginning, that that you initially thought that he didn't do it, but that your opinion was kind of changing after being there, and you were keeping us updated through the Discord. And then, but where were you at by the end of the hearing? If you have any thoughts to share on that.
Oh, back where I started.
Okay.
100%. But the reason they told me when he was caught, and this, I don't even know if anything they told me is true. And if they're not lying, though. They're saying it because the police or the law enforcement, somebody told them this. But they said he was wearing the black, not the dishes gloves, not the yellow gloves, but the black gloves, black shorts, and in his pocket was a little vial, like that they think he stole out of the lab and Washington State University, and that he had somebody's ID from Washington State University that he was scanning to get in the lab. I don't know if that's true, but that's what they told me. So they think he went in there and got chemicals to clean or
That,
or little vials to test to DNA. I don't know.
yeah,
I think it's
yeah.
so, but that's the first I had heard of the little vial thing. And trying to think.
So Needs and Z's has a question. Who's they? I'm glad. Thank you. By the way, welcome for everyone who's just now joining us. Glad you asked this question because that reminds me. So for anyone who's just now joining us, we have Denise. This is the first time I've ever had a guest. We are squirreling it with some squirrely technology now. Yay! And she was there today, boots on the ground. And so for anyone who has a question for Denise, then you can just put that in the chat. And Denise, you should be able to see that, right? On your end?
Let me see.
If not, I can pull it up on the screen. I mean, I'll pull it up on the screen anyway. But yeah, if you guys want to ask something for Denise, you can just say Denise, and then if you want to say something to me, you can, because usually it's just me, right? So you can, of course, just put CW or Chelsea or whatever. So who's on the panel? So the panel, it's just me and Denise, just me and Denise. So I'm on the bottom there, of course, the violin, right? And then Denise is so those are the squares there, so you can see who's talking, but you can probably tell our voices apart anyway. Blackwater says, thanks, Denise. Yes, I know. Thanks is right. This is amazing. I don't even have the words to express how grateful I am that you're willing to talk and to share your perspective. And especially, for anyone who's joining us, Denise is a defense attorney. So, awesome. So Needs and Z's has a question. Were you just hanging around the courthouse? Denise? Uh-oh. She's still here. I don't know. Can you hear me? See, this is the first time I've done, so I don't know how to troubleshoot it.
Hello?
Okay, can you hear me? Denise? Denise, can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me? Denise, if you're having trouble, you might want to pop out and pop back in. I don't know how to do anything. I'm brand new to this. I don't know. Let me try this. Let me try removing her and adding her back. Hold on. Can you hear me, Denise? Weird. Okay, well, oh no, Blackwater says the national grid is about to go down. Oh, that's terrible. I don't know why. What's that about? So she was there to attend the hearing, and she was there all day. And so, okay, you're
there. Am I back?
You're back. Yay. Okay, awesome. Wonderful.
I think I can't look at the chat. I don't know. I'm too old for technology.
You're all good. That's okay. Because I'll pull the comments up anyway. So Needs and Z's had a question though for you. Were you just hanging around the courthouse?
I was just sitting at the same exact spot for hours and hours and hours next to Kristi's sister, and then Kristi and Steve. Sometimes they would say, they just looked at her and said, "Oh my God, you have no filter," because she was just telling me everything. I mean, they're a very close knit group, and they really loved Kaylee, love her. And I have kids, and just that kind of feeling, it was really touching. And I will never say anything mean about them ever again, because we don't know. We really don't know. We can say all these mean things about people that we have no idea who they are. And I just did not get any sense of that. So yes, I was hanging out there all day long, except I went to eat. And then they told us we were going to get to go in, and guess what? Nope, we were not.
It's so funny. There must have been a miscommunication there that the bailiffs initially told you would be able to go in,
Yeah, they told us like several times. And then, sorry, ADHD.
That's
This is another thing that was very interesting to me. That advocate, she's the one in the maroon shirt with the black blazer.
uh-huh.
She kept coming out and kind of updating them, but she couldn't tell them anything at all that she was hearing inside. But she did tell them it was going very well for them. And this was before the open hearing.
Right. Okay.
And so I don't know. See, sometimes do people just tell them what they want to hear to
Right.
appease
I know.
them?
I know. Right. It's hard to say. Yeah, for
Because
sure.
I left and started just watching on my phone after I knew I wasn't going to get in. And so I left them and I didn't really say a formal goodbye. I kind of did. I just said I'm going to go back to my hotel. And so I don't know what they were thinking after the hearings, but oh my gosh, I imagine they're furious.
Yeah, and by the way, so people agreeing with you here, need some Z's. This is as it pertains to people telling the Goncalves what they want to hear. So need some Z's said, I think so. Aaron Hack also said, I think they're being told what they want to hear. Also, Aaron did say, she said, okay, to me, the Goncalves version sounds like all of Howard Blum's theories, like some of it exactly. Apparently, they do not speak to Howard, but what they told Denise sounds like what he would say. He's the dude who wrote one of the books, right?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. It sounds pretty much just exactly like it. Yeah, it does. It really does. And I wonder, like, does somebody that doesn't know anything just make this shit up and then put it out there and then they latch on to it?
100% that is happening for a fact.
And I will say this. I asked them about Dylan and Bethany. They know nothing and they haven't talked to them. They don't seem very happy with them. And they really thought that whatever was in the PCA was true until, today. Like the rest, well, we didn't think it was true, but yeah.
Right. And then Need Some News has another question. I'm furious at who the prosecution, defense, or judge. So I don't remember. You must have said somebody was furious. I don't recall the context of that, but do you know what she's asking there?
I said I bet you I assume that the Gonzalez family are furious after they heard the
Right.
hearing because can you imagine? I mean, we heard it and we were like digging, looking, trying to always find out what's really going on here. And, it's not shocking to us really that they're lying and covering stuff up. We expect it. But like,
Okay, so that makes sense. So do you think they were furious at who were they furious at? Did you get a assessment of that?
I think for one, Payne, because Kristi was telling me a bunch of stories about Payne just being a total asshole to them. They came into the police department before Kohberger was arrested, and she had all these questions they wanted to ask them. And he just took the piece of paper, like really roughly from her, looked at it, checked it all, like put lines through everything and said, I'm not answering any of these questions. You're
Oh boy.
wasting our time. We could be out there arresting somebody. And
No, don't go do that.
This is a family who just lost their child. Oh my God. And then she said, he was at a memorial thing and she was happy he was there and she went up to him. This is kind of funny. She just like slapped his belly, backhanded his belly and said something about, yeah, me and this little guy. And she did it to me. She like did it like she did
Right.
it to him. And she was really nice lady. She's a really nice lady. Um, the media has done her crappy, really crappy.
It's interesting because I figured as much because that's just the impression that I got. But I really appreciate that you're able to say, you know, you were there hanging out with them for hours, right? Chatting with them all day, and that you're able to say, you know, having been around them and talking with them in person, that like to you know, because that's important, right? Because
You get
people,
you get a feel for people.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah,
And
yeah,
and Steve is very, very nice too. He treats her very well. It's not fake because there was no one else there, like in the hallway, you know, it was
right,
just really genuine.
awesome.
Oh, they said something funny. They were joking a lot, which was
Wow,
good.
wow.
They said that they're always on the same plane with Ann Taylor and Alyssa and Jay, always flying back on the same plane. And Steve's like, I just want to, you know, strangle them. I have to hold myself back because, you know, to them, those people are helping a murderer get away or something like that, you know? So, because I'm a defense attorney, people hate me for no reason like that too, because they just think
Right.
nobody should have our job. Well, somebody needs to protect people's constitutional
Yeah.
rights and,
Yeah.
you know. So anyway, but I mean, he was lighthearted saying it, but they were just saying how ironic they're always on the same plane every time. And it's really
Oh,
uncomfortable, I'm sure.
interesting.
For both, I'm sure it's uncomfortable for, you know, the defense too. Is
So I have a good question for you here, Denise. So shout out to Top Cat. Top Cat joins us from Australia. But I wonder if you have any thoughts on this. So since you know Denise is a defense attorney, as she just said, right? So Top Cat is saying, hold on, let me pull this up. Sorry, but the prosecution is not going to lie or mislead the victim's family. That doesn't happen. So do you have any insight on that?
Oh yeah, it does. It happens all the
I
time.
I figured,
Yeah.
but you know,
Well, yeah, I don't know, you know, she's from Australia.
yes.
Yeah, maybe they don't do that there. Maybe they're
That would
honest
be
there.
right, right. Yeah. And that would be great, wouldn't it, if that's the case?
Yeah. I've been doing this 20 years, and before that, I was a police officer back in my
Oh, wow.
from 23 to 29 years old, and yeah, they lie a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I personally, I've seen it in many different cases, you know. So that doesn't surprise me, but I appreciate your perspective. And people are saying some awesome things in the chat. So we've got people saying thank you. Just Beth says, Chelsea and Denise, thank you so much for this. Please take your time and tell us everything. DB says, thank you for sharing. We got some other things here as well. Yeah, and Needsum Z says, yes, it happens. In my opinion, it's clearly happening in this case. Yeah, it's tough, man.
On
And
that note, Kristi, this is kind of towards the end when I was talking to her. Um, she was saying that she was trying to say all these things about, I just hope Payne didn't let his ego go to his head and didn't lie and get in too deep with lies. This was before we got to hear any public hearing. She said, I know he was really, you know, good in the Marines, and he has all these accolades, and I really hope he didn't lie. That's what she said before the open hearings. So that's why I say, after she heard what really went down during the hearings, I just can't imagine what they feel. Betrayed. I would be furious myself as a parent.
yeah, yeah, for sure. And Aaron says, how can they truly believe he was peeping at and stalking Maddie when the state themselves said it never happened in court? I feel like their version is Howard's version, honest to God. So as far as the stalking goes, on a different live stream, we talked about this a bit, about how and Denise, I'm sure you can attest to this, right? That like when that happened, when the state said that, like that's one of those things where they could be meaning it like the statutory definition of stalking, which we, by the way, we went over that in a different live stream. We for Idaho, we pulled up the statutes there for first degree and second degree stalking. We went over all that. And so in other words, Santa could have been saying that, knowing that like in, you know, in court, right? People are going to understand that as like a statutory charge, right? But that the public are going to interpret that in like the colloquial way, right? Which is completely different. Like, for example, someone can say like, yeah, I was stalking that so-and-so, and it doesn't, you know, it's completely different than like the statutory, you know what I mean? So yeah, I'm stalking that thing online or whatever it is, you know, you can be joking about it. So, so you have any thoughts on that, Denise?
I have my own opinion is what it is. After listening to them and listening to what I saw today, I do not think the prosecution, as in Bill Thompson or Ashley Jennings, told them a thing. I think all of that came from Ellie. I think
Okay.
they heard something. I don't think Bill Thompson ever said that. I think it was all Ellie. And they first thought, because of the Garrett discovery thing. Have you heard all that with the
Garrett.
so that's all bullshit. Okay. So they first thought that was true, but it wasn't, because those accounts were somebody else made them when they heard his name, and it wasn't even his accounts. So that wasn't true. And so they that's where the media got it, and they heard that, they believed that was true for a while. They believed there was stalking. And then they believed that the phone pings were pinging at the house. They believed that they were touching Kaylee's Wi-Fi because they took her computer. They won't give her phone back. They still haven't given them her phone back, which to me is very weird. And so they believed he was cyber stalking them online, and they believed that he was stalking them in person because of the 12 phone pings.
Okay.
After they found out that the pings never went by the house, they were just on the tower,
Right.
then they put in their heads, okay, he's a hiker. He's a jogger. He's athletic. He likes to go through woods and trails. He likes to go to Wawa Park. So therefore, he's parking away from the house and he must be walking. Nobody ever saw anybody. They never saw him before. They never saw him do any of these things. These are all things they created in their head, or
Yeah.
somebody else put the
Right.
ideas in their
Right.
head.
Right.
And because they're just like we are, they're trying to make the whole thing make sense.
Right. Yep.
And just like, how did they know that the door was not locked? They thought he came during a party and just opened the door and said, hey, just acted like he was a friend of a friend and nobody would have noticed. Nobody ever saw him. Nobody ever saw him do this.
Right.
They're just trying to make it make sense. So they're
Yep.
coming up with the other thing, they said that he saw Maddie's light go off, and then as soon as he saw her light go off, that's when he came in. Now, that's speculation as well. They weren't there. None of us were there to know, because if this car, this to sorry, I don't even think anybody in that car did this. I think somebody walked up to that place. I think it was somebody who knew a lot of more information. Personally, I just don't think a stranger randomly just came and knew where to go. But they did say he went straight to Maddie's room, just came in the door, went straight to her room. So
So yes, Denise Z says the stalking came from the 12 pings. Absolutely. That's where that originated from. When that was early on, right? We learned about the 12 pings. I guess that was when, well, maybe it was
probable cause, yeah.
Yeah, when the PCA came out, right? And I mean, any person, when you hear that, you're going to think, I mean, that's the common sense thing, right? Whether it's stalking in the colloquial term or statutory, you're going to think, oh, why did it ping there 12 times, right? I mean, that like, that's the common sense thing. So you can see where that came in. And then Just Beth is meant talking about the phone records, saying they have phone records that show he was never at the house. So as far as the phone goes, we have an entire live stream that was recent, a few days ago, and it's called Bryan's cell phone, I think is what it's called. But basically, we broke down, you know, all this show as it pertains to the cell phones, and we went through everything as it relates to the towers. We looked at the map of the towers in Moscow and Pullman. We talked about what's the difference between that versus like iPhone location data versus Android location data. We went through the whole thing. And then we used the timeline from the Murdaugh trial as an example of what you can see when you see the different things from the cell phone. For example, pinging off a tower, iPhone location data, steps, backlight coming on, orientation change, battery level, all this stuff, and how you can use that. And in that case, it was a big deal because it was the first time that time of death was ever proved based on cell phone activity. So all that to say this, we don't know. All we know as far as the phone goes, right, is what we've already talked about, the pings, right? And then, you know, it went silent, so to speak, during that, you know, for those couple hours. And we don't know, and we won't learn until trial, if the phone was off, if it was on airplane mode, or maybe neither, right? And it just wasn't off those towers. And again, a great example, Murdaugh trial, in that live stream, we talked about Maggie's phone. So Maggie's phone, okay, so Alex called Maggie after he killed her, right? He called her phone, and the calls went through, and she had missed calls registered to her phone that never even pinged off a tower. So there's a lot of things that can go on with this, right? And just for the record, the only way to make sure that your phone is not going to be logging any information, and including location data and whatever, you got to do 3 things. That's airplane mode, power it off, and take out the SIM card in order to be safe. So there you go.
Exactly. Yeah.
So
I think I was listening to that because I typically go to bed around 10, and you're usually live streaming, so I'll like listen and I'll kind of fall asleep. So I remember hearing some of that. That was really good. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one. And, you know, for any of you guys who are new to, or, you know, I also have really detailed timestamps. It's just what I do. And so if for anyone who's wanting to check that live stream out, you know, or any of the other live streams, because we usually end up referencing them sometimes in, you know, the present live stream. Anyway, there's always really detailed timestamps. And Top Cat here is saying, DoorDash guy may be able to place his car outside the house. So we touched on this earlier, but for anyone who's just now joining us, Denise, can you reiterate what the deal was that you heard about the DoorDash dude and what he saw?
Yes, this is one of the things that made me kind of think, oh my God, maybe he did it, because I had never heard this before, that they were really talking about this a lot, you know, like the DoorDash guy saw him. And I said, really? And she said, yes, he was driving by, he was going to pull in to park, and then he got spooked by the DoorDash driver. And so he went around and did that 3-point turn, and the DoorDash driver caught him on his camera with no license plate, no front license plate. And he said then he came back, I guess, after the DoorDash person left. And they said it was a male, because I've always heard it, well, JLR, I don't know if you know who that is, but he was in the beginning of this case, he was like boots on the ground. JLR investigates. He was saying it was a female DoorDash driver. So
Interesting. I never heard that one.
so I don't know, but they said it was a guy. They said he had a camera on his car that caught him. And then I asked, is he going to testify? Because we don't ever hear about this DoorDash driver anymore. It's like a mystery.
Yeah.
And so they said, well, yes, if he saved the film of the car. So I thought, if, like, don't you know that, I was thinking, don't you know this? Like, wouldn't that be an important thing to know? So I don't honestly know if that's even true. I believe them. I mean, they believed it. But after listening to what we heard today, I would have thought the prosecution would have came in and said, well, the DoorDash driver saw that car and saw it was an Elantra and saw that it didn't have a license plate and saw him try to park there. And, they would have said something to make them not look so horrible today like they looked. So who knows?
So I'm going to pull something up real quick here. Okay, so I'm just going to find this one spot as it pertains to, this is from a presentation I made when I was covering Murdaugh, but this is I had this ready because I used it recently on that other cell phone live stream I was just referencing. I'm just going to find the part that talks about how they cannot prove forensically, like, digital forensics. They actually cannot prove that a phone was powered off. What do I mean by that? You know how there's events that are logged on the phone, like Celebrate, right? So Celebrate logs, these different events. It does not log an event for powering off. It also does not log an event for being put on airplane mode or locking the orientation change. So I'm going to find this part here in the testimony where we hear about a couple things here as it pertains to the cell phones. It'll just be just a little clip here, but this is some good information as we're talking about the cell phone. So here we go.
Airplane mode, when you set your phone to that, you will not be able to receive any Wi-Fi connectivity or cell phone connectivity from the cell towers.
Why is this, in this particular call, why is it in Greenwich Mean Time?
Because this call connected to Verizon, but the call was not answered on the cellular connection and routed to voicemail.
Okay. So because this call was not picked up, the call was routed to Verizon server, right?
That is correct.
And
Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead a bit. They're talking about what I was just referencing, where the calls the calls go through. There's missed calls, right? But as it says on the screen here, right? But that it never pinged off a tower, but it's on the Verizon records and it's on the phone and didn't ping off a tower. So there's that, guys, right? Okay, but let me go ahead a little bit and get to the part about the powering off. I think it's
Verizon did not record a particular.
here. This trial, by the way, you learn, it's like a master class on how all the stuff with the cell
That
phone.
means the 1227 number
Let me go forward a little bit.
dominated.
Okay. And so that call was not in fact completed, correct?
It was forwarded to voicemail.
Okay. All right. And after that 9:04 p.m.
So this is important. So one of the ways, again, because of the fact that the phones don't log those events, again, being put on airplane mode or being powered off, the way that you have to figure out what if anything happened to the phone, was it on airplane mode? Was it powered off? How do you tell? You can, the way that they figure this out is based on other things, right? So think about that as it pertains to trials, because now there's room for reasonable doubt potentially, right? Versus like an actual, a piece of information. Yes, here's this logged event. So let me back that up so you can see what was on the screen there about airplane mode. Hold on. Oh, the spinning wheel. So I think what it said was that one of the ways you can tell it's on airplane mode versus powered off is because if somebody calls, it's forwarded to voicemail. But remember, that's if somebody calls, right?
And
Okay.
Mobile terminated.
okay. And so that call was not in fact completed, correct?
It was forwarded to voicemail.
Okay.
Right there. That's what I would say. Calls may be forwarded to voicemail if the phone is on airplane mode. Okay. Right. So.
All right. And after that 9:04 p.m. phone call, we see multiple more calls to Maggie's phone, correct? Or correct?
That is correct.
All right. And are any of those calls answered according to the records that Verizon keeps?
They are not.
And that's the number associated with Alex Murdaugh's phone, correct?
That is correct.
And so we see, if we look over In column I, J, and K, we do have cell tower information for the outgoing call from Alex's phone, correct?
That is correct.
So isn't
We
that
see a
wild?
number of other calls.
Isn't that
Yeah.
wild that Alex's phone is pinging off the towers, but Maggie's isn't? You know,
Starting at about 9:04 p.m. And onward over the next hour or two of calls made from the 1227 account, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
okay, now this is the part about the powering off, if memory serves.
So at 9:06:12, the orientation change starts, correct?
Yes, sir.
At 9:06:14, there's an incoming call from Alex, correct?
Yes, sir.
And after that point, you do not see any more orientation changes, correct?
Correct.
And then we see at line 4461, another incoming call, correct?
Yes, sir. That was at 9:06:51 p.m. And that was from 1-803-942-1227 PA.
And that's Alex's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, wait. So this is now getting into a whole different segment. So, okay, well, I thought it was somewhere in here. Anyway, oh wait, hold on. Maybe. Well, okay, it's in there somewhere about the powering off, but hopefully that was at least somewhat helpful for you. I mean, the part that's fascinating in and of itself, right, is the part about the pinging off of the cell towers, right? Like, what do you make of that, Denise?
Well, okay. So I just did a attempted murder trial last year, and I live in a very heavily populated area. So you could see our guy like a
Very
perfect,
different. Yes.
but in the Murdaugh case
Yes.
and Idaho,
Yes.
Idaho has 2 towers in the
Yes.
entire Moscow. 2.
That's why I used Murdaugh when we were talking about this, for that exact reason, because we actually we put Moscow and Colleton County side by side and like looked at how like they basically have the exact same number of towers per like square miles or whatever. And so it's a great case, it's a great comparison. And what you're saying is so true, right? If you're in a densely populated area with more towers, it's completely different. So that's where, this is a good case comparison there. So yeah.
So in Murdaugh was, they were very similar to Moscow, or
Yeah.
probably even less populated. So you can't tell anything. There's like what, a 27-mile radius it could ping
Yep.
if another tower. I mean, I really think he did go down to the Wawawi Park, and he was, he was off of the tower, because if he wasn't using the phone too, nobody was calling, why would it be pinging? Because they
Right.
saw it, and then they lied about 7 whole minutes. 7 minutes is a long time. He could be, in Pullman and then down in the mountains, and it looks like he's not getting service because he's not getting service, not
Well,
because he's committing murder.
yeah, and did I just close out of it? So the thing is that this is what I was saying on that cell phone live stream, but that the cell towers really is pretty much useless in a situation, even in a, like we ranked them, right? Like even in a densely populated area, I think I had 4 categories, and it was like of ways to figure out where someone is based on their cell phone. And the cell towers was at the bottom, number 4. Number 3 was GPS. So for example, like if you've got a car with GPS or whatever, right? And then number 2, most reliable and most accurate and most specific would be the Android phone location data. And then number 1 is iPhone location data. And so we went through examples of that, looking at iPhone location data is far and away the most. So what's really interesting is we don't know still somehow if Bryan Kohberger had an Android or an iPhone, which blows my mind. That's what spurred on that entire live stream, because that dawned on me. I was like, how do we not know that? But it's so funny because it's almost like a red herring, right? All the talk about the cell phone pings, the cell phone tower pings, when really that doesn't, like, what's going to matter is the location data, right?
Right.
And so you have any thoughts on that, Denise?
No, I agree with you 100%. And I really thought today was interesting with Ashley Jennings. She just pretty much submitted that, well, even if it's wrong, who cares? You know,
Right.
she had nothing to change or correct or reply or respond or, impeach that. She was just had nothing she could really say. She was trying to, her demeanor really bothered me. She was
Me
very,
too, man. Me too. It was odd.
very, and I was just like, I don't know.
Did she come across as kind of like condescending and like, but in an aloof way to anybody?
Extremely, yes.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
I thought there were some moments there I was like, what is going on? It seemed very different than all the other hearings. In fact, if I didn't know who she was, I would not have been, I've been like, who's talking? Like, it was very odd. So yeah, and by the way,
Just
I thought his outfit was his best outfit today. What did you, I mean, it was a completely different look for Santa. With the like the different color suit, I was like, Santa pulled out his best attire for today.
yeah. Oh, the one thing, just off topic, but back onto the G family, they were really taking note of JJJ retiring and getting the heck out of this case. Like they thought that was kind of interesting. And was it Fry? All these people retiring.
Right.
They were really, really upset about the house being torn down. They are so upset
Oh,
about that.
well, yeah. Join the club.
Yeah, just still, and then they don't have any love lost for the University of Idaho, the way they handled everything.
So I'm just showing, so because Nisam Z said she didn't notice his outfit. So I just was, so now you guys can see his, I'm sure everybody's sick at looking at that screen that says it'll start shortly. So anyways, a change of scenery, but yeah, so it's a different kind of outfit for him there. So, and yeah, and one of the other funny things, I could put this in the Discord, but Mowery, I noticed as you watch Mowery, I was like, oh my God, if I didn't know any better, I would think it's Lolly. There's a way that they sit and slump, and also like they look very similar, but also there's like just a similar vibe. I thought it was really, really interesting. Okay, so there he's walking in. So yeah, and so Top Cat saying cell phone tower ping's not useless. You add it to other evidence, not isolation. So yeah, I mean, I'm not saying they're useless. I think that, why are we talking about cell phone pings? Well, that's one of the first things you're going to look at when you're looking for probable cause, right? So in other words, while that might, and of course that's what we're talking about now. But in terms of like, because we're all trying to, again, figure out what happened. Like Denise was saying, everyone's trying to figure out what happened. And so I was just making a distinction that it's going to be really impossible until trial, because all we're going to have until trial is the cell phone pings. At trial, I mean, I would expect them to present more with the phone. I mean, what would you think, Denise? Like, could you fathom, like, what would be the situation where it's like, we don't have anything else? I mean, we know they have the 2 terabytes or whatever, but like, I don't know, like, what if they're like, yeah, we don't have location data? I mean, what would you say about that?
I would say if they had it, they would have said something today about that.
Okay.
I don't think they have a case. I think they have the DNA and that's it. I mean, that's what it's looking like. I think I don't know. Honestly, touch transfer DNA, I don't know. It could have been, there's a million different ways it could have been on that thing, or it could not even have been his for all we know. We have no idea because everything's thrown in the trash. There's no work to show. It's just,
I tried to make a little joke here, thrown in the trash or taken out of the trash, right? Sorry.
Probably, like, who
Like
knows,
dad trash,
It's very, very, very suspect. And what pissed me off so much, this judge kept saying, well, you got probable cause, you got his DNA, you got his DNA, you got his DNA. That's all you need. That's very strong. It's on a
Right.
murder weapon sheath, quadruple homicide, blah, blah, blah. It is transfer DNA, and it's a portable thing that could be
Right.
carried in and put there. If that is all they have and they have no connection, they have his car going in a different direction. They have no car, nobody's seeing him in there. Now, even Dylan's bushy eyebrow story, all this is bullshit too. They have, what do they have? Tell me what they have. Like, what do they have?
And again, Denise, as a defense attorney, this is I'd love for you to address this question. So, or well, comment, but there was no reason to show all their evidence today. So I guess that's sort of in response to the fact that if they had location data, like I was referencing, that they would have referenced that. So, so what do you think? Do you
I
think
think
they
they're
have it and they just chose not to
fighting
mention it,
for
or?
their life to have a case to salvage, and they would have put anything out there. Like we've heard, I think the Drunk Turkey show said, oh, there's probably fingerprints. Oh, there's probably DNA. There's probably this. There's probably that. There's probably all this stuff. Pretty much what Anne is saying is they haven't found anything. They haven't, they took his car apart. Nothing. They have these cell phone pings, but they never showed him at the house. He could have been shopping, he goes there. And she said again, he's never been at that house in his life.
That's a good point, because that would have been the time to rebut that, right? If you're the state, by saying, no, wait, we can prove, like, for example, if they had location data, whether it's iPhone or Android, because we still don't know, if they had location data, that location data, as we learned in Murdaugh, puts you within 6 feet. Okay. Like, so it's a GPS, it's a latitude and longitude coordinate. Literally where that coordinate is, 6 feet. That's your radius. So it would strain credulity. Like, let's say that you've got a coordinate at the house. It's like you would have to try to make an argument outside the front door versus inside the front door, basically, right? You've got a 6 foot radius. So that would have been maybe the opportunity to present that. Is that what you think, Denise, as well?
Definitely. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So okay. So, one thing I wanted to pull up here too, just really quickly, because this pissed me off so much, and we talked about it last night, was, and Denise, by the way, you have been so gracious with your time. You feel free to leave whenever you need to. You're welcome to stay as long as you can. I know you're probably exhausted. I just wanted to say you're welcome to stay or leave whenever. Don't feel like I don't want you to feel like I'm keeping you here, because, you've been incredibly gracious with your time, and this has been an amazing insight. I can't thank you enough.
Oh, thank you. Well, I'm going to listen to you now, but I'll be here just in case.
Okay.
I'll let you know.
You've got the link. You've got the link. So you're welcome to just pop back in whenever. If we start watching the hearing and you're like, oh, I have something, to wait, you're welcome to just pop back in. It'll let you do that. So yeah.
Cool.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right. Well, I'm going to pop off and then I might pop back in.
All right. Thanks again. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it.
Okay. Bye. So, you guys, how amazing was that, right? Just can't even say thank you enough to Denise. Squirrel boots on the ground. Okay. So this is because Judge Hippler, like the whole thing from yesterday, right? Where it was like, about closing it and sealing thing, and because of the jury pool, right? And he made such a fuss about, the defense wanted to change venue because of tainting the jury pool. I thought to myself, you know what? The motion to change venue was granted for a lot of reasons, not just that. So I just wanted to, just because I just can't stand that he ignored those things, right? And tried to just make it seem. So I just wanted to just quickly go through literally just the bullet points of the other reasons, just really quick. So let's see here. So that's the prejudice, that's the jury, right? So we're looking for but there were all these other things. So, convenience of the parties and witnesses, right? That was another consideration. Right here, for example, the Latah County Sheriff's Office, which is currently fully staffed, simply lacks the number of officers needed to provide security for the whole trial. So this was a whole thing, right? They just didn't have the manpower. And then the other thing too, I'm sure it's in here, but it's further down, but like the court reporters, right? It's like, we just don't have the ability, like the staffing level, right? So like that was the whole thing. It was basically like saying it's literally impossible for us to have this trial here. Like jury or no jury, tainting or no tainting, we can't do this here, basically. Yeah, right here, right? So thus, while our local law enforcement is ready and willing to do what they need to do to ensure a safe trial, there are not enough officers to ensure the safety of the parties, witnesses, victims, families, jurors, and community for a 3-month period. And then here we go. Lake Tahoe County does not have enough court clerks to officially manage the jury selection process. Lake Tahoe County has only one clerk familiar with the process. I mean, so they just, there it is, right? They just do not have, this is the reality is we do not have enough individuals to perform the task of jury selection effectively and efficiently. And then the space, the courthouse lacks the space needed by both the state and the defense. And then again, with the court security, day-to-day operations of the courthouse. So yeah, I just wanted to point all those other things out. It wasn't just because, the defense was like the public and the jury and whatever, right? It's like there were all these other reasons to change it. Okay, that's all I wanted to show with that. So now here, let me show you guys what we're going to do for this hearing. So I'm going to have to just unshare, reshare real quick because I want to show you what I've got for this document here. Okay. So this is what we're going to do. DB, thank you for this suggestion. DB put in the Discord, I wish I had a list. I was like, I got you. So we're going to do this list. So what we're going to do is, you see, I've got it ready to go with the bullet point. So we're going to do it by the day, right? So starting with the 23rd. And what I'm going to put here is everything new that we are learning, because there's a lot. So everything that is just new. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go back and we're going to highlight, and we might need to do more than one category. If so, we'll do like a color, we'll do like a color coding system thing, right? But the first thing I thought of is after we put down everything that is new, we're going to go through and we're going to highlight everything that pertains to Franks, because there's a lot of new information. Some of it was interesting, fascinating, important, but maybe not necessarily as it pertains to the standard for Franks. So as it pertains to that, of course, I have the holding here, so we can refer to the holding as we go through and assess it. That of all this new information, some of it again is important, but that may not be as it pertains to the Franks hearing. So then we're going to go through and we're going to highlight it. And so we're going to do this for both days. And then what I will do is I can post this in the Discord for anyone that wants to be able to download it or refer to it or reference it. I've been meaning, I forget to sometimes that I've got a tab there for documents, and I was utilizing it for a while, and then I think I just kind of forgot about it. But anyway, so any exhibits or documents and stuff like that, I can put there for anyone that wants to have it. So that's what we're going to do as we go through this hearing. So now, with that, let me see here. We're going to get into the hearing. And, it's interesting because you guys, we've talked a lot about, I'll have to just unshare, reshare. We've talked a lot about, my thoughts on the IGG, right? And like the two potential issues, the one being that, law enforcement backdoored it, right? And the other being potentially a direct match. And what's really interesting, and see, I'm going to be working this through out loud with you guys as we go through this hearing, because if it wasn't a direct match, I don't know. I'm going to have to rethink. I don't know what else could explain how the timeline, right? There wasn't time to build a family tree, and the FBI in Idaho at the time did not build out family trees. That's why they use Othram, but Othram was told to stop. So, I mean, the only thing I can think of is that if it wasn't a direct match, it must have been something like an immediate relative, right? Like a sister, or maybe even his dad, a family, like to where it's that would still be pretty much enough, right? Like, what's the next best thing to a direct match? But everything, if that's the case, everything that we've talked about would still be the case in terms of, like, last night I gave the analogy of the Christmas present analogy, but like you're actually fucking yourself, basically. Like, you think you got lucky, but like all that would still apply in my mind if it was a family member and they opted out. Now, and we'll talk more about it. I'm kind of getting ahead of myself, but yes. So Erin keeps saying she's going to bed and then doesn't go to bed. That's hilarious. Okay. So now let's get going on this, and I'll put on the things.
Are we ready to go live? All right, go ahead.
We're ready. We've been ready. We're born ready. Applause.
Let me know when we're ready, Sandra. All right. We are back on the record in State B Kohberger CR 0124316665. We are now, I believe, streaming for the record. The defendant is present together with counsel, Ms. Taylor and Ms. Massoff. The state is present and represented by Mr. Thompson, Mr. Nye, and Ms. Jennings. We are now going to hear argument from the parties on the Frank's motions filed by the defense. That will include the Frank's hearing that was held on the IGG issue, as well as the defense's proffer as to the rest of the Frank's issues as to why the court should hold a hearing on those matters. We're holding an evidentiary hearing on those matters. Am I missing something we talked about?
Your Honor, I may have missed it, but I thought we were offering argument on suppression IGG.
Well, the suppression IGG, we can also argue that. I think it's wrapped up in the same issue. I thought we were going to Frank's next.
This floored me. I was like, this is how we're starting. This is how we're starting. You guys.
Did not. I apologize.
How the fuck? Like, what? What are we doing?
No preference over here, Your Honor.
Well, do you want to argue suppression on IGG and then we can do the Franks? That's fine.
I would need 5 minutes to get my Frank's items ready.
Let's do argument on the suppression of the IGG related matters, and then we can then hear the Frank stuff. That's fine. If that's what you're prepared to argue.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, our position is that the court should suppress the IGG identification and everything that flows from that. This is supported by 4th Amendment of the United States Constitution, due process, Article 1, Section 17 of the Idaho Constitution.
Y'all look at, so do you guys see what I mean? So Mowery, can you see my mouse is right here? I mean, there's a lolly vibe, right?
Your Honor, there was no warrant for several phases of the search that led to the IGG work, investigative genetic genealogy. And we think every single one of those stages, a warrant was required, none was given, and so this must be suppressed. Your Honor, I'd like to identify the 3 stages, and they are when Idaho State Police Forensics Lab, through Moscow Police Department, moved a DNA sample to Othram Laboratories to develop a profile to run through genetic genealogy investigations. There was no warrant for that search for a SNP profile that could be used to attempt to identify somebody. The next stage would be when that was transferred to the FBI for their forensic investigative genetic genealogy work to try to identify somebody. No warrant was in place for that work either. Finally, there was a trash pull in Pennsylvania, and there was no warrant for that trash pull either. All 3 of those stages of this case, there should have been a warrant and there wasn't, and this must be suppressed. Your Honor, for the purposes of the 4th Amendment protections and Article 1, Section 17 of the Idaho Constitution, we are looking to see if somebody has a privacy interest that society is ready to support. In this case, if society is not ready to support suppression of every bit of our DNA when the government does not have a warrant and searches it, there is no privacy right left.
Do you have any cases that hold that?
I do not have any cases that hold that, nor do I have any to the contrary that say that's not the case.
And we know that that's not surprising, right? Because this is the case of first impression. This is a new territory. As we know, there is no precedent. My thought from the get-go, as you guys have heard me say, is that this is going to end up, if he gets convicted, right? This could be a potentially, moving on up to the Supreme Court, because this needs to happen, right? It's a matter of time. I'm sure Denise would echo that. This is a huge deal. And it's what do they keep calling it? The Wild West or whatever. So whether it's this case or another case, but again, if he gets convicted, I think this might be the one. So yeah.
Your Honor, this is a situation where this identification was done in complete secret behind closed doors, and it's been continued to be a secret. And that should raise red flags for Your Honor about privacy interests that are at stake. The court can see from the various affidavits in this case that there's a lot of things done that don't say how Mr. Kohberger was identified. And the reason for that is because nobody wanted to talk about what happened here with the genetic genealogy. That search was done by making a profile in Othram lab. That search did not lead anywhere. The FBI took over the search, and from there they did things that we have no idea what it is.
This is okay. That I was like, this is when I'm like, my brain exploded so many times today. And that was one of the times, because that search did not lead anywhere. Now, what's interesting is, remember, in all of the documents that we've covered, what we have from the state is that they said that the private lab, Othram, right, started to develop a family tree. And then there was a footnote that said there was a partial family tree. And then the FBI took over, right? And then the FBI doesn't save any of their work. But the thing that's interesting is this. There's nothing from the FBI, right? If Othram, they did their, their search led nowhere, then what even is the IGG discovery? Like, what discovery is there? It sounds like there's literally no discovery, right? Like, and then you've got Judge Hippler saying that he hadn't reviewed the IGG. I mean, he doesn't know what the IGG evidence is. It's just, what is, like, to say that the search led nowhere? Like, that's even, like, my thought was maybe they got one name and maybe it was a direct match to Bryan Kohberger type thing, right? But the search leading nowhere, it's like they got no names. This is why I'm just confused. Let's listen again.
Genetic genealogy. That search was done by making a profile in Othram lab. That search did not lead anywhere.
What does that mean? Help, you guys, help me. What does that mean? I mean, because normally what you get is a lot of names, right? Because part of the challenge is then whittling it down to build the family tree, right? So is it like they put it in and it was blank? Yeah. So Denise saying, I kind of wish Masseth did this instead. She's so articulate. I love Ann Taylor. However, she was. Yeah. I also agree. I also love Ann, and this was not maybe her best day. And I wonder kind of what went on, in the part this morning, right? That was closed, if maybe she was rattled, or I mean, I don't know. We just don't know. Or maybe she's just exhausted, which would be totally fair. But you guys, what the fuck though? It didn't lead. I don't even know. Oh, you're saying it didn't lead anywhere because they only accessed the legit. Okay. It didn't lead any. Okay. I see. It didn't lead anywhere because they were only using, wait, hold on. No, because Othram would be able to. Oh, so Othram would be only able to, okay. Othram would be only able to use the databases where people had opted in, right? Because it's still a law enforcement, it's on the behalf of law enforcement. So it all still works out, right? So like works out in terms of what I would, right? Because then the FBI takes over and then they're willing to break the rules, right? Okay, right. Thank you. So, we did learn that. I'm still just trying to figure out, because the languaging, right? So thank you for pointing that out. Oh, it's so funny. You said unreal. I went ahead and swapped that with illegal in my brain anyway. Okay, yeah, my heritage, and that's funny. My heritage is where I had sent my DNA. Okay. So it didn't lead anywhere because they looked at the databases with people who were opted in. Okay. All right. Brain is salvaging itself now. Good.
FBI took over the search. And from there, they did things that we have no idea what it is. That entire segment of this case is secret. We have been through several motions to compel to try to get information.
Of course it is.
And we've gotten very, very little information. The court should know that we learned today about policies and procedures of Othram that we have not been able to take a look at. Those have not been produced. In fact, we've been told they don't exist.
So
we learned about
okay, hold on.
About policies and procedures of Othram that we have not been able to take a look at. Those have not been produced. In fact, we've been told they don't exist.
I mean, this.
We learned about.
Still begs the question, though, what is the IGG discovery? You know, I mean, if nothing exists.
Investigative work that was done after Othram had done the work that they could do and before the FBI took over, that we learned about for the first time this week. Not through the motion to compel process. This was a giant secret. When we get to the FBI, we don't know who did the work. You heard that any of that information is redacted. We don't know who did the work. It's a giant secret. We know that by the time the FBI gets involved, the profile, the text file, that's a snip to use to try to identify somebody is more than twice as big when it gets to the FBI from Othram. We don't know how. We don't have any notes. We don't know who did any of the work. We don't have any lab protocols. We don't have any quality assurances.
Again, so I ask again, what is the IGG discovery? Like, this is just bizarre to me, right?
It's not reliable.
You're not asserting that Mr. Kohberger's DNA sample was uploaded into any of those databases, that his was, like, for example, his own DNA was one that was matched from the crime scene.
Okay, when I heard this, I fell over because he interrupts her to say this, and it's not even what she's like. Okay, here's why I thought this was interesting, because she's talking about the policies and procedures, and they don't have information, blah, blah. This is like not on topic of what she's saying, right? He interrupts to ask this question, which to me means this is like me looking at all this information, being like, this is what I think this looks like. He must have came to the same conclusion, and that's why he's asking this question. Now, as I was falling over hearing this, I thought to myself, you know what? This is the interesting position, because since they don't have any of this discovery, there's no discovery, right? There's nothing to turn over. This is a shitty. I wonder what you think about this, Denise, because in other words, she would be in a position where she would have to say, no, we are not asserting that, because they would need evidence, right? This is the problem. They would need evidence that happened, as in the search result, and then it showed his name. But you know what they don't have is they don't have any of the whatever went on, right? Because there's no discovery. So it's a shitty thing to say, because she technically, and this is what I'm thinking at this juncture, right? When I was watching, like she can't say that, right? But now she's going to, and by saying, I can't assert that, it sounds like that didn't happen. Now, I know that this gets talked about more later, but this is just my thought process when I was hearing it. So.
Not asking whether the crime scene DNA was uploaded, but whether he had, as a, for example, customer of one of these companies, uploaded his DNA.
Well, Your Honor, I don't have the jed.com file. I don't have.
You're not asserting that fact, correct?
You guys see why I said that? Because this, you see, she's like, I don't have the files. And he's like, but you're not asserting it. You see what I mean? Because she just,
Your Honor, I'm not sure what the court is asking me.
Well, it goes to whether or not your client has standing to complain about the searches of the databases, because as the state has posited, that wasn't his DNA that was searched. At best, it was his ancestors.
Well,
Your Honor, I am not sure why we're here if the state hasn't alleged that Bryan Kohberger's DNA was on the knife.
No, I'm not talking about the knife sheath DNA. I'm talking about what they tried to match it to.
And see, that part was annoying to me, because she knows that. She knows that. That was not a good response from her.
Your Honor, I would answer it this way. The way that those databases work is looking for shared DNA. Those databases don't churn out a name and say this is your suspect.
I have a privacy interest against any of my relatives that might want to upload their DNA to one of those systems, I should be able to stop them from doing that because I share some DNA with them.
That is certainly not what I'm saying. What I am saying, Your Honor, is if somebody takes your DNA and uploads it, I think you have a privacy interest in your own DNA.
But not necessarily in, let's say my DNA is taken lawfully.
Wait. So hold on. Let's listen to that part again. Or we can watch the spinny wheel, either one or the other. You know, it's all good. It's all good. Spinny wheel, spinny wheel.
Your DNA and uploads it, I think you have a privacy interest in your own DNA.
That's the part I wanted to hear, but it didn't go back far enough.
Your Honor, is if somebody takes your DNA and uploads it, I think you have a privacy interest in your own DNA.
Okay.
Not necessarily in, let's say my DNA is taken lawfully. What privacy interest do I have in the search of the DNA of others?
That's a
This is such a really, the whole part about the standing is what makes this really, really, really interesting. There's a lot of layers here, right? And again, I agree, of course, with Denise saying it's going to end up in the Supreme Court. Like, you know, there's the whole thing about the standing, right? And that's something that has been a discussion prior to this case, right, as it pertains to IGG. But then you have an additional element, which is the whole thing about the backdooring, right? What does that mean? And there's an overlap there with the standing, but like, and there's other layers too, but just those are the two that have kind of already come up a little bit here. So
loaded question.
Why is it a loaded question? Isn't it a factual question?
Well, it is, Judge, but you're assuming that the DNA was taken lawfully, and our position.
I agree that part is an assumption. In my hypothetical, I said my DNA was taken lawfully. Why would I have standing to object to the search of other people's DNA simply because I might share some genetic information with them because they are distantly related to me?
Well, Your Honor, our position is that this work was not done lawfully, that it was unlawful, that there needed to be a warrant, that this was done outside of a warrant. And I'm not asserting on behalf of anybody else in this, in any relative.
here's why she's saying that. This is important. So the thing is this, that when the whole deal, we talked about this, and I actually talked, I know you were there for this part of that live stream from whenever it was, like the that, because I think it was actually a question that you had, like that if they, in order to search legally, right, the databases where people have opted out, they need a warrant. And so let me pull this up. I had it ready to go. I have it ready to go. I'm just going to have to unshare, reshare. Okay. So here's the thing. Okay. Zoom in. So this is from the Journal of Law and the Biosciences. We went through this entire article on a live stream and recently. But anyway, but this part, I had it ready as it pertains to this, right? As far as the deal with when would warrants be used, right? When would warrants be used? Okay. The only known warrants that have thus far been submitted to genetic genealogy databases requested either the identity of a relative match or permission to participate in the entire database and obtain the name, pseudonym, or contact information associated with the match's account, effectively overriding the consent preferences of participants who opted out of law enforcement matching. So the reason she's saying that her position is that they needed a warrant is because they accessed these databases of people that opted out. So that's true. That like we're seeing that like that is true. The difficulty is where the standing comes in, right? But having said that, though, I mean, I don't know. Okay, so while it's unclear that how law enforcement conducting IGG might use warrants in the future, it is unlikely that such requests will encompass S&P profiles. That is because the information that is useful to law enforcement conducting IGG is the estimated genetic relatedness of participants to the offender and contact information of close matches, not any participant's S&P profile. So, in other words, they're not trying to actually obtain their DNA or whatever. So, okay, let me see what you guys are saying. So Denise saying her point in all of this is that they did some legal searches without warrants. Then they did more searches which were illegal without warrants. Correct. Yes, that's correct. So, but yeah, but you guys see like this, I'm going to read it one more time. Okay. You need a warrant, right? The only known warrants that have thus far been, so yes, you don't need a warrant, right? If you, getting DNA from a crime scene is fair game. Going and doing IGG on these databases where people have opted in, fair game. Where you need the warrant, though, according to this, the Journal of Law and the Biosciences, right? This was a great article. Where you need the warrant, though, is if you are overriding the consent preferences, people who opted out, okay? Backdooring that shit. So, that's what this is. So, okay, so now let me pull back. Oh, by the way, I had another thing ready to go. Let me pull this back up. This was interesting as well. So we watched this tiny clip the other night, but it's just 2 seconds. We're just gonna watch it one more time because this was really interesting. And I just want you guys to hear this part real quick. So, and my position had been that if they had backdoored it, I was thinking like, this is going to be a problem. In my mind, I'm thinking Supreme Court. But I was surprised then to hear this, which we're going to watch here now. So.
In this case, where we have the defense success, like miles away, understand that your network has successfully projected over the years.
Oh, wait, hold on. It's not at the right spot. Hold on. Let me go. It's somewhere in here. Hold on. Give me a second.
The IGG evidence and excluding that in terms of the data, really it's just one issue. If the
can't connect, which
tie in, I think the prosecution trial with these out one day.
The impact here, John, potentially, if the defense is right in their assertion that the data that they accessed, they're not entitled to access. They somehow.
Well, I agree with David. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, if they were able to access something that they weren't supposed to access, so what's the impact of that? Is there an impact on this case?
Well, the impact is that evidence, if they used an inappropriate or were inappropriate in accessing a website, the evidence is excluded. I agree with David. This is
there. The evidence is excluded. That's what John Pryor said, point blank. And for anyone who doesn't know, he's an Idaho defense attorney. He was Chad Daybell's defense attorney, but Idaho defense attorney. So he flat out said it would be excluded. So in other words, why did I want to bring that up? Because I wanted to show you what it said in the Journal of Law and Biosciences as it pertains to needing a warrant. And then I wanted to show you what John Pryor said just the other day. So there we go.
Anybody who might have been named or not named. This is about an identification process. It needed to be a lawful process. It wasn't a lawful process. It was in violation of Mr. Kohberger's rights. I don't know how he cannot.
How was it in violation of his rights?
Excuse me?
How was it in violation of his rights?
Well, Your Honor, he's been in custody.
You're saying that I understand your position, which frankly is not well supported in the law, that if hypothetically here, he went to this crime scene, committed these murders and left DNA on a piece of evidence, that he now has the ability to object to that evidence being searched for identification purposes. There's no case that suggests that.
This is where it gets really interesting. So violating terms of service does not equal constitutionality, violating a person's right to privacy. So while that might be true, that doesn't mean that that's exactly an accurate, in my opinion, description of what is going on here. Again, because of what we just looked at, right? Where you need a warrant, okay? If it's opted out. So let me just say this. So this whole thing about the standing, right? And we learned, I guess the thing is that, again, I just want to reiterate, I still think it's challenging because there isn't any discovery. Like, they don't have the work. They don't have anything from Othram. They don't have anything from the FBI. So I still feel like it's kind of difficult to say what name they got. But again, my thought was it was either Bryan Kohberger's name or now maybe potentially an immediate relative. But because of the timeline, there was no freaking family. We know there was no family tree built, right? So, but the difference would be, let's just take, for example, if it had been a direct match to Bryan Kohberger versus let's just say that it was a match to Bryan's sister. It would be, I in my mind, as it stands right now, that would be different. Because if it was a direct match to Bryan, right, then that completely changes this whole thing as it pertains to standing, because now he has standing. The reason why this is being discussed is because matching something to a relative, the relative would have standing, but they're not going to have any grounds, right? But but if anyone would have standing, it would be them. So hopefully that makes sense, right? If it matches to a relative, then that's the person who would have the standing. But if it was a direct match to Bryan, then this would be a no-brainer. Like that. Now, having said that, I still fully believe that all that went on here, again, as it stands right now, there's not case law. That's why this is such a huge shit show, if you will, for lack of a better term. But it's going to be created, and we're watching it happen in real time. You know what I mean?
That concludes that. And it seems to me to be an extreme position to take in light of the case law, and I'm trying to understand how you get there.
Well, I think Your Honor is asking me about things that I anticipated the state would argue, their abandonment theory. And I would remind the court that the Ross case said that abandonment is a knowing intentional leaving of something, for one thing. For the other thing, I think that the court is asking me to take a position where it feels
By the way, for anyone that missed it, to my knowledge, no one else noticed this. I don't know, or at least not on YouTube, but I don't know that anyone read, we read it, right? We read it last night. The state's objection to the motion to unseal. Santa flat out says that they might use the IGG at trial. I died. I mean, I just literally, he says it's because he's trying to make the argument to keep it sealed. And it's really funny because they're arguing both sides. It's like, oh, well, we shouldn't have to turn, initially, right? We shouldn't have to turn it over because we're not going to use it at trial. And well, now that they've had to turn, they were told to turn it over, but apparently there's nothing to turn over because they don't have anything. And anyway, but now he's saying, now that they want to have things unsealed, he's saying we might be using it at trial. So
it's like burden shifting to me.
No, I'm trying to understand the legal argument and how this is different from example from latent fingerprints.
Well, Your Honor, I think that things like latent fingerprints and like CODIS, there's statutes about CODIS in Idaho, about what's allowed in CODIS. This is a different search. This isn't an STR search. That's what happens in CODIS. This is a different search.
So I'm going now to, the constitutionality of using the DNA that was allegedly on the knife sheath. And because I understand your argument is twofold.
What's funny too? Did anyone notice that where this camera is, it looks like Miss Massoff is grinning really big the entire time. And I'm like, there's no way that's humanly possible. It's got to be the camera angle. But did anyone else notice that?
Your client complains that
and I hated that, the complaints. This is what he said this entire hearing. It just makes my skin crawl. I've never heard that from a judge ever. Denise, have you ever heard that from a judge? Your client complains? What? Try alleges, or there's a bunch of other words you could use. Good complains.
A search was done of databases of other people to determine whether or not any of them might be related to the person who left the DNA on the knife sheath. That's thing one. Thing two is an objection to the law enforcement searching the DNA by testing it and getting a profile from the knife sheath without a warrant. My question goes to that latter point. Understanding the basis for that, because I can't find any case law that would support that idea. That somehow a warrant would be needed for DNA left at a crime scene.
Well, I think in our briefing, Your Honor, that we cited the court to some cases.
I did, I think, one concurring opinion in a case that held otherwise.
Your Honor, I was going to talk to the court about third-party data, and I was going to talk to the court about the Davis case that talked about something that the police lawfully had and a subsequent.
Oh, hi, Denise. I didn't even know there was such a thing as private chat. Oh, Denise has something to say. Great. Wonderful. Let's hear what you have to say. Are you there? Oh, you know what? It's probably because there's two of you. But guys, Denise is popping back, which is awesome. But see, it's showing to me that there's two Denises here. So I wonder, Denise, did you open up two tabs or something? And I wonder if that's why I can't hear you. There we go. Oh, she's gonna jump back in. Jump back in. Yeah, I'll just put this in the chat. You know, it's sort of like the unshare reshare, right? It's like jump out, jump back in. Do the hokey pokey and you, whatever the rest of the song is. Okay, I'll keep playing it. And when she pops back in, we'll pause it again.
Test, the Skinner case, when there's something that's lawfully held, but there's a subsequent test. So those are the things that I want to talk about. Our first point is it was an illegal search.
Wait. Okay, Denise?
Hello?
Yay! Denise is back. Wonderful.
Okay, this part really, really, really pisses me off. First of all, fingerprints, you're fucking there. A DNA that's blood, semen, hair, even, you might pretty much be there. But transferred DNA, oh my God, have you looked at the studies on transferred DNA? It doesn't mean you're there. So it is not the same as fingerprints.
For sure. And actually, you know, I was thinking about this. I meant to bring this up earlier, but we had so many things to talk about. I was thinking about this as it pertains to the knife sheath the other day. It was like as like a thought exercise, like you know, because this is like what I do, I'm scrolling, like as a thought exercise, right? I was thinking this through and I was like thinking, what would be the situation, right? Like what circumstances could lead to it being somebody else's knife sheath, right? Or like somebody else had the knife sheath and put it there and it had his DNA, right? And I was like trying to think it through logically. And I thought, you know, I guess, again, this is just like as a thought exercise, right? Because I thought, you know, if somebody had, this is, again, one more time, it's a thought exercise, not saying anything that happened, but just to think about it. Like if somebody wanted to commit this murder, right, and they had this specific knife, and let's say that they lost their knife sheath or something, right? Like, and now they're without a knife sheath and they don't want to order a new one because they're like going to use it to commit a homicide or a quadruple homicide. And, you know, the thing is they would need a way to find somebody who has the same knife. But in other words, like they could take somebody else's knife sheath that has the same knife potentially. And I think I had some other thoughts too. I can't remember them now. But anyway, yes, it is very different. The fingerprinting thing is very different. And the other thing that's different too is your fingerprints are completely unique to the individual, as like completely unique. Whereas DNA, we all share, right? So again, from a legal perspective, and you know, feel free to weigh on this too, Denise, but from a legal perspective, that's what makes it different in a lot of these issues, especially, right? Standing is like first thing that comes to mind, right? Because, you know, we all share the DNA. So any thoughts there?
Well, I'm sorry, but they're going to lose on the standing argument, obviously. But
right.
But the thing is, the reason this is so important is because this was 9 picograms. You're supposed to have at least 100 to test transfer touch DNA. They didn't even have that much. So I don't even know how they could have made the profile. And then did you hear today they said it came back doubled? Now,
yeah.
how the hell did that happen?
I know. I heard that.
And that's another, and there's no work to be shown. I mean, there are so many things. If these people quotes are law enforcement, are willing to lie about Dylan, lie about the car, lie about everything else, what makes you think they're not willing to lie about this? Like, what if they had a confidential informant that if you watch Jambry's thing, I'm not saying I agree with everything he says, but he's pretty intelligent and makes more sense than this theory. It's like, what if there's a confidential informant and they don't want to give him up because he has perjury charges, but he tells a good story, so they just say, oh, we got DNA, but we have nothing to prove that we have DNA, and they're using a confidential informant who's not reliable either, and they're saying they have his DNA. They could have got his DNA from many, many things because they did all these warrants before they arrested him on his house, on his apartment, door
Right.
handle.
Right.
The thing is, if a cop is that dirty to lie about things, why can you trust them about how they handled this? If they proved their work, if they showed their
Sure,
work,
there
if they
were. Right.
didn't
Right.
throw it away. But
Yeah.
I was livid during this part. The fingerprints, it just set me so off. And I was so kind of upset with her because she didn't really argue it.
Right.
She was caught off guard. I've been there many times,
Yeah.
and I understand it, but I was like, no, put Alyssa up there.
The other thing too that I was keeping in mind too is like that, there's a tough position here for the defense in that, remember, we heard from the little hearing they had yesterday that they already agreed that even these parts that are open or whatever, that there's certain things that they can't say. So that's one limitation. And then there's another limitation in that they just don't have the things that are disappeared, right? So
Right.
it puts them in a tough position because you don't have much information, right? Or there's things that are missing. And then we don't know what all they could be maybe arguing, but they're not allowed to say. So that's another thing. I feel like if you're the defense, you're probably sitting there having to choose your words very carefully so you don't break any of the rules. Like that's what I kept thinking too, as well.
Yes.
But so in other words, that's a lot to manage on top of already making these difficult arguments in a case of first impression. You know what I mean? It's just a lot to put in a brain.
Yeah, I felt for her. I've been there before because you have it all set out in your head, and then he asks a question to totally throw you off, and you're thinking of an answer, but you can't say that because you've agreed not to.
Right.
Yeah.
And the other thing that's funny is I was very surprised by how this was conducted. It reminded me so much more of like what you would hear in an appellate court. Did you get that same impression as well? The way he would interrupt and ask these questions, there was like this back and forth.
Well, I never thought of that, but I mean, they do that to us all the time. What he reminds me, he's like a stereotypical judge. Like they're always like this, which is probably good, but they always kind of seem like they're a little leaning towards the prosecution because you heard him how many times say probable cause, you have direct evidence that his cheek swab matches DNA. They got his DNA. What more probable cause do you need? This is probable cause. And I was like, but it's transfer DNA surrounded by 20,000 exculpable things that aren't brought up in this warrant. And so you can't just use that one thing, but he's giving it way, way too much weight. And
Yeah, I agree.
She never really came back and said, look, this is transfer DNA. Transfer DNA. I mean, I'm sure the Bicca Barlow and Leah got up there and spoke about how easy it is to get transfer DNA on things. And they say, well, it was the only thing, the single source. That's even more suspect because if it's in a crime scene, why isn't the victim's DNA on it? Why isn't
right? For sure.
people that sold it to him? And the other thing is brass. DNA on brass only lasts 12 hours. So something's wrong here. And there's no other evidence. There's no connection to the victims. There's no proof there's not his car. Maybe it's an Elantra. What about the Elantra they found in Eugene, Oregon? That
I
is
remember.
a 2013, and it has everything, no front license plate.
Yeah, they ruled it out, but I don't remember why they ruled it out.
Because they just the same 2 days before found out about his name on the DNA.
Oh,
So
so right,
they had their guy, you
right.
know.
So it's just like when they ruled Ron Logan out once Richard Allen was arrested in Delphi.
Yes, exactly.
Whole other thing.
That's another
A whole other day. But by the way, guys, I do have that the recent motion filed by the defense, and we will get to that eventually. But anyway, yes. So yeah. So it's like it really was a rhetorical question when I asked that, right? I should have known why it was ruled out. The car in Eugene, Oregon. I mean, yeah.
They had a one-track mind, and that's a really bad thing to do when you're a detective, is to be tunnel vision, because you can have suspects and you can not trust any of them, fine, but investigate them. But what you can't do is use the IGG as the investigation. You have to, that's like a confidential informant, a tip, okay? But you have to go and investigate. You can't just believe the tip and that's the be all end all. You have to investigate, and they didn't really do that.
And so the other thing too, I don't recall hearing, well, and it could have been discussed when it was closed, but I don't recall hearing them mention the fact that the IGG was submitted to Othram, or sorry, the DNA was submitted to Othram before it was submitted to CODIS. Did you hear them talk about that at all?
I don't remember the order. I know I believed it was CODIS first, nothing. Othram
It's supposed to.
second, nothing.
No. It will, right. So, but here's why though. It's from the I can pull it up. This I have it saved as a picture here. In the state's reply to the defense's objection to the state's motion for a protective order. I'm pulling it up now. Let me just unshare, reshare. Just check this out. I mean, yeah, they did talk about, I guess orally today, like Ann Taylor did mention how like the search went nowhere. But anyway, this is just why this is so fascinating to me, because here we go. Oh, this is the version that isn't, hold on. This is the version that isn't marked up. Well, you can still see it anyway. So I have another version that's marked up, but if you take a look over here where my mouse is, you can see that, well, so Othram is over here on the left, right? Like this is from the state. So it's like DNA extracted in the ISP lab in the middle, and then S&P profile created by Othram, right? And then up here after that is when you have, they submitted it to CODIS. So thoughts on that, Denise? Interesting, right?
Yeah, very.
Yeah, but the rules do say that it is supposed to go to CODIS first. I mean, that is what's supposed to happen. That's the only thing that makes sense. But that's why when I noticed that, I was like, what the fuck was happening here? Like, Santa.
Yeah, I thought it went to CODIS first and they didn't get anything. So then I thought they sent it to Othram. And today was the first time I heard Othram didn't get anything. I just thought they pulled it before today. I thought they said, oh, wait, never mind. We'll have the FBI do it. And what happened, though, I found out today is Othram got nothing as well. And so all their legal avenues got nothing. So that's why she's saying, okay, this is okay and this is okay, because you don't need a warrant for those. But when you go into these databases that people opt out and say, no, it's not okay, and it's the FBI's own policy that they're violating, they need warrants for those two. And correctly, he's like, well, does he have standing? No, he doesn't, which is shitty.
It is
But
shitty. It's and again, just to reiterate, that's correct. It's correct. He doesn't have standing, but it feels like he should. And again, this is where I keep saying, and that I think that this will change in the future when this gets, goes through the court levels, and it's gonna make to the Supreme Court, because it just, It's like the reason he doesn't have standing is just because there hasn't been a case to handle this yet, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I heard on Forensic Frenzy on Drunk Turkey said she was talking to Steve G, and that he said it was his sister, and his sister is extremely pissed off because she opted out and
Right.
they used her. So that's why when I heard the motion for the interested party, I was thinking, oh, his sister is going to say, hey, you violated my Fourth Amendment
Okay.
right.
Yeah.
But it was the media. So I was wrong. But I don't know if she's telling the truth though, because who knows? That's just what she said. But
Right.
if it was his sister, she should. She does have standing, and they violated her right because she said, no, they can't go into my DNA.
Right. 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 She would have standing. I mean, I wonder if it's almost like there's a civil way to handle this. You know what I mean? For the sister, you
But
know.
I do think the Supreme Court will overturn it. Not that I want him to be convicted
Right.
and how that
And,
happened.
and
But
literally,
it's,
I literally even thought, like, in a way, we're in big trouble if he doesn't get convicted, because then what this is not going to be dealt
resolved.
with. Right.
Right.
Exactly. Like, again, like, that's so shitty. Like, don't want to get, but at the same time, it's like, this has to get sorted out, you know?
Yeah. Well,
Uh,
I mean, everything happens for a reason. And as much as we believe in his innocence and we believe that he's being done dirty, maybe his purpose in life is to get that. I don't know. I
yeah.
don't want to go there, but sometimes after the fact, I just go to those places because I can't deal with the reality of how unfair things are. But I mean, and you know what? If I really, really thought he did it, like if it was his blood DNA, I wouldn't be here tonight. I'd not even be following this case because I think,
Right.
yeah, he fucking did it. Trace touch DNA is so easy to get. Everybody's everywhere. I probably have 100 people's on my body right now just from traveling.
Right.
And
No kidding.
so that's why I just really wish to circle back. I wish she would have brought that up. But
Yeah.
she was overwhelmed. But
Yeah.
anyway, I guess I'm gonna go to bed. I have court tomorrow, but I really appreciate being on here, and you have a
Dude, yeah,
great
it was
night.
awesome. Yeah,
And
I mean, maybe there, if you feel so inclined, you can pop on for another live stream when you want to weigh in. I mean, maybe even after tomorrow, right? Because we're gonna have another day, and
yeah, what
there,
are we gonna have
Jesus
tomorrow?
Christ, are we gonna even survive? I don't know how we're gonna make it through, but so yeah, so yeah, just let me know, and we can always keep in touch through the Discord too. So
All right. Well, I'll listen to the rest of your analysis on the rest of this tomorrow, but I need to get some sleep
of
so I
course,
can
thanks
handle
again.
my clients. All right. Thank you so much.
Good
Good night.
night.
Bye.
Love it, y'all. We are so lucky. Just love having that perspective. So Top Cat's saying, where have all my critics gone? So I don't know. I mean, I'm not a critic. I try not to be a critic of anybody. But I'm here. And so yeah. Okay. All right. Let's continue on.
Search.
Sally forth.
And this is if
Search,
the
which
court's
search?
assumption,
Which search? It was illegal.
well, first the snip at Othram, then the snip at the FBI, and then the trash pool.
So you're talking about the
Yeah, trash.
DNA testing of the material left allegedly on the knife sheath.
I'm talking about the Idaho State
That
Police Forensics Lab.
It was interesting that he said allegedly there. That was interesting. Because there's no question that there was DNA on the knife sheath, right? I mean, there's a lot of questions, but there is not a question that there is DNA on the knife sheath. That's like the one thing that is not a question, really. But he says allegedly, which is interesting. Back that up.
FBI, and then the trash pool.
So you're talking about the DNA testing of the material left allegedly on the knife sheath.
I'm talking about the Idaho State Police Forensics Lab taking a piece of evidence given to them by Moscow Police Department, collected at the scene, developing a STR profile, uploading it into CODIS, and I think that's the King case that says that's fine. I know Idaho has statutes on CODIS, uploading it there and producing nothing. There are no results there. I'm talking about the next set of moves that are super secret that happen when there's a portion of the DNA taken and it's searched by Othram to create a SNP.
Great.
And then when that doesn't produce
Great point.
anything, the FBI says, okay, here we go. Let's search the SNP ourselves. That's what I'm talking about. Those are the problems. As far as asserting family,
Specific DNA tests done of the sample that goes from legitimate to illegitimate?
yes, Your Honor, I think the Davis case is on point. If the court's theory that this is a lawful piece of evidence taken from the crime scene, the sheath.
Not my theory. I'm just trying to understand your position in light of the case law and in light of the state's arguments. I'm trying to find where the gristle is in this.
The gristle.
I'm adopting the court's hypothesis for this purpose, that the knife sheath was taken. I'm adopting it only for that purpose. And I'm relying on the Davis case that says subsequent searches need a warrant.
Thank you.
Remind me, Davis was.
Thank you, Denise, for following up on the grin there. So the grinning. Okay, yeah. Yeah, and again, just to point out too, another thing that's just a great example here, where he's this whole thing with the hypothesis. So he does a lot of these hypotheticals with both the defense and the state. And I guess that's one of the reasons why this gave me the vibe of like, you know, if you listen to like the Supreme Court, for example, right, like oral arguments, or any other appellate level court, that's literally what you hear is like this type of thing. And the reason being, because what are they doing? They're talking about cases of first impression. So I guess it makes sense that that's what the dialogue is like here, right? Oh, spinny wheel. Yeah, I'm not a fan of
The cell phone?
Mr.
No, Davis was not the cell phone. Davis was blood, a sample.
I mean, I do like that he asked questions, but it was really clear in the documents we went through last night. If ever there was a question as to like, is there like bias? I mean, that was made very clear last night.
Blood. The cell phone case is
Give me the
Carpenter.
cite to that.
I'm sorry.
Can you give me the cite to the
Documents,
Davis
actually.
2 seconds.
Give her 2 seconds.
2 seconds and glasses.
Her hair looks so flawless. He definitely did get that haircut right before, because he's got that blunt edge. The blunt edge.
In my notes, but I know it's cited in our briefing. Another web page. It is 690 F 3rd 226.
Yeah. Go ahead.
All right, and so those are the 3 areas that we believe that there should have been a search warrant and there wasn't. There is an expectation of privacy in one's DNA that society is willing to recognize. And I think I'd talked to the court a little bit about the things that happened in this case that were super secret. I think we'd gotten to the point where we were talking, and this goes
Y'all,
to—
there's a moment in this hearing where if my memory serves, somebody literally says, "Keep it secret, keep it safe." And I'm like, what? They're quoting Lord of the Rings now. So let's just remember to be on the lookout for that. I mean, it could have been that my mind was so like exhausted from this that I added the keep it safe, but I feel like that might have happened. Keep it secret, keep it safe.
recognizing an expectation of privacy when there's all of this secrecy surrounding it. We had gotten to the FBI where the SNP profile was twice as big as that from Othram. And then the FBI went into databases that violate the Department of Justice interim policy. You heard a lot about that Department of Justice interim policy, and that policy it's on page 6 of that particular exhibit that the court has. It says that they're not to go into databases that aren't allowed. And they did that. The court has that in another exhibit.
So one thing that's interesting, the whole thing about SNP profile being twice as big was an mind-boggler, and that's going to go on our list. But I look forward to hearing the aftermath of this, because they're going to have, and they might be doing this in their closed hearings, somebody explain, like an expert, like explain how that happens, right? I feel like that's must already have been dealt with, right? But we just haven't heard it. But regardless, the fallout of this, I guarantee you, we're going to see on, your court TVs and your whatnots, you're going to see people, DNA experts coming on and being asked that question. I have no idea. I've never heard of that. I just can't wait to see what we learn about that. So,
Your Honor, it goes to privacy.
Suppressed for contractual violations or even statutory violations.
I'm not suggesting that we do that. I'm suggesting that that's information that's pertinent to this court in making a very important decision as to whether somebody's Fourth Amendment rights were violated, as well as Article 1, Section 17 of the Idaho Constitution. The purpose of offering that information is because there's a policy. So there's there's a recognized expectation of privacy in what's contained in a SNP. In a SNP at all, there has to be a warrant to search these types of things, and there wasn't. There would be no need to have any policy if nobody cared about this. The court heard about the different IGG databases that changed their rules in terms of use after a different case used IGG to solve it because people don't expect to have their DNA searched.
That was the point of my question about whether or not Mr. Kohberger's DNA was in any of those databases.
Again,
did he submit his DNA and said, I don't want law enforcement to look at it?
Your Honor, I don't think that that's the way the question should be looked at. I think the question should be looked at in the way that we always look at warrantless searches.
I mean, she didn't say no, though, just to point that out. She could have said, no, he didn't. But that's not the way it should be looked at. She didn't flat out deny it there. And again, it's interesting the way this is talked about, several times throughout this hearing with this question. And again, the fact that he's referencing this again, and this was my thought all along, just to reiterate, that had that been the case, he would have standing. That's literally what is being articulated here. So, yeah. But that was a one-time
any
thought.
of those databases. In other words, did he submit his DNA and said, I don't want law enforcement to look at it?
Your Honor, I don't think that that's the way the question should be looked at. I think the question should be looked at in the way that we always look at warrantless searches.
Got to be a standing.
Your Honor, we're here because the state has alleged that a single piece of evidence ties Mr. Kohberger to this case. They've alleged that there's a knife sheath that has DNA that they allege matches Bryan Kohberger. He's now been incarcerated for 2 years facing capital murder. I'm not sure, unless we're shifting the burden to me, what else I can say.
Well, you have a burden of showing that the items ought to be suppressed.
This is a warrantless search.
That's true.
There's no justification for this search.
That's true. The burden is on them. Because they're the moving party. It's their motion. That's true.
Assuming a warrant is required for this type of
right
inquiry.
But again, a warrant, that's the part that shouldn't be in question. So here's the thing. Just to reiterate, there's no question from what we looked at this at some point earlier. We looked at it, right? There's no question that because if they wanted to access those databases with the opting out, there's no question that a warrant was needed. And then the second layer to that is there standing? And it's clearly no. So in other words, does it matter to Bryan Kohberger's case at this juncture, right? No, because he doesn't have standing. However, it's still true that a warrant was needed. It's just that at this juncture, it's not going to help. That's what I'm saying.
Well, Your Honor, we think it is. And we think it is based on case law, third-party doctrine case law. That's Carpenter. Thinking about cell phones, that's the Riley case. If you have a cell phone that gets taken at an arrest out of a car, a subsequent warrant to search the cell phone is required. So we think a warrant was required for these subsequent searches. And there was no warrant in this case. There's an expectation of privacy.
I struggle with, I struggle, to be frank, and where you're going to have to try to convince me, I guess, is I struggle with the idea that DNA left at a crime scene, that there's any expectation of privacy by someone who leaves DNA at a crime scene, that DNA can't be, as you say, searched without a warrant to establish identity.
Well, Your Honor, I don't think any of us can go out of our houses without leaving DNA all over the place.
Not go to a crime scene.
The question of how something gets somewhere, that's the subject of the trial.
I
think the Carpenter case
she's not wrong there. Like, that is literally, that's the whole point. That's what that's for the jury, right?
Really instructive for the court here. And that case was about, it was about third party with cell towers. And there was a concurring opinion in that case. I think that's instructive. We leave DNA everywhere. If you carry a cell phone and it uses the towers, there can be a trail of where you
Prints
went.
everywhere?
I'm sorry?
Don't we leave fingerprints everywhere?
We do leave fingerprints everywhere, but I would say, Your Honor, that things like your movements, cell towers, the contents of your cell phone, those are really personal things. That's how you carry out your business. That's how you go. You drive your car to go to the doctor. Your cell phone's hitting on those towers. DNA is even more personal than that. The tests are so different than they used to be now. It can pick up all kinds of information. It takes very little DNA. DNA lives on surfaces a lot longer than fingerprints live on surfaces. So without more, they're not much of an indication of anything. There's a warrant requirement to protect people from unreasonable searches. And that's what we're asserting here. There's so much information contained in your DNA, and you can't stop from shedding that when you go out of your house. None of us can. To be able to have that searched without a warrant could put anybody in jeopardy. There's no privacy left if that's going to be the standard. You put it in public so it can be searched. That can't be the standard. That would erode the Fourth Amendment. Our position is that there is an expectation of privacy that society is willing to accept. Our position is that there's case law that supports this. Maybe not exactly directly on point, but the court talked about one of the cases that we cited that's similar. It's out of Washington. In that case, it keyed on whether the database was a voluntary, law enforcement can search this or not. In this situation, that's not the case. You know from the exhibit you have and from the testimony that you heard that the FBI went into 2 databases that they weren't permitted to search. So if the court wants to go clear to that extreme, and the court shouldn't, the court should look at the Fourth Amendment. The court should look at expectation of privacy. The court should look at the 3 places there was a warrant required and it wasn't given. But if the court wants to go all the way down to whether or not there was a database searched where the people consented to have their DNA searched, our case is different. The FBI went into 2 other databases and searched those. There was nothing else happening until that happened. And I
just wanted to say real quick too, that I love, I'm one of those people that there's there's some of my favorite live tubers would say this as well, that, different opinions are awesome. I do not in any way, as y'all know, I'm not a hard stance kind of person or whatever. I really value keeping an open mind. I think it's important in life. So, and I try to stay objective and everything. But for people that have, have different opinions, as I've said before, I think it's in this case, waiting until trial to form an opinion is probably the wisest thing to do, because we did get more information today, right? But we know nothing. Again, we don't even know if it was an iPhone or Android. It's that blows my mind still. I can't get over it clearly, but it's but for people who have an opinion, or just leaning one way or the other, I love that. It makes for better discussion, and it challenges us to rethink our own position, right? And that's, as trial watchers, clearly we value that, because that's what argument is, right? So I just think that, the only thing that matters to me is that people discuss the position and not the person, right? This is not a problem, here, but just to say, I see it. It does happen other places, right? Where people are bullying people or name calling or attacking the person, ad hominem. And, so I don't think that's helpful, but, I think as long as it's, discussion about whatever the facts are that are being just, that there's a position on. And also the other thing I would say is I still think that, again, it's always important to keep an open mind, and be willing to listen. I think that is that's how we can become our best versions of ourselves and as humans on this planet.
Constructive, I think, and important for the court to think about how secretive this all was. We are months from trial, and we are learning things about how the government identified Bryan today.
Yeah, and I remember on a different live stream, Stevie, I remember you saying that you are willing to change your position and you have an open mind. Just again, perfect timing on that, right? So yeah, I totally appreciate that. Yeah.
In open court, when we've asked for those things, there's a reason why there's so much secrecy. That's because there's a violation of privacy rights. That's why there's so much secrecy. Your Honor, this is an extremely important motion, and the court is going to decide whether we do have any expectation of privacy left or not. The IGG evidence in this case should absolutely be suppressed.
I suspect the state's going to raise an issue that you may need to respond to, but I'll let you respond to that if they do raise that issue.
I'll be prepared, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Why should I?
Y'all, I was typing in the chat. Could someone remind me his name? I'm going to update my banner.
Permit evidence obtained potentially by searching
I guess I don't actually know his name.
databases that by its own policies, law enforcement said they wouldn't search.
So a couple points on that. First, even assuming that that's all correct and that they violated the terms
Seems to be the evidence.
of service, Your Honor, don't affect the Fourth Amendment. The terms of service, and certainly Mr. Kohberger does not have standing to raise a violation of the terms of service. And even if he did, the remedy for the terms of service is not a violation of the Fourth Amendment. As we argued in our brief, the individuals, and as came out in testimony,
sorry, not Hippler. I meant the prosecutor, but I realized I didn't need his name anyway. Of course I know. Yeah, Nye. Okay, thank you.
the individuals who are utilizing these databases, and we're talking about millions of them, are willingly sharing their information with each other, with millions of other people.
Isn't there a subset that says, but I don't want these people to look at it?
In some of the data,
the FBI, as I understand the evidence, then says, okay, we agree, we won't search those ones.
So I'll address that part, but on the database piece, the issue is that no one sharing this information with millions of other people could have a reasonable expectation of privacy. The test for that isn't, do they have a reasonable expectation of privacy against law enforcement? It's against the public writ large. So for example, we cited in our brief 3 different cases where Idaho's appellate courts have found people have given up a reasonable expectation of privacy in information that was shared with a single company. And it was shared with that company just so they could get the service from that company. Here, we're talking about people sharing it not just with the company, but with millions of other people, because sharing it is the purpose of providing it to the database. So regardless of what the FBI did or didn't do in terms of violating the terms of service, no one has a reasonable expectation.
Is it different if they share it with the company and it's obtained by lawful process from that company versus going in the back window and taking it?
No, Your Honor, because right now what we're asking is not reasonableness of the search. Right now what we're asking is there even a reasonable expectation of privacy? And so the fact that no one has a reasonable expectation of privacy in those databases means that even if the FBI violated those terms of service, no one has a Fourth Amendment right to complain. And certainly Mr. Kohberger doesn't. He has not asserted factually or through evidence.
I don't understand this argument, because how do you not, if you opt out, how do you not have a reasonable expectation of privacy? That's why you opt out, right? I don't know.
That he was a customer to one of these databases. And maybe that changes the case if he were, but he's not. He's not even claiming that. He's not even asserting it. Now, I do want to address the second part of the court's question about the FBI has indicated that they wouldn't do this. I believe that's a reference to the policy we've been discussing, the interim policy by the DOJ. I certainly do not speak for the Department of Justice. I do not work for the FBI. I'm speaking for the state of Idaho, but I can read a document. And if you look at the policy in
y'all, he can read. Good for you, Mr. I can read. I'm able to read. Good.
Footnote 1, it clearly says this interim policy does not impose any legal limitations on otherwise lawful investigative or prosecutorial activities or techniques utilized by the Department of Justice, or limit the prerogatives, choices, or decisions available to or made by the department in its discretion. In other words, their first problem is they're relying on a policy at all. The U.S. Supreme Court has said policies do not equal Fourth Amendment violations. Their second problem is it's a circular argument. The policy doesn't say you cannot do any of these things. It's saying best case scenario, you're not going to do these things.
Well, if you were interpreting this as a matter of contract, wouldn't you have a problem in the sense that on the one hand it says don't do this, and on the other hand you've got a more general sort of catch-all that says, but we're not really meaning anything we say?
No, I don't think there's a problem interpreting that at all. I think the problem is they are putting way too much weight on this policy as if it's somehow the law. And it's not. It's indicating, and we heard testimony today about best practices and what those mean. This is indicating best practices, but very clearly stating we are not limiting the Department of Justice to have to follow what's in this document as long as it's not limited by the law. And they're trying to use a violation of this policy or an alleged violation of this policy to say that they violated the law. It's circular reasoning. But despite all of that, the U.S. Supreme Court has said a policy violation isn't sufficient. Even the Department of Justice, as powerful as they are, they don't get to rewrite the Fourth Amendment by changing this policy. Now, I do want to address the defense is they're trying to pick and choose what they believe the searches are throughout this chain. And what they're leaving out repeatedly is where this DNA started. Where did the chain start? Well, it started at a quadruple homicide, at a crime scene. There is no case law anywhere that the state could find, and the defense has not cited any to suggest that there is a reasonable expectation of privacy in DNA found at a crime scene. And I want to talk about the Davis case, Your Honor, because it actually cuts against the defense. Davis is the case where it was a very unique set of facts. There was an investigation into a shooting. An officer went to the hospital, and when he went into the victim's room, he saw a bag of clothing. He seized that clothing under the plain view exception to the warrant requirement. So the clothing wasn't abandoned. This was an exception to the warrant requirement. Later on, this individual who was a victim now becomes a suspect, and they have this DNA and they test it. And the Fourth Circuit said, no, you can't do that. You can't take it because he's a victim and then later use it against him as a suspect. That is nothing at all like what we have here. And in fact, if this court looks at the district court opinion that was affirmed by the Fourth Circuit, it expressly states nothing about this holding is indicating that the government needs to get a search warrant for crime scene DNA. That does not support their position. The Achilles heel in their entire chain argument here is that there is no case anywhere that suggests that a DNA analysis restores a reasonable expectation of privacy. So in the Davis case, no one lost their reasonable expectation of privacy. It was seized pursuant to the plain view doctrine. The other case that they're relying on is that recent Supreme Court decision from Arizona. They attached it to their reply. That case is similar to Davis in that the DNA was collected from someone who consented to it under a statutory framework because they had to provide 2 vials of blood so it could be tested for alcohol and drugs. Again, that case would have come out differently had the 2 vials of blood been found at a quadruple homicide. That is a pretty big factor in deciding whether or not someone has a reasonable expectation of privacy. In Idaho, while this specific issue has not been addressed by the appellate courts have told us what to look for when you're talking about a reasonable expectation of privacy. And it's things like ownership, possession, control, ability to regulate access. Mr. Kohberger had none of those things with respect to the DNA on the knife sheath. We are talking about not just a crime scene, not just a murder scene. We're talking about a murder scene in a house to which he has asserted no connection whatsoever. 4 victims to which he has asserted no connection whatsoever. We're not just talking about his DNA happened to be found in a dresser drawer or something. It was found on a knife sheath where 4 people were killed by a knife. This is as crime scene as it gets.
One thing that's interesting here, though, is remember, they're arguing right now over the motion to suppress IGG. And so far, he's talked pretty much entirely about, you just heard, it's as crime scene as it gets, right? The knife sheath, the DNA on the knife sheath, the crime scene, right? And but that's a separate motion. That's a separate motion. So, just interesting. So, because it is a thing where I hear people, it's easy to get it confused, right? Because the IGG came from the DNA came from the knife sheath, right? But they are 2 separate, just to reiterate, they're 2 separate things. Although I know you guys know that, just saying.
And that's where the DNA was found, and they can't cite any case law whatsoever. And so they try and just ignore that and skip over it and say, well, let's just talk about the DNA analysis. The other problem they have, as this court questions indicated, is the analysis that was done in this case, as we heard the evidence today, is not something that revealed a bunch of private medical information. In fact, the defense's own expert, who was engaged in the same kinds of conduct as Othram in terms of developing these SNP profiles, said he had successfully developed hundreds of SNP profiles and never once learned medical information about any of those individuals. He testified that he has never even heard of a forensic investigative genetic genealogy case that was solved using medical information. And in fact, and I wrote this down when I asked him what he would need to do to learn medical information from those SNPs, he said, quote, "It would be a lot of research." So the defense is positing this question of what could law enforcement do with the DNA, and then decide whether or not there's a violation of the Fourth Amendment. But that's not what the U.S. Supreme Court says. In Maryland v. King, they were very clear when it comes to DNA, because the defense there was asserting the same argument. We have DNA can reveal a bunch of private medical information, and the U.S. Supreme Court said, quote, "Even if non-coding alleles could provide some information, They are not, in fact, tested for that end. So the question under the Fourth Amendment is not what could law enforcement possibly do with this? The question is, what did they do? And in this case, there is no evidence whatsoever that they did anything to find out medical information about Mr. Kohberger. It was all related to ancestry and identity. And as the US Supreme Court said in King, there is no greater privacy interest in DNA than in fingerprints, so long as law enforcement is limiting its activities to identification. And that's what we have in this case, is identification. Now, the other problem that Mr. Kohberger has here is, in my view, at least, he's been a little bit wishy-washy on the DNA on the knife sheath itself. You don't get to claim Fourth Amendment standing and then just say, well, that may be my DNA, but I have no idea how it got there. Again, the Idaho Court of Appeals has held in a couple different cases that if someone, for example, in one of the cases denied the existence of a bag that had been thrown out of the window, and the court said, well, you can't have a reasonable expectation of privacy in a bag that you deny exists. This is a very similar thing. We have a defendant who is trying to get the best of both worlds. He's trying to say, well, it's not my DNA and the state can't prove that, but he's also trying to say that he has Fourth Amendment standing. And that is not how the Fourth Amendment works. Your Honor, I also wanted to respond to an argument that was made in the reply brief, since I didn't get a chance to do it in the briefing. And this has to do with the trash pull in Pennsylvania. And I'll just start by saying that the defense has offered no evidence whatsoever that would take the trash pull in this case outside of the Idaho Supreme Court's decisions in Donato and Paluzzi. Paluzzi is very recent, came out in the middle of the briefing, in fact, and rejected the exact arguments that are being pressed by the defense here. Obviously, this court is bound by that reasoning. When the state pointed that out in their response brief, in the reply, the defense made an assertion that this case is different because the documents the state has provided are not clear on where the garbage cans were located, and that maybe the officers went up onto the driveway instead of collecting them from the street.
Dad trash.
Trash company collected them. Correct. I'm sorry, Your Honor, I misspoke. The trash company collected them on behalf of the officers.
Okay.
They just did their regular pickup, I thought. And
correct.
Pulled over after they got out of the neighborhood and said,
right. So this is, again, new information. I'm going to back it up so I'm going to add this to my list. So let me just back it up a sec. Back it up.
Because the documents the state has provided are not clear on where the garbage cans were located, and that maybe the officers went up onto the driveway instead of collecting them from the street.
Trash company collected them.
Correct. I'm sorry, Your Honor, I misspoke. The trash company collected them on behalf of the officers.
They just did their regular pickup, I thought. And
correct.
Pulled over after they got out of the neighborhood and said, here's what we got.
Well, I do believe it was prearranged with the FBI for them to do that. But my point is just, I do think it's telling that they didn't provide the court with these documents that they believe are not clear. And I looked them up to make sure that they were. And in fact, there is an FBI report that was disclosed in discovery that details that the garbage cans were at the end of the driveway, at the end of the property. And at the end, it says, see video. And there was a video disclosed in discovery where you can see the officer's body cam as he drives by the house shortly before they look in the garbage cans.
Okay.
And they're in the exact place you would expect.
I'll tell y'all right now. So that right there solves the problems, all of the problems that we've gone through with the dad trash, right? That's why that's now moot. And I'll tell you why. Because the fact that the things that were still a big deal to me, right? We know it's like an HOA, we know it's a gated community. And through lots of the research that I did and others that were helping, we knew that they use a private trash company. In fact, I actually tried to find the exact private trash company. I was not successful, but that to me was like really important, right? The FBI in this case, they were smart to do it that way because now it's fair game because it was collected by the trash company and the trash company is allowed to collect it. So that whole thing that we've been talking about, we didn't have this information obviously until now. I just added it to the list, right? But this new information, now we know, now that dad trash was done legitimately. But you know what? At least something was, right? That was smart of them. They waited until trash day. They waited till the bins were out and they waited for the, which I figured because, right, we knew the FBI was lurking and, at the house for several days. My whole thought, because when I was going over case law that was on point to this, we saw this in another case where like the law enforcement like waited until trash day, right? When the bins would come out. And that's when I was like, that's exactly what's going on here, right? Like they waited until trash day, right? And that's what they were doing. And then on trash day, which I think when we looked it up, what did we learn? Tuesday, I think was trash day. And that worked out with the dad trash timeline. But anyway, they put the bins out. The private trash company comes and collects it. That's all legit. So that closes the loop on that one. Yep.
That garbage cans to be when they're out for collection. So they, of course, have the burden of establishing a search. They haven't presented any evidence to that. It's not sufficient for them to stand up here and say, well, it's just not clear. Which brings me to my final point, and that is Ms. Taylor continues to say there was a lot of secretive stuff happening in this case. That is not sufficient to satisfy their burden that there was a search, that someone had a reasonable expectation of privacy. When you have the burden, you have to present evidence. You don't get to just stand up and say, well, it was very secretive. I will note in this case, as the court may be familiar with it, as it's probably read back through the record, the defense in this case has gotten a lot more information than many defendants in other states who have, where there's been an IGG investigation, because the majority of courts have found this isn't really relevant information. It's just a tip. Now, it is what it is in this case, and we, of course, complied with all the court's orders and provided the information, but
yeah, so like,
there's not a lot of information, not because it's secretive, but because
I'm just trying to work this out. So like I feel like, you know, I mean, was she really trying to argue? I mean, see, again, it's just been a lot here with the brain. Was she really trying to argue, though, that there's an expectation of privacy? Like, I know this was talked about, right? In other words, the judge's questions to her doesn't necessarily mean that that's an argument she's making, because sometimes he will ask, he does it with the state too. He'll ask questions that are, sometimes they are related to what they're arguing, but other times it's like a different topic, right? So like I just don't feel like one could even try to argue that there's an expectation of privacy at the crime scene. Like, I feel like that when that was talked about, there was an overlap because, again, of how it related to the IGG, but I could be wrong. So if I'm wrong, you guys just explain it to me, because I don't know how she could make that. I mean, of course, that she's losing the argument. So maybe that's why it seems like it's dumb. Going to law school? I don't know. Wait, who are you asking? Is that a question for me? Right. Well, you know, again, and we've talked about it before, but like the public access, that's the test. The test is like, if it wasn't for the arrangement and everything, like the test would be like, does the public, is in terms of the curtilage, right? Would the public have had access? But again, there were these additional complications here, which we now know are moot, but the additional complications of, there's a lot of all the different privates, right? Private community, private trash, you know, private road, which is, it's a private road also, right? And then you know, HOA, and it's like, yeah, that sounds, but again, the private trash collection is one of the people who's authorized to go in there and take the trash. So yeah, that's right. Stevie lives 3 blocks from Rex Huron. That is so nuts, man. Are you asking Stevie if he's going to law school? Stevie, I'm just remembering about the elf, right? That's just so funny. Over the holidays, right? When you had I hadn't heard of that game, but like, what was it called? Something where you hide the elf. And I was just remembering that Stevie has kids because of the hiding of the elf thing. But anyway, okay.
Because it's just not our case. It's not what we're focused on. It's not the evidence we plan on using at trial. And yes, IGG was used in this case. And yes, it did point to the defendant. But the fact that that happened doesn't mean that there was a violation of the Fourth Amendment. Unless the court has any questions, we'd ask you to deny the motion to suppress.
If the FBI, in fact, violated the Fourth Amendment rights of Mr. Kohberger, you would agree the state is burdened by that?
It's a great way of putting it, Your Honor. Yes, the state would be burdened by that. Yes.
I'll start backwards. I will answer the court's question that the court posed to Mr. Nye. The state is burdened by what the FBI did here. Every action the FBI took in here, all of the secret actions that they took, show you that there is an expectation of privacy that society is willing to accept.
Keep it secret.
They
Keep
didn't
it
want
safe.
anybody to know what they're doing. It is interesting to hear that discovery requests and motions to compel and orders have been complied with when I've learned at least 3 new things in the course of preparing for this hearing and being at this hearing so far today. That's a surprise to me. So I wanted to say that, and I want to go back to the trash pool. And I want you to know, when you consider this, that that particular area had an ordinance that trash had.
Supreme Court reject that argument very recently.
Your Honor, they might have, but that ordinance isn't all. I was starting with the ordinance, that it has to be collected by a trash collector, that a certain trash collector, and that you have to put your trash out too. In that circumstance, the FBI worked with the trash collector and had them go just to get that trash and then take that trash somewhere else too. And those are some extra actions that the FBI took in this particular case.
How does that change the analysis?
Well, Your Honor, I think that it changes
The
the
expectation of privacy is lost when you put it in the trash can to be taken away per the Supreme Court's opinion, even if it's a well-regulated neighborhood by ordinance that says when and where you have to put your trash.
Well, Your Honor, I think that there is an expectation of privacy when you have to comply, you have to put your trash out in that particular manner.
This is a tough argument, but she has to make
Unless you're
it.
saying the Supreme Court was wrong, that the Supreme Court was wrong, and you're reserving that for a later higher appellate court, that's fine.
Your Honor, I may not always agree with the Idaho Supreme Court on everything,
But I have to follow what they say.
but I have to make a record when I don't agree.
I appreciate
with
that. I'm
what's
just trying to
happening.
make sure we're talking about the same thing.
And I have to distinguish the case as best I can as well. And I
Yeah,
think it
he
is
has,
different when you have the FBI telling the trash man what to do.
The FBI. Yeah, he has 3 public defenders. So Ann Taylor's the lead, and then Elisa Massoff is sitting there next to the defendant, and then Jay Logsdon is over there on the far left, and he's the one who loves going back into the annals of history, as they say, which I appreciate. So
I'll move on to something else. I want to talk about now where Mr. Nice started that Department of Justice interim policy, and he read you the first footnote, and I would just direct the court to pages 6 and 7 in that, and that is that the FBI is not to search databases that they're not allowed to. In this case, the 2 of the 4 that they did. And the next page talks about the things that have to be kept in case there's a prosecution case. The prosecutor talked to you about, well, this is a tip. This is just a tip. It's like an informant. And it's thought of in this Department of Justice policy as more if they're told to keep things in case there's a prosecution case. And so that should be considered when you're considering the entire picture that we have here,
yeah, I mean,
in
they
light of the amount of
deleted all their
secrecy
shit.
that happened here.
Awful.
That takes it out of being a tip. It takes it out of being a lead in the case. I would remind the court, I'm sure the court knows pretty well when we're talking about confidential informants and that type of law, you have to have some reliability here about how reliable this is, how reliable whatever it was the FBI did to develop this profile with the rest of the secret things that they did in this case and their willingness to violate their own policy. Certainly not suggesting that this court create a new Fourth Amendment right based on violation of Department of Justice policy, but I'm saying you should look at that and consider that when you're thinking about what the FBI did here and how credible this informant was, how credible this lead was in this particular case. That's fair for you to consider, just like you would in any other confidential informant type of case. I would like to distinguish what we have here with our subsequent search. I talked a lot about that before. I won't go too far on that. This is a second search and a third search if we're just focusing on the 2 SNP files. These are extra searches that happen after the initial search is done and the STR profile is developed and it goes into the CODIS database. This is completely different and a SNP is different. You heard a lot of testimony about how this is sort of new and evolving technology and the standards that apply are catching up and there's best practices. You heard a lot about that today. So I don't think we can just say, well, if CODIS is fine, this is fine. It's not the same at all. There is a ton of information. It's your whole genome that gets profiled. Maybe the SNP that uploads into MyHeritage, which it shouldn't have, maybe that SNP doesn't tell you certain things about a health profile, but the potentiality is there in the SNP profile.
It's true. It's wild that MyHeritage was used because again, that's what I used. And it's really funny because the reason I used it is because the only thing I was interested in was getting my like you guys have heard the story when my brother texted me, he's like, hey, it turns out we're like part Russian. And I was like, you're you're punking me, right? Like this is a joke, right? And so I had no interest in doing a family tree, and I had no interest in doing any of like the health data. And like when I was looking at the different options, there's like 5 main ones or whatever, and some of them are really expensive. My Heritage actually was like reasonably priced because you could do like, you didn't have to do all the other stuff, with the family tree and with the health and whatever. You could just get the your ethnicity or whatever, which is what I did. And there was also a coupon code. So love a good coupon code,
For $12, you can upload that profile and find out all kinds of personal health information. It's the potentiality
$12
of that.
Yeah.
And that's the Carpenter case that talked about the potentiality of that. People have an absolute privacy interest in their health matters.
Yeah. So,
Idaho has.
So Denise is asking what my heritage is. So my heritage, it's interesting because and that's why I thought my brother was joking, because that's something he would do. He's hilarious. Shout out to my brother, Daniel, who I call Mant. But anyway, so he, we are quarter Welsh. Like my grandmother, my dad's mom is from Wales. Like she's 100% Welsh. So like we know we're a quarter Welsh. So when he said that he got his test back and it said like 11% Russian, I was like, when you compare it, right, you think about like that's substantial considering we know 25% like is Welsh. So and then I asked him and I was like, so that means that's the same for me. And he actually, I didn't know this, but he told me, he was like, yeah, actually, as it turns out, it's different. Like siblings can have different percentages, so yours could be different. So I was like, all right, well, let me submit this, and so I did, and I have it saved somewhere on my phone, but like it was I think it was like 18% was Eastern European. So that's basically like Ukrainian. And then like there was a smaller percentage that was Russian. But the other thing is that like some of like my brother used a different website than I did. And some of the places they group it all together, like Russian could include. So anyway, but when you totaled it up, it was quite a large percentage. I think if I recall, when you totaled up the Russian and the Eastern European, it was a larger percentage than the Welsh, which is what's crazy to think about. So that is my heritage. And it gives you the percentage breakdown. It's pretty cool. Like I can try to find it and show you guys because, it's, and then it even shows you like the regions and stuff. Like you can like look at all the maps and whatever. It's pretty neato. Yeah, it is. It's very wow. It's very wow. But I was like, wow, this explains so much, in terms of the Russian and Eastern European, Ukrainian. It's like, yep, that explains a lot.
Has a couple of different laws on the books. It has the family DNA law on the books. And think about HIPAA. I mean, we all have to sign those forms every time we go to the doctor if we want anything released to our surgeon. Health matters are important. If you can upload one of these profiles for $12 and find out all kinds of information, how is that not a Fourth Amendment issue? That's what that SNP profile can do. And that was done twice without a warrant.
Good for you opting out
in this case. And there should have been a warrant. It violates Fourth Amendment rights, Article 1, Section 17 rights, and this must be suppressed.
Did that give you your heritage, Denise, or does that just give you the
Right,
health?
the matter will be taken under advisement. Let's proceed with the Frank's argument on
All
the
right.
IGG and the Frank's proffer more generally.
Well, on to the Frank.
Or did I get it wrong again?
Your Honor, I'm prepared to do that. I would request that the court maybe give me 5 minutes. I have
Great point.
different things.
We'll take 5.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Back in 5.
Okay, so we're moving on to the Franks. Let me just go ahead here. And apparently this was like a really odd thing that he decided to do this, because this was kind of like an unorthodox to hold these Franks today. Anywho.
All right, let's take up Frank's.
That's so cute.
I think on the court's bench there was a document placed. So
wow.
What?
It had initials to comply
thank you.
with the court's.
Appreciate it.
All right, Your Honor, the purpose we're here for today is to offer you a preliminary showing of why we should have a Franks hearing. To do that, we will show you that in this circumstance, the affidavits that supported search warrants in this case had false information in them that was intentionally placed there. There was intentional omissions of information that are material and exculpatory to Mr. Kohberger, and without the false statements and with the added information in, probable cause on the warrants should not be found.
Tomorrow,
Today,
so what they got through today was everything pertaining to the IGG. So the motion to suppress IGG, and then the Franks motion, which is mostly based on the IGG. So tomorrow, it's the rest of the motions to suppress. So if I recall, how many motions to suppress were there? Like 13, if I recall, something like that. So there's like 12 other motions to suppress. If memory serves, there's a lot. There's like at least 10 of them. So it's all of those motions to suppress is what they are doing tomorrow.
Asking you to listen to what we have to say, look at the exhibits that have been admitted, and I'll walk through those with you to talk about the 13 areas. And at the end of this hearing, we will have met the preliminary showing required in order to schedule a Franks hearing and fully challenge this.
With the exception of the IGG, which I think we've already heard the evidence on. So
we did hear the evidence, Your Honor, and I will not repeat that evidence. I'll argue from that today.
my only point being that's not in the preliminary stage that all the other issues are on.
Okay.
Yeah. So the things.
Well, I'll try to hit that as hard as I can. Then.
Hit it hard, Anne. So yeah. So Top Cat, I think you started following this after I covered all those motions. So it's things, just so you know, it's things like there's like the Hyundai what is it? Yeah, it's like the AT&T first warrant, the AT&T second warrant, the search of his apartment, search of the parents' home, search of his person, Apple account, Amazon. That might be all of them. It's like, so that's it just gives you a general idea. So yeah.
Your Honor, in this case, there were a lot of search warrants. I'm going to draw the court's attention to those beginning on December 23rd. That day is important because it was just a few days prior to that for the first time ever, Bryan Kohberger's name came up in the course of this investigation. Your Honor wouldn't know that by reading the affidavits for probable cause. Nobody would know that. That's because that information is omitted from the affidavit. That information is something that you heard about this morning in testimony.
As we go through this, oh, good. I love a good but for. Pay attention to every time you hear the word omission, because the omission is important when it comes to the motions to suppress. Because remember, it's different things that we're looking for between Frank standard and motions to suppress. And that's why I have the Frank standard on that document whenever we go through and highlight it. But for motions to suppress, so omissions are important here.
Or the FBI's work going into databases they shouldn't have been going into, violating their own policy, keeping no records, and doing this all behind the scenes in secret. That's the only way a name was produced. Prior to that time, the lead detective in the case had not heard the name Bryan Kohberger. He had not crossed their radar. That's nowhere in the affidavit. And that's important because that's intentionally withheld from the affidavit because of the work the FBI did, because the FBI went behind the scenes and did things that they shouldn't have been doing, because they searched databases that they shouldn't have been doing. We don't know what else they did wrong because everything else is a secret. We don't know what else they did wrong because there's no record kept. There's no process kept. We can't rebuild the process that they did to identify Mr. Kohberger. We can't do any of that because they kept no records, produced no records, and did this all behind closed doors, and it was withheld from the magistrate. Had the judge heard about that, signing probable cause, that would have been really important to understand. We don't know this name. We heard it for the first time now, and we only know it because we violated our own policy to find that. That may have given the judge caution. It may have made the judge wonder what else are they doing behind the scenes. But that was withheld from the judge. That judge never got to know that. Let's talk about what the judge did get to know with that in mind. And that's a really important backdrop. These affidavits are a group effort. I think the court's heard a little bit about that. And if the court has some of the initial exhibits, the court will know. And I'm at D2. the court will know that this was a group effort. The FBI, the same FBI that went behind and violated their own policy to try to identify somebody, they were co-located with Moscow Police Department and working on these affidavits to present to the judge. The first warrant that gets anything related to Mr. Kohberger is, I refer to it as AT&T 1. It's on 12/23/22, and it's for 48 hours worth of records of Mr. Kohberger. And I want to go through that warrant with the court having in mind that the IGG was purposefully and intentionally withheld from the magistrate. And I want to talk about some of the other problems with that warrant. This probable cause affidavit talks about an interview they had where the person that was interviewed said that she heard things and saw things within her house. But what is written in the probable cause affidavit is seriously lacking in detail. It's wrong and it's false in many places. The way the affidavit reads, it says this person stated she went to sleep on the second floor. She was awoken at 4 by what she stated sounded like one of the victims playing with the dog, which was on the 3rd floor. A short time later, she thought she heard one of the victims say something. That caveat, she thought she heard, is a problem. That's not at all what was said. This person was interviewed shortly after 911 was called in the afternoon of November 13th. 2022, and she was sure. I'm at Defendant's Exhibit 8A.
I agree.
Page
Denise had a lot of great
281,
things to say.
lines 4 through 10,
Sure.
when this witness was sure that she heard this particular victim go up the stairs, and then come running back down the stairs. That is not what's contained in this affidavit at all.
Oh, I need to.
That is repeated.
Let me back that up, because you know what? That's list worthy. List worthy. New information going on the list. All right.
Witness was sure that she heard this particular victim go up the stairs, and then come running back down the stairs. That is not what's contained in this affidavit at all. That is repeated during this same interview a couple of different times at page 287. It's also repeated in a subsequent interview that same day. This is Defendant's Exhibit 8B. That's at page 313, and again at 320.
Yeah, the ex-cop is also a great background too. I love that so much, man. Speaking of your spoiled cat, looks
One
like
more of these where this is repeated.
got a spoiled cat in the thumbnail or profile. Yeah.
It's repeated again in D8C as well. That is important because that's misleading to the judge. That waters down what was said, and that matters in the probable cause affidavit, because the officers, when they wrote this, knew that wasn't the case. They knew this particular person that DM said was upright and running down the stairs, that's not what happened. That person was killed in the bed and never left the bed. And so the officers water that down because they know that fact is wrong, but they don't tell the magistrate that. They also don't tell the magistrate that this witness has claimed memory problems, that this witness has claimed that she's not sure what she heard or saw was real, or whether it was at a dream, and that is contained in Defendant's 8C, and that's going to be beginning at page 396, 398, 399, 403. There's further statements from that witness in that police interview that said that she had too much to drink and couldn't remember. None of that is given to the magistrate. That is information that's withheld. That's credibility of the person telling law enforcement these things, and the magistrate had a right to know that whatever is laid out in here isn't exactly the way it was. That person had credibility issues, and she said things that were just absolutely untrue and couldn't have been true. Law enforcement knew that. That was intentionally withheld from the magistrate. That matters when we're talking about credibility and sets this whole thing into motion. Your Honor, the next part of the affidavit talks about what they have determined to be suspect vehicle number 1. And it trails a path of pieced together cameras. But what they don't tell the magistrate is that the camera near the residence, the 1112 King Road camera near 22 King Road, you can't tell what kind of car it is. They don't tell the magistrate that that's an impossible car, that their expert can't make an identification off that. They don't tell the magistrate that this is pieced together from various other videos throughout the area. That's withheld from the magistrate. That's important information when you tell a magistrate, we found this car doing this thing and we know what it is that's around this particular area. The next issue is the year of the car.
Yeah, that's a fucking
law enforcement
no kidding.
works with the FBI to determine the year of the car.
The other
And
funny thing, I forgot to mention this. The other funny thing about this hearing is we hear this name pronounced all different ways. Previously, I'd heard it said as Imel, right? Imel, but then she says Imel today, and then at one point, I think somebody says Emil. So, yeah.
FBI provides some possibilities after numerous submissions to them, and the court knows this and can read about this. This is going to be in D10. That's in D9. And finally, after several submissions, that's when the FBI, Immel, says, I can make a car identification. The issue with that that's not disclosed to the magistrate is that car appears one time on one video and not any of the others that they try to say are the path. It's not, let me see if I can say this right. It's not following a consistent trail where the one camera that can identify the car where it appears again. It appears one time. And then what law enforcement did was they took several videos from all over the area and said, well, it's the same car and we have an identification. That's not all. The identification was most comfortably from that FBI agent to be a 2011 to 2013 Elantra. And that's what law enforcement relied on. The court has, it is D12, and it's the Be on the Lookout that was issued by Moscow Police Department, where they look for a 2011 to 13 Hyundai Elantra. And that's what they're looking for. And they don't tell the magistrate that's what they're looking for. They mislead the magistrate and let the magistrate believe that they have a clear view of this car making this loop. And that's just not what happened. It's pieced together and it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Law enforcement in their affidavits talked about this dog barking, and they key some time and they say this is when something was happening inside this house. We can hear this dog barking.
Y'all,
and they use the videotape to get a time off that surveillance tape from the neighborhood, the 1112 King. And so they've got this time, but they also have this video, this trail that they've picked out a time that something probably happened here. And they don't tell the magistrate that this dog that's barking continues on long after the car they're interested in has left the area and then abruptly stops. Your Honor, the dog was found the next day inside the house in a bedroom with an open door, where the other bedrooms that contained people that died, their bedroom doors were open, and this dog had not tracked any blood around the dog, had no blood on it whatsoever, but it was just sitting in an open room a day later. The magistrate is not informed about that either. Then the police department.
One thing we don't know though, right? So the whole thing of all the doors being open, that was another new thing, but I'm just thinking to myself, do we know, so Hunter, specifically Denise, I'm wondering if you know this, Hunter who found Xana, oh my God, Xana and Ethan, did Hunter, do we know, of course we don't know. It's a stupid question. But anyway, I was going to ask, do we know if he opened the door? Like, or was it already open? Because it would make sense that, you know, the doors could have been left open, or if people found people, you know, they maybe needed to open a door, if that makes sense. But anyway, we probably don't know.
Goes through maneuvers to tell the magistrate that they did this investigation. They talk about a traffic stop, 2 traffic stops actually, and there's no connector in there. This is where the lack of the IGG becomes really important. If you know about the IGG, you know why that would be built. Otherwise, 2 random traffic stops months ago in pretty populated areas with a lot of college kids really doesn't add up to be an investigation. But those are put in there to try to bolster up this investigation and say it was something that it wasn't. Probably the worst part of that is relying on, after the BOLO went out for 2011 to 13 Elantra, then WSU, Washington State University officers find cars. They find one that's registered to Bryan Kohberger, parked at the apartments he lived in, but it was a 2015 Elantra, and so they don't really do much with it. but this is placed, that is placed in the affidavit like it was an investigative fact, and it wasn't. It was on the 20th of December when the detective, the lead detective, got a hold of WSU police and found out about that and said, oh, hey, you called this in. He didn't know about that before, but there's no context around that. That's just stacked in there like it creates probable cause when it doesn't. You know that's the case when you look at a couple of our exhibits. One is prior testimony from that same detective. And if you look at the messaging between the detective and the WSU police officer about the timing of that. So it's based on this false investigation trail, and it's based on statements that are completely out of context from somebody that they interviewed that are incorrect statements when you take the totality of the circumstances together, and statements that this person disclaimed a couple of days later because she wasn't sure what she remembered was real, and give that to the judge. If you add in the missing piece of IGG and what happened with that, and as a judge, you know you've got law enforcement willing to violate their own policy, and you know that you're not being told the full story about what a witness is saying, and you're being led down this path to say there's a real investigation when there wasn't a real investigation, you don't find probable cause on that.
If I find that the IGG was not unconstitutionally obtained, doesn't it just add to the probable cause?
No.
If it were to have been disclosed, it would have simply created more basis to suspect Kohberger.
Your Honor, if it had been disclosed, think about how that would read. We used a process to make an identification. This is a new technology. This is called investigative genetic genealogy, and we identified somebody. We did not keep any of our documentation because even though Department of Justice policy says we need to, we decided not to. Even though it says we can't go into certain databases, we really wanted to figure out who this was, so we just ignored that policy altogether. I don't know how a judge could find that credible. You don't even know how that happened. There is a great big question mark about how that happened. To Your Honor's point, you should find it unconstitutional. If you don't find it unconstitutional, it's a separate analysis. I appreciated being able to talk to the witness about that today, but it's a completely separate analysis. You're looking at integrity. You're looking at what a court can rely on to sign off on an affidavit or a search warrant. If an affidavit is presented to a judge and you know that the rules don't matter, that terms of use of a database don't matter, and that you're going to hide what you do, and that doesn't matter either, there's not a lot to rely on. If law enforcement came to the magistrate and said, we want to go search this house over here, and they said, we really think there's going to be evidence of a crime in there because we've got this confidential informant, and this confidential informant has provided a lead, but we need to tell you that we don't have real reason to trust this confidential informant because they won't tell us how they know that. They gave us a picture, but they won't tell us where they got it from or when they got it or what means they used. They threw away their camera. They threw away all the metadata. They won't tell us anything about that. And by the way, the confidential informant maybe has some integrity issues. A judge is not going to sign off on that. And then if you say, but to support that, I built this false look at a whole investigation here. I'm going to tell you these other things that I know that I had no idea about before my confidential informant was here. And these things don't add up anyway. There is not, in my view, a judge that's going to find probable cause because somebody got stopped by law enforcement. I think it was a seatbelt ticket months before.
The purpose of the submission of that was simply to identify the car that he drove and the fact that it didn't have a license plate on it.
So it's really interesting that it sounds like, you know, of course, the confidential informant is DM, right? But like, I feel like that to me just sounds like overselling it, right? Even if you don't throw in, even if you didn't have the being drunk, even if you didn't have the memory issues or whatever, right? If you didn't have any of that, if you just had somebody who literally saw the person walk by and it was dark and all they saw was bushy eyebrows and like, that's it. I would never have caught, in my mind, I would not be calling that a confidential informant. I would like, you know what I mean? Like, that's like, I mean, that's what she's talking about, right? Because like, to me, that's like, you just witnessed, you know, I don't know. Unless I'm misunderstanding it, but that's what it sounds like she's referencing here.
Wasn't to suggest it's otherwise connected to the homicide, except to say this is a car of interest, and the defendant was found driving
Right.
it.
But isn't
Well,
it,
let's talk about that license plate for a second though, because
okay.
that's not something you can see.
So she's talking about somebody else. Just the reason I guess I thought it was Dylan is because of what the context. Let me back it up a little bit.
There is
Oh, weird. It booted the feed. Sorry, guys. I just realized I was like, what's going on? I don't know what happened. Sorry. Let me put that back on. I don't know why it booted that. That's funny. But it happens. It happens. Let me back it up a second here. I was just going to rewind it to hear the part about that because the context, I thought it seemed like she was talking about Dylan. So
Wasn't to suggest it's otherwise connected to the homicide, except to say this is a car of interest, and the defendant was found driving it.
Well, let's talk about that license plate for a second though, because that's not something you can see from the videos, and that was testimony you heard today. You can't see that from the video that the cops relied on here. So that bit about the license plate, that's something a little bit extra that happened after we have this IGG stuff. That wasn't known before.
that's a good point.
There was no video collected from WSU before. There was no communication with the officers at WSU before. So if
y'all, and all that commotion about it booting the thing, I think I didn't go back far enough. Yeah. So basically, okay. So yeah, DM is one of the roommates, right? Who was a surviving roommate. And so we're just trying to clarify for me really. And again, we're all exhausted, I think here, but she's talking about somebody else. So not DM.
By the way, the confidential informant maybe has some integrity.
Okay, here we go.
The judge is not going to sign off on it.
Let me go back a little bit further to get the full context.
He won't tell us where they got it from or when they got it or what means they used. They threw away their camera. They threw away all the metadata. They won't tell us anything about that. And by the way, the confidential informant maybe has some integrity issues. A judge is not going to sign off on that. And then if you say, but to support that, I built this false look at a whole investigation here. I'm going to tell you these other things that I know that I had no idea about before my confidential informant was here. And these things don't add up anyway.
So she's not saying that there is a confidential informant. She's just using that as an example, it sounds like, right?
There is not, in my view, a judge that's going to find probable cause because somebody got stopped by law enforcement. I think it was a seatbelt ticket months before.
The purpose of the submission of that was simply to identify the car that he drove and the fact it didn't have a license plate on the front. Wasn't to suggest it's otherwise connected to the homicide, except to say this is a car of interest, and the defendant was found driving it.
Well, let's talk about that license plate for a second though, because that's not something you can see from the videos. And that was testimony you heard today. You can't see that from the video that the cops relied on here. So that bit about the license plate, that's something a little bit extra that happened after we have this IGG stuff. That wasn't known before. There was no video collected from WSU before. There was no communication with the officers at WSU before. So before the identification through IGG.
I'm just not tracking why that matters. Go ahead.
It matters because this wasn't a real investigation. These are things that are put in there to make it look like an investigation happened, to say, don't look here at this big glaring thing that's missing, this whole piece about why we identified him. Don't look here. We don't want you to look here because this is ugly, this is dirty, and this isn't real.
And
that's precisely
literally like what I have been saying and like what I was saying last night. And that is, I mean, that's what a lot of people are saying, but like, Yeah.
Precisely why those things are placed in that PC affidavit like that. So based on that, the first warrant gets issued. It doesn't end there. This warrant is not good. There's too much missing information, false information, and information withheld from the magistrate here. But then the warrants just rely on one another. There are other things to add into later warrants as well. And so I want to go through some of those other things with you. I do want to comment on the affidavits being used by a variety of officers. I understand the collective knowledge doctrine, but that's not what is going on here. You have an affidavit that sometimes Moscow police attribute it to the person that really wrote it, but quite often it's just the name taken off, and who claims to have done the work is whoever signed the bottom of it, and it can't be the same.
Yeah,
So it's not
this whole
quite the
thing.
same thing, and that matters as well. But let's talk about the second warrant. The second warrant is also AT&T. The first one comes in, and an hour later, they say they have all this data analyzed, and they say they now need 6 months worth of phone records for Bryan Kohberger's phone. They do acknowledge that his phone wasn't contained within the geofence when they looked at the geofence. But the second warrant is important, and we're going to talk about minutes difference of time. In the first AT&T warrant, in that affidavit, the police officer talks about 2:42 a.m. that WSU cameras, because they start looking at WSU cameras after the IGG identification, they find a white car that they say is an Elantra at 2:42. So they get the phone records, and then it becomes 2:44 that they say Mr. Kohberger's leaving his residence, 2:44 a.m. And the place near Bishop Blvd, where one could turn to go to Moscow at 2:42 is inconsistent with 2:44, but they don't correct.
You guys catch that?
They don't correct that. They don't.
Hold on. My brain was just like, wait. Hold on. Did you guys catch that?
AT&T warrant. In that affidavit, the police officer talks about 2:42 a.m. that WSU cameras, because they start looking at WSU cameras after the IGG identification.
There. They start looking at WSU cameras after the IGG identification. She's talking about November 25th, right? Or November 29th? Hang on.
Geofence. But the second warrant.
And geofencing, hold on, I missed that earlier.
Later.
What?
They say they have all this data analyzed, and they say they now need 6 months worth of phone records for Bryan Kohberger's phone. They do acknowledge that his phone wasn't contained within the geofence when they looked at the geofence. But the second warrant is important, and we're going to talk about minutes difference of time. In the first AT&T warrant, in that affidavit, the police officer talks about 2:42 a.m. that WSU cameras, because they start looking at WSU cameras after the IGG identification, they find a white car that they say is an Elantra at 2:42.
Yeah, that's November 29th. So that confirms, you guys, there it is, right there. What have I said all along? It's been on my little calendars that I've had, all little presentations I've done, November 29th on my calendars, right? You guys have seen it by now. There's 3 things on my calendar for that day. I mean, more than that happened. Like this was me just like car and IGG. On November 29th, I had 3 things. Othram invoice, Daniel Tiengo queries white Elantras, and then Officer Curtis Whitman by happenstance sees that Elantra at the apartment complex. And it has been my thought going through all this with the timeline, and I've said it a bazillion times, just to reiterate, I've always said, I think they got the results on the 29th because that's when the invoice is, and that's when you have also those other things, right? Just looking at it. But this is the first time that I've heard that that is correct, because she just said they got the results back before they did the searches at WSU. Again, all that to say, right? How was it done so quickly, right? That was the reason I started looking into it in the first place with the timeline, because I'm like, how the fuck did they do this so quickly? And that's where I got to where I got, as you guys know.
So they get the phone records, and then it becomes 2:44 that they say Mr. Kohberger's leaving his residence, 2:44 a.m. And the place near Bishop Blvd, where one could turn to go to Moscow at 242 is
I second that
inconsistent
idea.
with 244, but they don't correct that. They don't correct that. They don't say that vehicle at 242 cannot have been the right white Elantra running around that night, because we now know it was at 2:44 a.m. They want to keep that in there because they want the car positioned like it's going to be going to Moscow. And that is really important with the misleading of the magistrate. When you look at 1A, that's the map we looked at earlier today, where there's the whole loop around, but there's a blue line as if pointing the car towards Moscow, and that's not what happened. They then report the phone stops reporting to the network at 2:47 a.m. And that's not right. We submitted their cell experts report that say the phone stops reporting at 2:54 a.m. We submitted 2 affidavits to you from our experts who have worked with the call detail records, and that's just not right. Don't get caught up in thinking 7 minutes don't matter here. We're talking about ground that can be covered in a vehicle in a short time. We're talking about 2 towns that are fairly close together. And so the way a car points when they go off the network matters a whole lot in this circumstance. That's not corrected in any of the affidavits. That's the part that's really exculpatory to Mr. Kohberger, is what direction, when the phone stops reporting to the network, what direction is the car traveling? And you can know that based on the cell towers, the handoffs from tower to tower as it tracks where a phone's going. The FBI knows how to do this. They chose not to do this. They chose to take a time 7 minutes before it really stopped reporting. And they chose to make a map that showed a direction that that phone wasn't traveling in, to create a false narrative for the magistrate to rely on to find probable cause. Your Honor, I draw the court's attention to D7 and 8. Those are the affidavits from the defense experts. Their CVs are in D28. Once the second AT&T warrant comes, then you end up with warrants for Mr. Kohberger's arrest. You end up with warrants for DNA samples to be taken, warrants for the search of his apartment, the search of his car, the search of his parents' house. Those are the warrants that are next implied in that. Here, what's added to that set of affidavits is the paragraph that talks about Mr. Kohberger's phone using a tower that provides service to 1122 King on a number of occasions. The PC affidavit says 12. Your Honor needs to take a look at, I believe it is D1B and C. That's an email from Nicholas Balance, and he's talking to the detective in Moscow about the dates that he says this thing happens. And then he puts those dates in his cast draft report and in his cast final report, and they don't match up. There are different dates on those, different times on those. But the really big deal about that is that it's misleading when you say the cell tower that also services this particular location. Moscow has, I think, 2 cell towers that service the town. Those cover places that one shops, places that one eats, places that one gets gas in Moscow. From the records, you can see handoffs, and so you know where a vehicle is going. You can know whether it's stationary or not. You can know whether it's parked looking at a particular place or not. Based on those records, we also provided the records just so the court would know there's a volume of records. I don't expect the court to decipher those records. But based on those records, they absolutely knew that Mr. Kohberger wasn't around that residence, wasn't parked near the residence, didn't stop and have his phone in a stationary position at that residence. They absolutely knew that that's not what was happening, but they put it in there to make a connection that didn't exist. They put it in there so that the judge would think that this was the right person, and they shouldn't have done that. They knew that was incorrect. They also changed that quite a bit, performed a drive testing, and so there were other bits of data that kept coming in so that they would know that was untrue. Now, for a magistrate to be relying, remember, on somebody who's a witness, somebody who's been interviewed 4 or 5 times, and continually says something that's absolutely impossible, has memory problems, and the judge never knows that, and we'll keep the IGG identification off to the side, But then you have this false narrative that looks like stalking, that looks like following, and it's not true. That is extremely damaging. It's very misleading. It's an outright lie to the magistrate. When you omit that kind of information, when you take that context out, you might as well say stalking, because that's what you're trying to say, and you know that's not true. This court can rely on our proffer in D1B and in the cast draft report and in the cast final report, because those dates change. The court can rely on the evidence that will be produced at a hearing from defense experts that will talk about the handoffs, the patterns of handoffs, and how misleading that paragraph was to the magistrate. The real story is exculpatory to Mr. Kohberger. He was not stationary around that house. He was never at that house. He did go to Moscow. He did drive around, but he wasn't over there. And the phone records absolutely show that.
Oh, phone records. Okay. So if she's talking about phone records,
we'll move forward to the set of warrants.
If she's talking about the phone records, then it would be the location data. Again, we don't know if it's Android or iPhone. But the other thing that's interesting too is, right, we do know that like that Elantra from everything I understand, I haven't researched it extensively because there's so much to, but I know there's been people that have come in the chat and said that Elantra that he would have had a GPS like navigation system, which makes sense, right? Because, you know, all cars do as of, I don't know, some year, but definitely by then. Anyway, so that car should have GPS, right? So
a little bit later in February, March, April, I'm talking about Amazon, Google, Apple, those kinds of warrants that come later. Here's what is left out of all of those warrants. The fact that Mr. Kohberger gets arrested, his apartment gets searched, his car gets searched, his car gets searched again, and his car gets searched again.
So,
and there's absolutely
no, it has not been turned over yet. There's still outstanding motions to compel, I believe, and I think there's also still some outstanding supplemental requests for discovery. But the thing that I can specifically say that comes to mind is there's a motion to compel still on the table as it pertains to the expert witness disclosures that the state didn't provide. They didn't provide the reports and opinions that you're supposed to. So that was a motion to compel and for sanctions, and that is actually, I think they're supposed to also, I think that's also on the table to be heard tomorrow as well. Now that I think about it. Yeah, he did say that. That's the other thing. So they're going to finish the goal for them tomorrow is they're going to try to finish these motions to suppress, but there's also that motion to compel on the table for the expert witness discovery. So
connection between him and anybody from 1122 King. And what I mean by that is that there's no blood in his car. There's no he wasn't connected to that house, to the people in the house.
Don't get confused.
Your Honor, I'm
maybe a mistake.
Don't get confused. So I did Google it, but the thing is that I think that it might be that AI, if it's AI, because there's the iCloud data and all that, Apple data. Remember, he had an iPad. But here's what I did. I went through all of the search warrant returns. I went through all of the court filings. I went through all of the affidavits. I went through like for example, like the motions to suppress, right? One of them is for the cell phone. If you look at anything, and I covered it, it's on the live stream, the Bryan cell phone live stream, right? That's where we did all that. But I went through all of it, and literally everything just calls it cell phone, except there's an affidavit from Mowery where he calls it Bryan Kohberger's phone with a capital P. So it's either phone or cell phone, and that's it. But what's so funny is when it comes to the hard drive for the Seagate external hard drive and whatnot, they have the exact serial number. When it comes to the thumb drive, there's the 2 terabytes. Everything is specific, right? And it's supposed to be. We know there's an iPad, right? An Apple iPad, right? We know every type of laptop computer that was seized and all that, all that stuff. But whenever it comes to the cell phone, every single thing I saw just said cell phone.
Thinking of a different date for the AT&T, I thought Not the cell tower stuff. Is that you still talking about the cell tower stuff?
No, I mean, that stuff applies to every single warrant we have because that was
I thought
early.
you transitioned to warrants that were obtained after the arrest.
I did.
Yeah, and by the time of the arrest, they had a direct DNA connection.
Your Honor, what I'm talking about,
Some other evidence that the defense can claim in cross-examination or their own case is exculpatory, but isn't the DNA connection in itself probable cause to support any of it from there?
Your Honor, the DNA I'm talking about is the lack of DNA in Mr. Kohberger's car and the lack of DNA in his apartment, the lack of connection to the
What
individuals.
is that?
With the Elantra,
Even if disclosed? Preclude.
so
a finding.
apparently with the Elantra, it's a choice. So we were both right. That you could choose to do it. It's like an upgrade. So it's not automatic.
A probable cause when there's a DNA match between the
Right.
DNA and the
Yeah.
sheath and Mr. Kohberger.
The Apple account, well, you can have an Apple account and use that on anything, right? iCloud. Like I have my computer is not Apple. My computer is a Windows, and I have iCloud on that. But we know. So that's why I mentioned that, right? Because the Apple account, and they do specify it's an iPad. They don't say tablet. They say iPad, right? Which is again funny that they say cell phone and not iPhone or whatever the Android make is. Like they everything else they give make and model except for the phone. So yeah, like for example, his Apple account he could have been using on all of his devices, but we do know he had the iPad.
Isn't that probable cause every day and twice on Sunday?
Not in this context. Not in this context, because of the IGG work, because I mean, that's the ultimate question that will be before a jury. What does that mean, right? What does a knife sheath at a scene mean?
It's
That's going to
odd.
be the ultimate
It's
question.
odd.
You're
Killed by a knife, it probably means a lot.
It might mean a lot.
Probable cause is not a proof beyond a reasonable doubt standard. It's probable cause to think that this person might have done it. And I'm not sure how that direct DNA connection to a sheath found on or near one of the victims doesn't close the book on anything on probable cause after that.
Well, I think it doesn't close the door on probable cause. I think when you know the other factual information that the magistrate should have known, I think that there's a lot of pause even at a probable cause level, Judge. This was information withheld from the magistrate, and I'm talking about, let's just go with the car. Let's just go with.
I understand the lack of evidence of DNA material or other victim-related material in the car and in his apartment as asserted, but I'm not sure how that precludes probable cause when there's a direct DNA match. There's plenty of reasons that might be the case. When a magistrate's looking at this, they have a direct DNA match to a person from a object likely associated with a murder weapon. I've not yet a magistrate would not find that probable cause.
If the magistrate had the other facts, I think the magistrate would have some serious concerns and would not find probable cause. Your Honor, the vehicle, and I know the court knows what I'm going to say. There's not DNA in that vehicle that was brought out from a crime scene. This absolutely matters, Your Honor. If you want to go to the state's theory, right, with their videos that they've talked about, they told the magistrate about that this is the video, this is what matters. It parks at this certain time, it leaves at this certain time. If you want to go to that, there's about 13 minutes of time, right? 13 minutes between the last time you see the car and the next time you see the car on the video.
Yeah.
And if you end up with a car that's searched, and I mean searched and taken apart, the brake is taken apart, the gear shift is taken apart, the key fob is checked. There's no blood on any of that, none. The steering wheel, there's some kind of spray all over the interior of the car to check for it. There's no blood. I think that there's context that the magistrate should have known. That's absolutely exculpatory to Mr. Kohberger, and it matters a whole lot.
I'm not
But
saying
that's not a
it's
really
potentially
great
exculpatory. I'm just saying I'm not sure how knowing that in light of a positive DNA connection would cause any magistrate to say, well, okay, I guess there's no probable cause here because you couldn't find other connection to forensic evidence when there are other things in the affidavit or affidavits at that point that could explain that, including the use of covering clothing and covering gloves and all that could be put into a bag real quick on the way out that was in one of the affidavits. I guess, and I don't intend to argue with you about it. I understand your other arguments, but when you get to once they have the actual DNA evidentiary DNA.
I think he just referenced something that's under seal. Listen, because what he just says, it's in one of the affidavits. I don't recall ever reading what he's describing. So I think he's referencing something that we didn't know about. So let's listen.
Things in the affidavit that were affidavits at that point that could explain that, including the use of covering clothing and covering gloves and all that could be put into a bag real quick on the way out. That was in one of the affidavits.
There.
I guess
new
I
information.
don't tend to argue with you about it. I understand your other arguments, but when you get to once they have the actual DNA, evidentiary DNA.
I absolutely agree they can't prove that happened. It's just interesting that that's new information, as in that was in an affidavit. We haven't seen that affidavit. So
it seems to me that it's an uphill battle to say there's not probable cause at that point.
Well, Your Honor should never get to that question, but I'm going to answer for you. But you should never get to that question because you should have already found that AT&T 1 and AT&T 2 were terrible, and there's no probable cause for those, and they just build on each other. So you should find that the very first one lacked probable cause, and then everything else does as well. But let me answer your question there. If the magistrate judge had been told there's unknown male B in blood in the house attached to the handrail, that might have made more of a difference to her. Maybe a sheath that can be carried to the house and blood in the house that's not the same, maybe that matters. And then maybe the car being completely empty of any blood DNA connection, maybe that matters a little bit more. Maybe it.
Well, I'm just not sure why it matters for probable cause, but I think we're talking over each other, so I'll let you just go on.
Okay. I don't think probable cause is in a vacuum. I think probable cause isn't one thing. I hope it's not one thing. I hope there has to be a little bit more than one thing, especially when you've got another thing that's the same as the one thing.
Well, I said I wouldn't do this, but I'm going to do it anyway because you brought up.
I thought that was a weird thing.
Blood DNA of an unknown individual that was found, I think, on the handrail.
Yes.
Doesn't that necessarily not exclude Mr. Kohberger? What it may do is suggest there might be a potential other person in addition involved if you assume that that blood was related to the victims and not some earlier event in the house.
If
they said bag, they said something putting clothing in a bag. That's what I heard. But this is the crazy part about the blood on the handrail. Another new thing we learned today.
What the court is saying is exactly why the magistrate needed to know that. Is there another explanation here? I've got this sheath, but there are all these other things that if I know about them matter. What's the other explanation? What's going on with this investigation? What's happening here? That's exactly the point, Your Honor. What other explanation is there? The magistrate wasn't given a chance to ask that. She wasn't given a chance to ask that when she wasn't told about unknown male B, blood on the handrail. She wasn't given a chance to ask about that when she wasn't told about unknown male D, blood on a glove right outside the residence. Yeah. She wasn't given a chance to ask any of those questions. She didn't know that Bryan's car, and the court's question, good question, what does that mean? Could it mean there's more than one person? The answer to that is, or it could mean it's not Bryan because his car's got nothing in it and there were only 13 minutes to do this. The magistrate didn't get to know that.
Yeah, max 14 minutes when I did the math.
DNA is still on the knife sheet though. That's the problem, counsel, for probable cause purposes.
He's not wrong.
If that's the only thing she's told, I can see why she'd find probable cause. It's these other things that are withheld that create a context around it. I think the purpose of Frank's is to ask this very question, and this is a question. What do we want to do with our criminal justice system? Do we want to have one thing with no context around it when there's this other context that really matters?
The Frank standard, which is even if you add that stuff, does that take away probable cause, counsel? And my problem is once you have a direct DNA tie to the defendant, for purposes of probable cause, this isn't for purposes of conviction.
Yeah,
for purposes of probable cause, you have not explained to me why
I know
a reasonable magistrate, let alone any magistrate, wouldn't find probable cause there, even if they knew all those other facts. As to Mr. Kohberger, now, there may be, as you say, other people that creates concern or issues about that need to be investigated further, but I'm not sure that that diminishes the probable causes. Mr. Kohberger, if his DNA is found on a knife sheath found on or near the victim who was stabbed with said alleged knife that would have been in said alleged sheath.
I think
Gary's saying alleged a whole bunch of times again, too.
The most prominent question is how did that sheath get there? And I think when you ask that question, I think you can have DNA on an object at a scene when you know about all of these other things and you don't find probable cause because there are more questions than there are answers. And all of a sudden, this one thing doesn't look as big. It doesn't look as everything pointing to it when you have the context around it. The magistrate didn't have to have every detail of the case, but knowing how many attempts to find a DNA connection there were, and it didn't exist in Bryan's car, in Bryan's apartment, that there's no other DNA in there other than unknown male B that we know of for sure, and unknown male D outside. There is a lot of context there, and all of a sudden, this one
unknown
thing,
male B and D.
the question of how is that there, is the question that the magistrate should have had.
I'm updating my list. I'm just going to back it up so I can make sure I get these correct for the location purposes with the
Oh, for sure. An unknown male D outside. There is a lot of
sorry.
Okay. That there's no other DNA in there other than unknown male B that we know of for sure, an unknown male D outside.
So she's saying unknown male B is on the handrail, and D is outside. I think. Let's see. I'm just updating my list. Male D outside. So, okay.
There is a lot of context there. And all of a sudden, this one thing, the question of how is that there, is the question that the magistrate should have had. And then we come to all of the other things that we've talked about. We've come to what we relied on. One of the witnesses saying things that absolutely couldn't be true. One of the things that the witness.
So for anyone who's like, what list are you talking about? Some of you guys who weren't here at the beginning. I'll just show you guys what I'm working on here whenever I'm like referencing this list so that you're not like, what? So what I'm working on is this list. So here we go. So this is what I've been working on. So, shout out to DB for giving me this idea. He was putting in the Discord, like, man, there was so much new information. I wish we had a list. I'm like, I'll make a list. So I'm making a list of just all the new information, right? Just grouped by the day. So, you can see here some of the things, and I'm going to go back and flesh this out, right? This is just like to jog my memory. But I'm going to go back and flesh it out. And then the idea will be after we finish with the hearing tomorrow, then we're going to go back through all the new information, and then we're going to like highlight it and like color code it, right? By like what meets the Frank standard, because here's the holding, or what do we think meets the Frank standard, and what is just maybe information that was like, it's important, but like not related, right? And I'm sure there's probably some other categories as well. That was just my basic thought was like, because like, a lot of this information was like super important to know, but some of it I'm thinking, but this isn't gonna like change anything as far as the motions to suppress or Frank's, but so it's important, but not as it pertains to the matter at hand. But so to kind of go through and kind of categorize it. And then what I'm planning on doing is posting this list in the Discord for anyone who wants to be able to have it, where you can pull it up or whatever. So that's the idea there. Okay.
Who said these things that couldn't be true also admitted she didn't really know anything. You can't rely on that anymore, so you take that out. The identification to this sheath that maybe seems like it would be really good. You don't really even know how that happened, and you don't know how it got there. This isn't like DNA in blood on the wall from Mr. Kohberger. That's not there. That doesn't exist in this scene. You're talking about an item that the question.
Denise asking the real questions here. Why isn't unknown male blood on the handrail and the glove tested for IGG? I mean, right? One would have thought they did that. I mean, maybe they did. Wait, hold on. Is it possible that they did and we just don't know? Because, I've been asking these questions, right? Like, what is this IGG discovery? Because I don't see how it exists. I'm just now thinking this through because I'm like, it doesn't exist, right? Because the FBI deleted all their shit as it pertains to Bryan Kohberger, right? They deleted all their shit. And then like, we've talked about that at length, right? But maybe they did submit it. Maybe, and maybe that's where all that information comes from. Maybe, but it's unrelated to Bryan Kohberger, which would be why there's allegedly discovery related to IGG, but yet not related to IGG when it comes to Bryan. I don't know, maybe. Right. They can. They should. Yes. The IGG. That's right. That's what we're saying. We're saying we have not heard that happened. So that's why I'm saying, well, maybe it did, but because with IGG that's under seal, maybe it has happened. It would be unbelievable if they didn't. Although, would I be surprised? No. But I don't even know what to say. Like if they didn't do it, I can't even wrap my head around it. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Question of how should be, especially when you know about the other male DNA in the house, and especially when you know about the lack of DNA connections. There's also no connection between the people in the house and Mr. Kohberger based on their cell phones, based on social media accounts. There's just no connection. The magistrate wasn't.
They don't need anything to compare it to. That's the point of IGG. The point of IGG is when you have a crime scene and no suspect, and you have no leads, and you go through and you build a family tree. That's how you get to you don't have to have. That's the whole point, is you have nothing to compare it to. So anything else with DNA they should have attempted to submit it for IGG as well. And as we know, it can take months or years, right? Sometimes, depending to get to what they then provide as like a quote unquote tip.
Aware of all of those factors when she was being asked.
Yeah,
to
they
decide on
start.
probable
They
cause.
start with the blood at the crime scene. So like, let's take the blood on the handrail, right? That's where they start. Just like the blood on the knife sheath. They start with the blood at the crime scene, or whatever the DNA is. They start with the DNA at the crime scene. That's where they start. When they have the DNA and nothing else, that's when you use IGG to get to a person.
I don't think criminal justice means one piece of evidence out of the context of everything else is all you need. Context matters a whole lot.
Well, you're not suggesting the magistrate was told that there was DNA evidence found in Mr. Kohberger's car or in his apartment. The lack of inclusion also can be viewed as the implied of, they're obviously not telling me they found this when they would have if they did.
I'm not 100% sure I followed. I'm not sure. Are you asking me why I think that's important as far as the Frank's purposes?
Well, for Frank's purposes,
Okay, hang on. No squirrel left behind.
Are
Hold on.
implying, I think,
Hold on.
necessarily that
Let's do this.
the police intentionally didn't tell the magistrate that they didn't find the lack of evidence in other places, the apartment, the car, etc. Right?
Yes, that's right.
They didn't tell the magistrate that there was evidence. This is a omission.
This is one of the omissions. Yes. Yes, we have false statements and we have omissions both. It's not one thing in this case.
There's understanding complete.
Yeah. Thank you for that. I wasn't following the question the court was asking.
Okay, hang on. Don't worry, Gwennon. I've got you.
The other.
No squirrel left behind, I always say. Okay, don't worry. Okay. Don't worry about what's on the left. Just look at what's on the right. So on the right, this is from that journal article from the law. What was it? Journal of Law and the Biosciences is what it was. Yes. Which I've referenced many times. So this is literally how IGG is done and when and where. This is going to simplify it for any of you guys who are still not clear. Okay. Step 1. So it's color coded. Of course I did that. So in red, right? So step 1, if you have no suspects, and then you have DNA at the crime scene, and you put it into CODIS and you get a direct match, then you have your direct match via CODIS, okay? The direct matches, or the one-to-one, which is the same, you have your match. That's what's in the red boxes in the middle. Okay, then remember, this is still step 1. In blue, if you have a suspect, so for example, like sometimes, when it's like, it seems like maybe the husband did it, whatever, you have a known suspect, right? And what that means is then you have probable cause, right, to obtain their DNA via a buccal swab, a search of their person, right? Then you can compare it to the crime scene DNA, right? So if you have a suspect, buccal swab, direct match, to the crime scene, there you go. Now, in yellow down here, now this is all IGG. So if all suspects ruled out and no leads, then you move on to step 2, SNP generation. Okay. So as you might have noticed, when they're dealing with all the regular DNA that they test for, that's STR. SNP is used for IGG, investigative genetic genealogy. That's when they use SNP. So what happens is once the DNA is extracted, right, that generates it, you get an STR profile. And then if you want to send it for IGG, you generate an SNP profile or SNP. That's what they use. So that's done. And then you start with the genealogy. What is that? That's building out a family tree, and it can take months or years. So remember, why are we doing this? Because if all suspects ruled out and no leads, cold cases are a great example of this. That's where law enforcement first started getting involved with this, was like cold cases or Doe cases, right? Jane Doe, John Doe. So like that's another example, right? So this is also used to identify like when you have unidentified human remains, right? So you start with the DNA, and then you put it into one of these databases, right? And then then you build out your family tree, and then you work your way through distant relatives, and eventually you want to get as close as possible, right? And there's a whole, there's a lot that goes into it. And then eventually you can get a lead that way, right? And then it can provide like that, then you can end up with a suspect that way. And then once all that, then you can, same as in the blue, you get their buccal swab, right? You get their buccal swab, and then you have 1-to-1 matching, so a direct match. So there's a big difference, right, between the top ones and then this in yellow. So does that help? I'm just looking at what you guys are saying in the chat. Okay, you get it now. Okay, good. Yes, that's right. You did 23andMe. That's exactly it. Yep. I'm glad you love the no scroll left behind policy. Awesome. Yeah. So, okay. So then you get absolutely. Yep. And that's what it is. Yep. Now the thing is like you can use these databases and not do the family tree, right? So that's one thing I just wanted to reiterate, is that the point for law enforcement is it's to do the family tree thing. Because some of those different databases, they don't focus on the family tree. Like what is it? Ancestry, I think, is the one that's the biggest on the family trees for the consumers. So my thought on the dad trash, is that they took the trash because they wanted to get his DNA. Because remember, some of you guys will be lost if you haven't followed some of the previous live streams, but was it last night? I gave the example of the Christmas present thing where like snooping and you find your Christmas present early and then you have to pretend you don't know what it is and all that. I gave a really detailed example of how I think that's what was going on here. And it was, and at the time it was that, this is before the hearing today, right? This is from a live stream last night, right? That law enforcement backdoored it, right? And that potentially they got a direct match. Now, it seems like it could have been something like an immediate relative. Either way, it had to be it's the only way that they could have done this so quickly. That's why I was thinking it was a direct match. But if it was like his sister or something like that, then that could also be possible, right? So my thought is that, because they know that they're fucked, right? Potentially for doing all the backdoor shit, right? That that would be why they have the name. They have the name on November 29th. We learned that today. And it's not, and that was always my theory, but we heard now that's confirmed. And it's not provided to MPD until December 19th. And we know FBI is following him in Pennsylvania on December 16th. So in other words, as I've explained in great detail, but just to summarize it, like, why did they wait on all that? Right. And it's like, because they're trying to make it look like there was an actual investigation going on when they already think they have their suspect. So I think that when they were getting the trash, they were hoping to get Bryan's DNA. And then I think if they had, we wouldn't even be hearing about IGG, because you know what? It wouldn't have even been a thing. It wouldn't have even been a thing, because like take Lisk, for example, right? Take Lisk for Rex Heuermann, right? Take that, for example, because they got his DNA from the pizza box, right? And it was a direct match to the DNA from the crime scene, and that's fair game because it was abandoned, right? So it's the same thing. You see what I mean? They didn't do IGG. Well, hold on. Now I don't fucking remember if they did or not. I don't think they did. I don't think they did IGG to get to him. But Stevie, you might remember. But anyway, there's other cases anyway, right? Where, like, you know, again, IGG is really, it's so extensive, right? So you're looking at cold case, and that's why it's weird anyway that they did it right off the bat here in this case, like right away. That's not normal. But yeah, in other words, let's just say that they had gotten the trash and they had Bryan's DNA. That's fair game. And then they can match it to the crime scene. There's no need for IGG. Well, assuming that they did an actual investigation and they had another way to get to him, right? But like, I think that was the plan, because you know, the state tried to not let the state's position has tried to bend. They've tried to be like, you know, the whole time, right? At first it's like they try to say it's IGG but not use those letters, and then it's like, you know, well, we didn't rely on it, and then it's not coming. It's just for a tip, and then it's not coming in at trial. But the state has since now, just the other day, came out and said that they think they might use it at trial. Go figure. So like basically they've just been fighting this whole time, and we've talked a lot about that. It's like plan A, plan B, plan C. So their whole job has been to try to keep the IGG out of this. That's what they're doing. So anyway, I don't know. Am I making sense? My brain is like really fried. It was a lot today. Yes, CODIS and IGG are different. CODIS is STR and IGG is SNP. Right. And that's the thing. That's why I'm saying this point right here is why I'm saying, I think that's why they were hoping to get his DNA from the trash, because then they could have just left this completely out of it. The reason that they ended up, like, this all ended up coming in, right, is like, because they didn't have anything, right? Like, they didn't have Bryan's DNA from the trash. So it's like, well, then how, you know what I mean? Like, this would be the thing then. Now it's like, it's just, again, it's just like the elephant in the room of like, yes, that's true. The laws, and I've looked into all of those, by the way, too, the laws that, yeah. Yeah, it varies by the state. Idaho, though, to quote what is used in these filings, many filings, to quote it like verbatim, they say it has a that Idahoans have a higher expectation or higher standard of privacy, like via the Idaho like Constitution. And Pennsylvania, I think, has a slightly higher standard as well, but it does vary by the state. Oh, Meg, glad you're here, my friend. So I'm glad you made it. Good. And hopefully you also figured out how to get to the Discord. So, so yes, we were just going over, for anyone who's just now getting here, welcome. We are just now going over, for some people who were less familiar with like what IGG is versus, you know, STR. And also y'all, Denise, is she still awake in the chat? Denise, oh, it looks like she is. Awesome. So Denise was here at the beginning. Well, she's still here in the chat, but we started out the live stream with Denise as our squirrel boots on the ground. Okay. And she was the very first guest. I had never even attempted. It was when Denise said she flew from California to Boise to attend the hearing today. I was like, holy shit, squirrel boots on the ground. And so then we were she was keeping us up to date in the Discord. And then I was like, dude, do you want to come on? And so anyway, she joined us for the beginning, and she happens to be a defense attorney and also a former cop as well. She was a cop first and then a defense attorney for 20 years. So anyway, but and then she popped back on a second time, but she's still in the chat. And anyway, so that's what we've been doing. We've been going through the hearing, and we just took a little detour to go through this here. I've known Meg. How long have I known you? 2 years, probably, maybe longer. We go way back. Okay, so now let's go back to the hearing. Unshare, reshare. Okie dokie, guys. Coolio.
Thing.
Maybe we should back it up and get at least a full sentence. How about that? A complete sentence.
There's understanding complete.
Oh, Andrea? Yeah. So Andrea's one of her mods, Excited Utterance, if you guys know her, she's actually popped in a couple times here. I asked her about that because I was like, what's going on with Andrea? Because like, you know, so Andrea is taking like an extended and like, from what I understand, total vacation, if you will, from like doing any stuff on her channel and including following it. Like, I think she just needed a break, understandably, after Delphi. And so that's what Excited Utterance said. And and I don't remember if she said when Andrea is going to be back, but she said it would be at the very least be after these hearings. So.
Yeah. Thank you for that. I wasn't following the question the court was asking.
Yes.
I think the other thing, I think I covered all on my proffer, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, now we get to this. We were commenting on how this was so wild because Ashley Jennings is like in rare form. We're at rare form today.
I think now, Mr. Mayor, were you going to address the IGG Franks issue, or is Ms. Jennings going to cover all of it?
Your Honor, I think I'm going to cover all of it.
All right, go ahead.
I'm going to attempt to.
Yeah, she was like, I don't know what was going on with her today, man. Like really just.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. As you're
Weird vibe.
You have to make two separate inquiries for each of the claims that Ms. Taylor has brought before you. First, you have to decide today, has the defendant made a substantial, not just a preliminary showing, but a substantial preliminary showing that the affidavits, and in our case, we're referring to the Exhibit A's that were attached to each of the affidavits for probable cause, that they were the basis, which were the basis for multiple search warrant applications, that within those Exhibit A's, there were deliberate or recklessly false statements or omissions. This is a high burden.
By the way, Top Cat really likes whiskey. We've talked about this on previous live streams. I think her preference is Jameson, so it's funny. And yeah, saying you need more coffee. I have a whole like freaking tankard of coffee over here. Yeah. So.
And this is a very high hurdle for them to jump over. Now, if you can answer yes to that,
but like literally, every time I hear that, I get a visual of people like from the Olympics doing like track and field shit.
Then and only then should we move on. And then ask the second question, does that even matter? Does that statement actually diminish the probable cause finding? It's only when the answer to both of those questions is yes, should you then even consider granting a Franks hearing. The motion for a Franks hearing is a serious allegation.
Meg's gonna drink cough syrup, I guess.
The allegation is that law enforcement acted improperly.
Y'all
They
are funny.
lied to the
Y'all are
magistrate in
funny.
order to secure the warrant. The statements have to be deliberate, reckless, false. That's the standard. Franks is not implicated by just simple mistakes or misunderstandings about the evidence or Scrivener's errors or even just negligence. As the court is well aware, this is serious. The defendant is alleging law enforcement lied to secure the probable
Yeah,
cause.
dude, everyone's been sick, man. A lot of the Squirrel crew's been sick. I hope that Flash is feeling better. I hope Candace is feeling better. I hope Iowa's feeling better. And Meg, I hope you feel better. And actually, there's been so many Squirrel crew squirrels that have been sick that I actually added a command literally for that purpose. So I'll put that there. Get well soon.
Case. And the state submits the defendant has failed to back up this claim.
Oh, I typed it in wrong because
And they failed because they can't. Law enforcement submitted probable cause affidavits to the magistrate based on the information they had available to them at the time that the various applications were made. That's how it's supposed to work, and that's how it worked. The defendant has alleged 13 separate areas where they say there's a Franks violation. I'm going to go through those so that I make sure that I get through each of them in the same order that defendant addressed them in their motion and as the state addressed them in our response. And that starts with this idea of attacking Exhibit A. As the court knows, in Latah County, it's our practice, we submit an affidavit for probable cause. As I said, attached to that affidavit is what we call an Exhibit A. That Exhibit A is law enforcement officers' statements, laying out all the various facts known to them related to probable cause in order to support the issuance of a search warrant. In this case, Exhibit A, by the time we get to where we're challenging, was about 20 pages of facts for the magistrate to review. Essentially, the same Exhibit A was relied upon for the application of multiple warrants. This was a massive investigation. You heard testimony earlier today from Detective Payne. Multiple officers were involved in this investigation from multiple agencies. And they were doing briefings. For weeks at a time, they received 2 briefings a day with all the lead investigators in the same room receiving the same information. This information was then put into this Exhibit A for the basis of a probable cause affidavit.
The famous Exhibit A, that PCA. I feel like some of us have that thing memorized. Okay, great. Meg, I'm glad you were there. That was also one of the funniest days ever. Oh my God. Yeah, Meg and I, we go way back. I think it's probably about 2 years. What year are we in? At least 2 years, actually, because maybe 2.5 years, something. Oh yeah, Andrea Burkhart. Yeah, she's an attorney. She I really I'll be honest, I hadn't really watched her channel, not for any purpose except for the fact that, like, you know, as it turns out, when you stream yourself, like when you are streaming a lot, you have less time to watch other people stream. But during Delphi, you know, because there was no cameras, as everybody knows, that's when I really started to watch Andrea, because, you know, y'all know she was there in the courtroom. So, you know, I watched of all the attorneys that were there, I watched everybody as much as I could. But Andrea was, you know, she really went into so much detail, and she really took, like, I think everyone would admit, she took like the most detailed notes. It was like crazy verbatim, like transcript basically. So it was like the closest thing in my mind that you could get to like getting to actually see it. But anyway, but she was awesome. And then after that finished, she's been on an extended vacation, and she's out of Washington State. But yeah, she's awesome. Yeah, Meg does know everyone, I feel like, for sure. And Meg, how many channels are you a mod for now?
For search warrants.
1 million.
A working document like this with the most up-to-date information was the best way to ensure the magistrate was getting the most complete and accurate information. And defendant wants to take issue with this process. But
what do I do if the affidavit is attached to Detective A's submission? Is it Detective A's affidavit, right? And there's a, for purposes of my question, a material reckless statement in there. But Detective A isn't the one that made it. It was another person on the team, let's say the cast member expert.
Yeah.
Well,
how does that affect the Frank's analysis as it relates to the affidavit submitted by Detective A?
I would say that Detective A would have to have reason to know that that was a materially reckless statement made by Detective B.
Even if the person that made the statement on the team knows that that statement going into the affidavit, the group affidavit, if you will, or the group statement is going to ultimately make its way to the magistrate?
I do love how he said that, right? Group affidavit, group statement.
I'll concede I think there's an issue there.
Okay.
But that's not what happened.
Oh, fuck.
I don't think that any officer can submit a statement that they know is going to go in front of a magistrate and do so recklessly.
What? That makes no sense, because of course they can, unless she's trying to say that there is no legal standard for reckless, like it hasn't been, like the law has yet to determine what is reckless. But I know that that's not what it is. Like what? What then? What? Like that's why this exists. That's why Frank's exists. So.
And if they do so, then I agree. That has to, the court should take issue with that.
No kidding.
But the cooperative nature of this investigation and this kind of group effort is allowed. As discussed more extensively in the state's response, we have several Idaho cases that support this. State v. Rubio, State v. Gomez, State v. Alger. And in our case, the probable cause affidavit, it wasn't as if the judge wasn't put on notice that this was exactly what was happening. The judge was put on notice. Each affidavit explicitly told the magistrate, blank officer, depending on who was applying for it, quote, is being assisted by members of the Idaho State Police and agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigations. Throughout the document, it makes references. I consulted with FBI Vehicle Specialist S.A. Imel. I consulted with FBI S.A. Balance regarding cast. I consulted with FBI S.A. Hill regarding surveillance footage. It's very clear what the sources of the information were coming from. It could absolutely be reasonably inferred where the information was coming from. The magistrate was not at all misled regarding the sources of all the information. I'm going to talk a little bit about this idea that there's some issue with who did the work in reference to Google. They claim that the CSLI work alleges Kohberger around the King Road residence. And this same claim is in Exhibit A signed by Detective Blvd. Well, this is inaccurate. The officer signing the affidavit did not claim to do the cast work.
Did you mean AT&T?
Yes. They didn't claim to have gotten those records and put them in to their program to determine the approximate locations of the phone. That was done by Special Agent Balance. And the affidavit makes that clear. And defendant ignores the entire paragraph within Exhibit A that makes that clear. Quote, I consulted with an FBI special agent that's a certified member of CAST. This paragraph goes on to explain what CAST is, what CAST does, the experience that's involved, SA Balance's own experience. And then the law enforcement officer then states, from information provided by CAST, I was able To make determination, I was able to determine estimated locations for the 8458 phone. That's not claiming to have done the CSLI work, but instead it's just a reflection. The work was done by balance. Investigators reviewed that and then made some determinations of the approximate locations for that 8458 phone. And we're going to get into this in a little bit down because this comes up again. All about the cell phone. And we're just going to take we have two different opinions about what those records show. We have an expert who tells us, and that's what was relayed in the probable cause affidavit. And those opinions haven't changed. We differ on a few factual issues. I believe there are 3 towers that provide service to the Moscow area. Defendant is correct.
Here's my concern with you telling me that at this stage of things. Where in the record is that currently? Apart from anything you may have submitted after they filed the Frank's motion.
What specifically?
That there are 3 towers.
I believe I referenced it in my response.
Yeah, but that doesn't, if you give me evidence and I rely on that evidence, then I have to give them a full Frank's hearing.
So this is just all the Tolkien references, right? So we had this joke the other day on the live stream, the Bryan cell phone live stream with the 2 towers, right? Because it's the 2 towers of Moscow. So the 2 towers, and then we had the other one from today. Keep it secret, keep it safe. Anyway, now there's the 3 towers.
So that's why I've been very clear to say I'm looking at what the proffer is from the defense without evidence submitted by the state to determine whether they have met their threshold burden. And so I get concerned when you start telling me things that are not necessarily part of the evidence.
Understood. We can move past the number of towers. Here's what is in evidence, though, and based off of the PC affidavit, is that the phone was in the area for the tower that provides service to the 1122 residents.
So it's interesting about this part. Like, why?
And so I get concerned when you start telling me things that are not necessarily part of the evidence.
Understood. We can move past the number of towers.
Like, I don't understand. Yeah, I don't. That's troubling. Denise, if you're still here, do you have thoughts on this? I'm sure you do.
Here's what is in evidence, though, and based off of the PC affidavit, is that the phone was in the area for
just let it go, like the song, right?
Tower that provides service to the 1122 residents. Still maintain that's true. Regardless, none of this has any bearing on the validity of the search warrant. Their argument is merely a clarification about which member did what work. And that doesn't matter to the ultimate determination for probable cause. Defendant then makes some allegations regarding an eyewitness statements related to DM.
So you know what's so funny is, like, remember how yesterday in the hearing when what's her face made the suggestion about using random numbers so that you don't have to, like, dox people or whatever. And then and I was like, oh, that's great. And then Judge Hippler was like, we'll just use people's initials. And we were joking. Actually, I think it was Need Some Z's who made a joke and literally was like, yeah, because, like, if they say DM, no one will know who they're talking about. We were joking about it. And then we went back at the end of the live stream and kind of pinpointed that when the initials weren't going to be even used for IGG family members or whatever, because there aren't any, that, like, there isn't, remember, like Ann Taylor even said, there's no family members' names in the IGG briefings. So anyway, but, so, oh my God, I'm so tired. I just lost my train of thought. You guys, oh my God. Right. So that when Judge Hippler says the thing about using the initials, he says it's whenever they're doing the rest of the discussion that's not IGG. And so that's when it was, like, even funnier, the joke about, like, really, you're just gonna use people's initials. And like, literally I died laughing, honestly, when we first heard them say this today, because I'm like, really? All that fuss and they're gonna say DM when it's already Dylan, her name is spelled out, like, in other documents by now. Like, it's like, you've got to be kidding me. So all that fuss and it was for Dylan's name of all things. And then like it just blows my mind.
There's kind of two buckets of attacks here. The first bucket is that the defendant claims the magistrate was never informed that DM told law enforcement she, when shown a picture, didn't recognize the defendant. Well, it's clear from reading the probable cause affidavit that she's not going to recognize the defendant.
What relevance was the statements of DM that were included in the affidavit as to probable cause?
I cited those in my response throughout.
What were they?
Okay. I can tell you generally, consistently, she gave the same set of facts.
I understand the things that she said.
Oh, why?
Why was it important the magistrate know those things? In other words, are they going to who the ID of the perpetrator is? Are they going to establish a timeline of when the alleged or when the murders took place? Okay, so it's part ID as well?
I think that it goes to giving a general description of the person that she saw in the residence around the time that corroborates when we know these crimes occurred. Yes, a general description is material and relevant. And that general description, which is what was provided in the PC affidavit, was consistent throughout all of her interviews. She described seeing someone wearing all black, a mask with only a portion of their face showing and visible. This person was male, white. She heard a voice that was not someone that she recognized. The person was a slim, skinny, lean build. And the person was taller than she is around 5'8". That's what's important. It was that general description. And that general description did not change.
It's also important to establish the timeline.
It is. It's important to establish the timeline to know when the timeline matched the vehicle surveillance of when a suspect vehicle is coming into the area of 11:22 and then leaves, as well as text communications of her relaying what she's observing during the same time period. And even if the state's wrong, that somehow there was some exculpatory relevance to some of her statements not being included in the probable cause affidavit, you can take all of it out and the magistrate would still have probable cause.
So
the second issue, defendant,
you guys, I'm just gonna back it up. I wanted to listen to her complete that thought. Didn't she just though say that like he wanted to know why you needed Dylan's statements? And so was it like for timeline or was it like to ID him? And didn't she just contradict herself? I'm just gonna back it up a second here.
Into the area of 11.
I think there was a big contradiction.
Okay, so it's part ID as well?
I think he was saying goodnight, but didn't you just get here? Hi.
That it goes to giving a general description.
Right. Okay, here we go.
Response throughout.
What were they?
Okay. I can tell you generally, consistently, she gave the same set of facts.
I understand the things that she said. Why was it important the magistrate know those things? In other words, are they going to who the ID of the perpetrator is? Are they going to establish a timeline of when the alleged or when the murders took place? Okay, so it's part ID as well?
I think that it goes to giving a general description of the person that she saw in the residence around the time.
Okay, so we'll go, so a general description. And then she goes through that and that's all stupid. Okay, and then she goes to the timeline. Spin wheel. So yeah, Kane's, I guess, just saying goodnight, but he didn't say hi. Hi, bye.
The timeline?
It is. It's important to establish the timeline to know when the timeline matched the vehicle surveillance of when
Is anybody getting like Delphi, like having Delphi PTSD hearing this right now in the wake of everything that just happened there?
suspect vehicle is coming into the area of 1122 and then leaves, as well as text communications of her relaying what she's observing during the same time period.
Text communications.
And even if the state's wrong, that somehow there was some exculpatory relevance to some of her statements not being included in the probable cause affidavit. You can take all of it out and the magistrate would still have probable cause.
Then why did you fucking include it? I mean, that's just dumb. That's why I wanted to listen to her whole thing, because I was like, really? Like, why did you include it then?
The second issue defendant, the second kind of bucket that they take issue with DM, is about these other just statements that she gives during her interviews. The defendant argues when an eyewitness states she's not sure anything she saw was real, a magistrate should know about it. Well, the simple answer is investigators knew what she saw was real, and we know it wasn't a dream because they found the evidence discovered the next morning. Those statements didn't need to be included in the PC affidavit because they weren't exculpatory. They didn't support this idea that this didn't really happen, that somehow we got it wrong.
This is so stupid. I mean,
next defendant attacks the vehicle identification. Well,
like no one's disputing that 4 people were stabbed, right? Like that's what's so stupid. No one's disputing that 4 people were stabbed. So when she's saying, well, we know it's not a dream because law enforcement, showed up and we know what happened. Well, it's a logic fallacy because yes, by the time no one's disputing that, but by the time that happened, guess what? The suspect isn't there, right? And that's the part that matters. DM's part that she's saying where she's like, I don't know if it was a dream or what. That's the part that's in question, is her potentially seeing, whoever did this. And being able to identify them. That's the part in question. So it's just annoying, guys.
this picture they're painting about how this happened.
I haven't seen Twiz yet.
True. The magistrate was given a very detailed picture of
I haven't seen Twiz yet. I haven't seen Heather either.
To the white sedan, which was later determined to be a Hyundai Elantra. This was about 5 pages of the probable cause affidavit. The reality is, still images and video were provided to a vehicle specialist. Based on his review, he provided information to investigators that the suspect.
What do you mean? What does that mean? How would he be blocked? Can YouTube do that? I don't know how he would be blocked. I have no idea how he would be blocked. Huh. I'll look and see if maybe I accidentally clicked on something. I don't know. That's weird. Because the only person I've ever blocked is Glenn, as y'all know.
That vehicle was
weird.
Likely a Hyundai Elantra.
Unless that's on
there
YouTube.
Was some discussion regarding what was the most appropriate year range. But at the specialist direction, he said that the year range to be focused on was 2011 to 2016. So Detective Payne reasonably relied on his expertise as a vehicle specialist and included that in his probable cause affidavit. And the court has in front of it the emails attached as exhibits that show that's exactly what occurred. And the defendant appears to argue that, well, the vehicle specialist shouldn't have relied on this video because they can't tell that that was a Hyundai Elantra. To them, it doesn't look like, I guess, a Hyundai Elantra. And the video that is clear, well, they take issue with that video because, and Specifically, we're talking about 1125 Bridge Road. Because they say, well, that can't be surveillance video of the white Elantra, even though it was caught on video about 0.3 miles from the crime scene, about 3 minutes right before when we see the suspect vehicle enter the area of the crime scene, which 0.3 and 3 minutes appear to be the amount of time it would take the vehicle to travel to the area of the crime scene. They say, well, that can't be the right video, because if it were, then the surveillance right up the street.
I just
would have
double checked. I just double checked. The only person that I've blocked, I mean, the only person I know I've blocked is Glenn. I didn't know if maybe I had accidentally clicked something, because that can happen, you know. But no, it's just Glenn. So I don't know what's going on with Twiz. If it must be on YouTube's end, I don't know.
also caught this video. But we know that's not true.
Weirdness.
And that's been submitted to this court.
That's too bad.
Excuse me?
When was it submitted to this court?
Well, it was submitted through my response.
I was afraid that you were going to say.
Yeah, maybe. I can verify that I did not accidentally click something to block him. That's so yeah. So I don't know, Twiz, we want you to come.
It was submitted through my response, that their logic is flawed. And I can tell you, it has since been confirmed. I do not have, and it has been discovered to defense. We had Special Agent Hill confirm, and he discovered this as Bates 15990, which confirms that the surveillance camera that was set up to capture motion would not have captured the corner the defendant says must have been necessarily captured.
So that is that surveillance camera that I think there's been much talk about. What's the deal with that? So that is a piece of new information in terms of the state saying that. So I'm going to add that to my list. So let me back it up a second so I can get it on
set
my
up
list.
to capture motion would not as Bates 15990, which confirms that the surveillance camera that was set up to capture motion would not have captured the corner the defendant says must have been necessarily captured. Again,
well, that's not
it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, the defendant's speculation about the route of travel and their differing opinion on it isn't the basis for a Franks hearing. There's no legal basis for second guessing a vehicle specialist's opinion. And they haven't made a substantial or a sufficient proffer for you to do that. Next, the briefing addresses the IGG issue.
Is it possible to tell from the affidavit what shots and what cameras were relied upon to make the identification?
Good question.
I know that I don't know that you needed to. I don't know that all of that information had to be included. Weasel alert. You guys, that's so weaselly. Look at the weasel. Look at the weasel go. Let's watch that again.
Is it possible to tell from the affidavit what shots and what cameras were relied upon to make the identification?
I know that I don't know that you needed to. I don't know that all of that information had to be included.
That wasn't my question. My question is whether
I appreciate that he's like not gonna let her. He's like, yeah, you're weaseling, and no.
that the affidavit describes the specific shots and cameras relied upon to make the identification.
No. It discusses that several surveillance videos were reviewed, that images were turned over to a vehicle specialist, and then that specialist made a determination.
So we're going to be hearing from him, right?
We didn't walk through describing each and every still image or video to the magistrate. No, nor did we need to.
Oh my God. So according to
really,
we need to. So far with every issue in the PCA, you guys, with every issue so far, she finishes each one with saying, nor did we need to. So if you take her at their face, if you take her word at face value, you're left with a blank PCA. because with each issue, she's like, we just added this just to be extra thorough. We didn't need this to establish probable cause. And she says that with every single thing. I'll be honest, a blank PCA would have been better than what they submitted. So
The IGG has been discussed extensively. I think the only real Frank's issue is, should the IGG process, the fact that it was not included in the PC, is that the basis for a Frank's hearing? But you heard testimony today that law enforcement received this tip.
well, the way Judge Hippler's covered, he sits like this a lot of the time, and it's his hand like automatically goes to this position. I've noticed this, and it's just the funniest thing of all things.
But you heard testimony today that law enforcement received this tip and they made a strategic decision not to include it. They were told it's only a tip and that they should develop probable cause separately. And that's what they did. And at the end of the day, Your Honor has already kind of hit the nail on the head through your questioning of Ms. Taylor. At the end of the day, this information regarding IGG and the use of IGG is only inculpatory. And the non-reliance on the IGG information does not diminish probable cause. And the IGG information was confirmed through the STR testing. I can't wrap my head around any argument that IGG and STR testing would be exculpatory. Defendant makes
well, they didn't
about the dog barking.
They didn't make that argument. In fact, they said it was. They actually said it was inculpatory, because I believe we highlighted that one of the times we were going back through those documents, that it was interesting that that was the case.
And that I guess the magistrate should have been informed that a dog barked for 25 to 30 minutes. And this is just a reach for me. I'm still unclear how this is exculpatory. And again, this fact just does not diminish. Take out all information related to the dog. It doesn't diminish probable cause.
Again, take out everything. Just take it all out.
Circling back to the cell phones.
I mean, remember, they're discussing Frank's, okay? And she keeps bringing up exculpatory. And just to reiterate that the standard, I'm going to pull it up, or I'll read it so I don't have to unshare, reshare. But the standard is, I'll read it here. So where the defendant makes a substantial preliminary showing that a false statement knowingly and intentionally or with reckless disregard for the truth was included by the affiant in the warrant affidavit, and if the allegedly false statement is necessary to the finding of probable cause. How many times did you guys hear me say the word exculpatory there? None. That's not the standard. That is not the standard. So this is interesting because she's been going down this whole exculpatory trail for a bit now. And it just now dawned on me. I'm like, wait, hang on. I was like, what? I was like, she had me fooled for a second there because I was like, wait a second. That's not part of the standard. Whether it's exculpatory or not is not part of the standard for Frank's.
At the end of the day.
Oh, good.
That's the proffer.
Very
their
weird
opinion of the evidence.
Didn't let you. But
that's not the basis for Frank's hearing.
That's hilarious.
We're relying on our expert's opinion. They disagree. And that is a dispute that should be had, and it should be had at trial. And I suspect it will. But it doesn't give you the basis to grant a Frank's hearing. Defendant the next area is the footprint. There was a footprint found outside of DM's bedroom. They claim that the inclusion of this was misleading. But again, there's nothing misleading about the statement. The statement says during the process of the crime scene, the investigators found a latent shoe print. It was located during the second processing. It came back using a presumptive blood test and showed the presence of cellular material. They let the judge know that it was outside the door to DM's bedroom located on the second floor, and it's consistent with her statements. Yeah. The investigators provided the magistrate the information they had at the time of the investigation. Defendant's opinions about where the shoe print should have been located, and it couldn't necessarily have been located there. Again, that just doesn't rise to the level to warrant a Franks hearing. Again, our case doesn't hinge on the identification of the shoe print. Neither did the PC affidavit. There was sufficient probable cause with or without this information. I'm going to address grand jury subpoenas.
Again.
We didn't discuss it today, but it's
Y'all, I wasn't joking. She just did it again. There was sufficient probable cause even with every single thing. She's like, yeah, we didn't need this for probable cause. Again, you're left with a blank sheet of paper, and that would have been better than what they had. And also, we have a new command for not twist. I agree.
Addressed in their motion.
Yes, before you get to that, can you address the allegation that the cell phone data was, I guess, purposefully erroneous as to the time that the phone was no longer reporting, which then relates to the supposed position of travel?
Right. Well, I don't know that I
the overlap between Franks and probable cause. Where she's getting off the rails is with the exculpatory bit. Where there's I'll just read it one more time because there is an overlap between Franks and probable cause, right? The holding, right? Where the defendant makes a substantial preliminary showing that a false statement knowingly and intentionally or with reckless disregard for the truth was included by the affiant in the warrant affidavit, and if the allegedly false statement is necessary to the finding of probable cause. So was the statement bullshit, basically, just to summarize it, right? And was that statement necessary to the finding of probable cause? That's where the overlap is there. But there's nothing about exculpatory. So she's just,
completely wrap my head around the defendant's logic in this.
I have to, so help me out.
Well, I still don't
I
understand.
understand her statement and her argument. I'm trying to understand your response.
I guess what was reported was the information known at the time that the probable cause affidavit was given.
By
There's
Payne or by
the information that he was given from.
This goes to my first question about imputed erroneous statements. So I understand the allegation in that regard, not necessarily to be that Detective Payne knew the statement was wrong, because I'm not sure there's evidence of that. But did the CAS specialist know that there was a misinterpretation or an erroneous report?
I don't think that you have before you a sufficient proffer that proves that the CAS specialist submitted false information. Apparently, there's a difference in the handoffs of 7 minutes. At the end of the day, okay. No, I don't think it's incredibly material.
So nothing's material. Nothing was necessary for probable cause. They didn't need it for probable cause. It's not exculpatory, which is not actually, that's completely irrelevant anyway. That's what we got.
Material, if you look at it in terms of where the phone was in that 7 minutes?
Well, it's material.
Going a direction different than what
you guys, I have to say, I had this thought earlier today. I was like, you know what? Maybe I should unblock Glenn and ask Glenn to come on as a guest so he could talk about writing his book about Wendy Adelson. Because it would probably be the best thing ever. If Heather were here, she would probably say, do it. Oh, that's hilarious. Have you joined the Law School Discord yet? I can't remember.
The
I know, right?
Direction of travel, like, yes, I would say it was if it was found outside of Pullman. It was not. It was reporting to a tower in Pullman. This assumption assumes that cars can't change direction.
She's getting extra Weasley, guys. Look at this nonsense. right? I agree.
It was reporting to a tower in Pullman. This assumption assumes that cars can't change direction of travel. We're assuming that then the same cell phone, which was then turned off, isn't then also tied to the evidence where we do have information to believe a white sedan tied to Mr. Kohberger is then found on surveillance. We're not talking about 7 minutes. We're talking about 7 minutes at 2:50 in the morning.
I mean, it's such a great point here that Gwennon made, that 7 minutes is over more than half the time of the crime. I mean, yeah.
Which is about an hour, approximately a little over an hour before the crimes occurred. I don't follow the logic that this 7 minutes, an hour and 10 minutes prior, proves that there's no way the defendant couldn't have traveled.
Dude, did you see the way she just pointed at him? Ma'am? Don't make me do a squirrel karate chop on you. Hacha! Kaya!
This 7 minutes, an hour and 10 minutes prior, proves that there's no way the defendant couldn't have traveled the 7 miles to Moscow, whether or not the car was pointed in a different direction or not.
Gross.
It's a leap for me. Does that answer?
Seeking approval, right? That is crazy. She's like all serious and then she pauses and then the smile. Did I get an A+? You guys, it's so gross. Look.
Does that answer?
Well, it's your answer, so.
She couldn't even finish saying your question. That is really funny. I know tomorrow's another big day. Yeah, I know it's a lot and we're almost done with this hearing, but you guys, y'all make sure you're taking care of yourselves. I'm exhausted as well. It was insane today and another day tomorrow happening. But make sure you're taking care of yourselves, guys, and getting sleep.
Let's say it was. Let's say that it was exculpatory. Let's say it was materially that it was false. It was recklessly included.
Yeah,
it wasn't, but let's say it was.
I don't know that Meg. I can't remember if she's been. I can't remember if she's been on a live stream before. I mean, it's possible that she has, but since she mods for like a billion channels, she's not. She hasn't. I haven't seen her in a while if she's been here before. But I've known her for years. We've known each other for years. So yeah.
Well, the magistrate still had enough information before her to grant probable cause for the arrest. So we still don't get to a Franks hearing, even if you want to make that leap.
Her and her leaps.
I can quickly go through grand jury subpoenas. At the end of the day, their desire still, this has come up several times throughout this process, their desire to see the actual grand jury subpoenas is not the basis for a Franks hearing. There's just simply no legal basis to support that idea. And there is nothing obtained that was obtained in violation of any of the defendant's constitutional rights. They say they needed to know the scope, but it is not clear to this.
Right. Yeah. No, that was a logical thing to think that it was here. But yeah, no, I haven't. That's a good point. I didn't even think of that, but it's a good point. I've known her before I started streaming. I didn't even think of that, but that's a good point. Well, when did I start? Well, yeah, when did I start streaming trial stuff? I would have known her before that. I knew her through SDS, Surviving the Survivor. So that was probably, I don't know, maybe 6 months or so before I started streaming, before Law Squirrel happened.
State how that would have made any difference in the probable cause determination, or why the magistrate would need to know that.
I don't know what that
Again, this just appears to be another attempt by the defendant to try to obtain these federal grand jury subpoenas. And I submit to you, Franks is not the proper.
That part's interesting. to obtain these. So, it's funny. I was just looking in Shannon Gardner, they recently had been making requests. Well, I think they have been for a while, but they just recently got denied for a federal grand jury. I think they were wanting transcripts, but again, it's clear that it's really difficult to get this stuff because they were denied and they had really good reason for it too. So anyway.
It is not clear to the state how that would have made any difference in the probable cause determination.
Shannon.
Why the magistrate would need to know that. Again, this just appears to be another attempt by the defendant to try to obtain these federal grand jury subpoenas. And I submit to you, Franks is not the proper avenue. We're going to go to lack of connection. I think this has already been addressed by Your Honor. At the end of the day, this fact just has no bearing on the probable cause.
Yeah, I know transcripts are different than subpoenas. I'm just so exhausted that my brain just made the connection of like, just the fact that like federal grand jury and like that those three words were the same, and then it didn't make it as far enough to get to the last word, basically. So
the investigators relayed the known information they had at the time, and timing is important. At the time of the application of most of the warrants, the evidence taken from the defendant and his vehicle was still being reviewed. We didn't know if there was a connection. Only a few warrants even fell outside of that. Apple, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, PayPal, and Microsoft. However, even for those warrants, the state submits to you that fact's not necessarily exculpatory. The defendant's belongings and the vehicle were recovered approximately 6 weeks after the homicides. And that fact was known in the probable cause affidavit. It could be reasonably inferred. But to the extent the court believes that law enforcement should have included this information, again, I can accept that, but it's not enough to outweigh the balance of the information that was included that did establish probable cause. I submit to you the defendant has wholly failed to establish a single false statement or omission without which the magistrate would not have found probable cause. I ask that you deny their motion for a Franks hearing. Thank you.
So I just double checked Nightbot. I mean, on my Nightbot moderation, I have everything off. Like there's nothing even toggled on. And on YouTube, like I already checked that, it was only Glenn, which Heather will appreciate if she can make it in here somehow. I don't know what that's got to be just a YouTube glitch or something. I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe I'll Google it after the live stream and see if there's like a known issue or something like that. Oh, that's Shanna's. Really? That's Shanna Gardner's YouTube channel? Is that what you're saying?
Briefly.
I'll try.
I'll try to do my part to make it so that you can and avoid asking questions unless I'm truly stumped.
Before I get started on what I want to tell you, in response to what the state said and then my summary, I'm curious about the new police report that was talked about. I didn't see it in the submission given to Your Honor.
I've had such an avalanche, I can't think of what it is off my head. If it did, it certainly wouldn't be part of the analysis for the court in determining whether or not you've met your showing to have a Franks hearing.
Well, that's good because it occurred.
I mean, I don't know if that's true or not, but like all of my live streams for the most part are over 4 hours. I've never seen it be an issue. And I mean, that's true with a lot of law tubers, right? But I don't know, like who knows? Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Okay. Well, yeah, it's probably not Shanna Gardner. I mean, I was thinking maybe it was, anyway. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, who knows? Okay. So we should expect to see Heather shortly. Yeah. Very weird. I don't know.
After my Franks briefing came. So I didn't get a chance to respond to that yet. All right, let's start with the grand jury subpoenas. And
so is the Squirrels on Fire, is that like a good, I mean, first of all, that name makes me really sad. but like, is it a good channel or something? Or like, should I check it
Yeah,
out?
we wanted those in discovery. We didn't get those. We were told no a couple of different times. The issue with that is that at least one of the warrants was used the returns from the grand jury subpoenas. It used the return from the grand jury subpoena to obtain information, and we don't have those, so we don't know the scope and parameters of that. So the magistrate relied on something that's not reviewable by us, and that's kind of gotten to be
Question.
Amazon. Is that Amazon?
It is Amazon, Your Honor, and
Good
the
question.
return on the search warrant says that they already produced them pursuant to something else, and the affidavit says we saw these things, so now give them to us in a search warrant. That just seems to be problematic to me. It's kind of the same thing that's laying on pretty thick here. You can't have it. We're not going to tell you about it, but don't worry, we didn't do anything wrong. And that's a problem. That's the theme of this case, and that's really a problem. So I think we should have a Frank's hearing to explore what that really is about, if for
What's
nothing.
the omission that, or the misstatement that you're, as it relates to the Amazon warrant?
The omission is the FBI used the grand jury system and obtained this information outside of the warrant process. But for some reason, we need to come and get a warrant because nobody gets. I have them in other cases, Judge. I don't know why they're withheld here. It makes me really suspicious.
I mean, I guess from a Frank's perspective, though, the question is there a material intentional misstatement or a reckless misstatement?
Right.
From Frank's perspective, was it material? Well, it was relied on to get the warrant, right?
It disclosed to the magistrate that this was the result of information given as a result of a federal grand jury.
It absolutely was.
What did they say that was not true, or what did they fail to disclose?
I think they failed to disclose the parameter around that grand jury subpoena.
How is that? Well, I understand. I promised I wouldn't slow you down, so I'm going to let you just go ahead.
Did he just get past a note though? Hold on. He seems exhausted. That's like, but see, all of us, right? We are all that now. We are all getting avalanches.
How is that? Well,
Wait, I don't know that I went. Hold on. Do you guys see that he's got like a note or something?
what did they say that was not true, or what did they fail to disclose?
I think they failed to disclose the parameter around that grand jury subpoena.
Yeah, he's handed a note. I wonder what the note said. I want to know. I want to know.
But, well, I understand. I promised I wouldn't slow you down, so I'm going to let you just go ahead.
Okay.
Yep.
I'll go backwards.
Back it up.
The 7 minutes that's not disclosed, that's intentional, but that's not given to the magistrate to make the decision. There are a lot of these things that are intentional withholdings and a lot of things that are deliberate. You heard a lot earlier today about the hours of meetings that took place and the decisions to keep certain things secret. So I think we've satisfied the prong of deliberate and intentional withholding from the magistrate or deliberate false statements to the magistrate on all of those.
Heather, I know it'll cheer you up right before just a few minutes ago, I was talking about how I had an idea earlier that I should unblock Glenn and then have Glenn come as like a guest on the show. And then so I can interview Glenn and ask him so he can tell us about his book he's writing about Wendy. What do you think? What do you think?
Areas. I want to talk only about a couple of other things. The credibility of the witness that they talked to, the one that they cited information from, that was relied on. That appears in these affidavits, and it's relied on after Mr. Kohberger's identified to say, well, he has bushy eyebrows, so this person has to be right.
Yeah,
it's relied on when
bushy eyebrows. That was like one of the first. That is the stupidest fucking thing, and I also thought that from the beginning. I was like, you've got to be kidding me! Like if they were like eyebrows that were as long as like normal hair, like that covered your eyes, like like for me, for it to be like, yeah, you can't mistake those eyebrows, right? I mean, anyway, the bushy eyebrows.
And the police officers put into the affidavit the footprint that I didn't talk about on my first one. We gave the court the photographs of it. I'm happy to give the court these. That's a misleading statement to the court or to the magistrate that was asked for probable cause. This footprint is at the very edge of the door. It's a single footprint, and it's not
also. I mean, this is my other like dream would be to have Creighton Waters. I would love to have Creighton Waters come on the show, if you can call it a show, but you know, that's what people say. And there's plenty of other people. I mean, Jose Baez, that, you know, again, well, now we're just into the realm of fantasy, right? But you know.
Repeated throughout the house. So to act like that bolsters this witness is really important, especially in context of the misstatements of the witness. I want to go through these. I won't read them in their entirety to the court, but Your Honor asked the prosecutor what they were. And I counted up, and at the very first interview, remember the issue was whether or not one of the victims ran downstairs. And she didn't say it once. She said it 4 times in a row in the very first interview, and that just didn't happen. It just couldn't have happened, and that was not told. In fact, that statement was brushed over and withheld from the magistrate. About the memory issues in the second interview the same day, there are 2 references to not remembering. A couple of days later, there's the third interview, and there's references to not remembering, being drunk, a statement, I don't know any of it, like half the stuff. I don't know if it's a dream or if it's real. That's at page 399. At page 406, I don't know if this was real or in my mind was just like playing with me. But from what I think I heard, someone was crying in the bathroom. These are definite statements that were not given to the magistrate and in fact were brushed over. And credibility is really, really important when that person is relied on in the investigation. So let's talk about the vehicle. The court asked some questions about what the magistrate could see in the PC affidavit. The way it's laid out would cause one to think that the vehicle's identified on the camera near the house, and that's not so. It's not identifiable. The state's expert said it's not identifiable from that particular video. It's piecing together the other videos that they come up with something.
What's the evidence that law enforcement relied on the Ridge Road footage to identify the vehicle?
What did they rely on?
What's the evidence that they relied on Ridge Road, which you say doesn't show anything? What's the evidence they relied on that to ID the vehicle?
They relied on the Ridge Road camera, and you can see that in the emails from IMO and the other law enforcement officers when they say they have Paradise Creek Road, and then they say we finally got a good one, and it produced to us is the 1125 Ridge Road footage and photograph, and that's the only one that you can make a positive ID on the car.
Where is that in the record?
The 1125 Ridge Road. Well, it's in our discovery.
Where's it in the motion?
I believe we put a picture of that in our motion. I can look at it's in my original memorandum. I think there's a picture of that. Let me grab that page for you. Is it in the box? It's in one of these. And I believe it's on page 17 of the amended memorandum.
It's just the photograph?
Yes.
But not the information that ties that to the Ridge Road camera?
Your Honor, it's tied by our argument based on our review of the discovery. I don't have an affidavit from any police officer saying it was that. I probably don't have an email other than the ones from Immel and that transaction that we did provide for the court, that was the video that the identification was made on. That I'd love to know more about that as well, Your Honor.
Oh, but that's not the standard.
I understand that. I understand that. I would refer the court to our exhibit with Agent Immel's communication.
Right.
That is going to be at D9, and then the pictures contained in the Frank's motion. Let me talk a little bit more about IGG, even though we've done that all day long today. I would remind the court that IGG doesn't identify a person. It suggests a family group, and an investigation can happen from there, but nothing happened until the IGG happened.
Okay, hold on, back it up. I gotta make sure I get this on my list here.
And in the Frank's motion. Let me talk a little bit more about IGG, even though we've done that all day long today. I would remind the court that IGG doesn't identify a person. It suggests a family group, and an investigation can happen from there, but nothing happened until the IGG happened behind the scenes and in a closet.
Hey, Heather, what are your thoughts on, because I know you and I, we both were on the same wavelength with what we thought was going on with the IGG. And I'm just curious what you think with the, after today, with the information that came out. What do you think? Because there's a lot of possibilities. And part of the problem is that it sounds like they don't actually, the defense doesn't actually have, like, there's nothing for them to have, like, there's nothing to turn over. Because, we already knew about the FBI destroying everything, but then she said they didn't even have anything from like Othram. And then she said that, Othram, it was a dead end. So I'm just curious what you think.
That brings me to talk about the intentionalness of this in an overview. And the court should.
So you're still thinking that they got a direct match then? Because that's what I've been saying, obviously. Because, the reason I'm saying it is because it was interesting, because the question came up several times, right? Like, are you suggesting that, or implying that his DNA, that he had submitted DNA to a database or whatever, right? But as I pointed out, it's interesting because she didn't really say no, but she was like, I'm not saying, like, in other words, I thought to myself, keep in mind, that she sounds like she could be saying that she can't prove it because she doesn't have anything. So I don't know. Is that what you understood as well? Because I sort of thought, well, maybe what it was a direct, like an immediate relative, right? Like a sister or something, right? But, because the whole thing is, right, the whole thing about the whole question of standing, it would be really different if it was a direct match to him. And that's why it's weird, because it's like that would, like, if it was a direct match to him, then he would have had standings. Like, the beginning part of this entire hearing would have gone completely differently. But that's why she was asked that question. Right. So, okay. So you guys are saying that, huh. Oh, that an IGG tree was created afterwards. Okay. I see what you're saying. I have no idea. And also remember, Judge Hippler yesterday was like, yeah, I haven't seen any of the IGG evidence. It's like, what the fuck is happening? And I don't know. And I was saying earlier tonight that I'm sure that the aftermath and the fallout of this is that there's going to be a lot of people, on like your court TVs and whatnot, bringing in genetic, experts and asking them that question. I have no idea. I have never heard of that. Oh, they had to okay. So you think they resubmitted it, but then into one of the opted in websites? Is that what you think? So, okay. I mean, I agree that legacy media is like, it's just that that's who's going to be able to get an expert on the quickest, to talk about DNA, most likely. Right. Because, and the FBI doesn't build family trees, as we've talked about. So that's why it's. Interesting. Yeah. So jury's still out. Oh, for fucking sake. Fuck her, dude. So the jury's still out, though, on the whole thing about the direct. In other words, because today it was like, it sounded like they were trying to shut that down. But at the same time, it's like. it's clear that you can't really shut, like, it's not like actually legitimately shutting it down because the information is gone poof, right? And again, it's just, you know, as I've said a bazillion times, it's like the only thing that would explain everything in the timeline. You know what I mean? So, okay, we're almost finished here.
Look at the entire picture of what's happened. It's a long investigation. It's a complicated investigation, but you have law enforcement repeatedly meeting and you have FBI agents sprinkled in. And there are a lot of things that you've heard about today that are withheld, that are super secret, that nobody's going to talk about. And there's a lot of meetings that are happening, particularly around the IGG. That's a definite, we're not going to put that in there. But there's also the communication about the AT&T records, about what do those phone records mean? What does it mean when there's calls being handed off or phone tower recording being handed off to track a vehicle? What does that mean? There's communication about that. There's review of the videos together. And what these things mean is that a partial picture was decided upon, a picture that left out a lot of detail, a picture that gave false statements to the magistrate to get probable cause to get that first AT&T warrant. That was the officers went back and forth talking about what kind of statements to use. Statements were changed to be included in that, and definite decisions were made at that time. The decision was made to leave the witnesses' statements in as they were, even though there had been interview after interview after interview, and they knew those were incorrect. The decision was made to build a false investigation and leave out the super secret IGG part. And that decision was made based on the behavior of the agents and based on not wanting anybody to review what they did so that we could check their work and see if they did anything right. That just continued with decisions to leave things out in this case. Probable cause doesn't get determined by one little thing without context, especially when there's context of omitted information. That's why we have the opportunity for a Franks hearing, to ask for a Franks hearing and to offer information for your honor to rely on. It is imperative that there be integrity in the warrant process. There's a lot of power in going to a magistrate and having no attorney there, nobody to cross-examine, nobody to question. There's a lot of power in that to obtain a warrant. And there's a lot of danger when there's that much power too, to leave just a little out here, to add a little more here and go get a warrant and then build everything that comes from that.
Yeah.
And that's what's happened here. Your Honor, we ask for a Franks hearing to more fully explore these. The court can see this is a massive amount of information. The court has 1,000 pages. These are just pages that we made up. There's a lot
spinning wheel
going on here, and we need to have a hearing to fully explore this. Thank you.
For today, Frank's motion related to the Frank's proffer under advisement forthwith. We will pick up tomorrow with I think we're probably at the evidence on the motions to suppress tomorrow, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll see you in the morning.
Motions to suppress. It will continue tomorrow. Y'all, what a day. What a day we had. What a day it was. So for anyone who was here later on at the beginning of the stream, we had a squirrel guest on, boots on the ground. Shout out to Denise. She was awesome. Part of the Squirrel crew. She's a former cop who became a defense attorney, and now she's been a defense attorney for 20 years, lives in California. She flew to Boise just to attend this hearing. And she spent basically all day hanging out and talking with the Goncalves family and seeing all the people and the witnesses and literally all kinds of like inside scoop. And initially she was told she was going to be able to attend like in the courtroom once they finished the morning portion. And then seeing with the Goncalves family, right? And then they were all told after the lunch break that no one's allowed in, including the Goncalves family, obviously. So, but then they had a place where they could go and like, I guess, watch it like stream, you know, it was like, they had like a separate room or whatever. But anyway, but she came on and it was awesome. So, you know, she offered a lot of perspective about what it was like to be there and to be, and her thoughts on the family. And so a lot of it was very surprising. And also what they told her. And it was really, really awesome. So you guys definitely should check that out if you're on Replay Crew. I don't know what you're saying, lady I was talking to. Wait, what? Who's who? Wait, what? Hold on. I don't know what this question is. With who's this? So are you saying who you're wondering who I was? Denise is who I'm talking about. So yeah, so she was keeping us posted through the Discord all day today as she was there, and then came on. Yeah, Denise. I don't remember if she has a last name, but were you there also, Twiz, or? So wait, what are you saying though? You're saying like you were talking to her on YouTube, or like, I'm so confused. I'm also so tired. It's a lot for the brain, right? All this. So it'll continue on tomorrow, and Denise might join us again. She flew back to California since, after today she flew back, and she's actually, because she says she has court tomorrow. So, but she might come back on as well tomorrow night, as we go through tomorrow's hearing. Oh, I see what you're saying. Gotcha. I see. I wonder, it might have been. It might have been, yeah. Okay. It looks like it was literally just her and the Goncalveses. She said that the media and stuff, they didn't know they could come inside, and so they were all outside. So like it was like literally just her, and they were asking her if she's a witness and stuff. Like, so in other words, to my knowledge, she was like the only person of the public there apart from the Goncalveses. So if anybody was giving people updates, it might have been, you were probably hearing it from Denise. So yeah, but yeah, she's really awesome. She's funny. She's smart. She was phenomenal. It was an incredible way to start the live stream and hear that perspective. It was amazing. So, right. I mean, and that's the thing, right? And so, but that's why it was so funny, because she was in the Discord saying like they told her, and the Goncalveses, they were like, no, you can go in after this part, right? And so then they got all excited, and then it looks like it was just a miscommunication, and they weren't allowed. But y'all, it has been a day. Tomorrow will be another day. There's always tomorrow. You guys know that song from the Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer movie? Anyway, so yeah, but thanks y'all for being here again. Definitely check out the beginning of this too, if you are interested in hearing from Denise and her perspective from the Goncalveses. It's really interesting. And I will see y'all tomorrow on the next one. Love y'all. Thanks for being here and being a squirrel. Y'all are the best, and see you guys soon.